Penguin is 9 and 4 right now on roller. What are George and Mint doing?
Might too. This guy's doing everything.
He really is. Shout out Royal Penguin. Is he, I think he's mainly on TikTok. He's got a lot of TikTok followers.
Reload again.
Shout out Royal Penguin on TikTok.
Oh.
Watch this, hold on. I'm waiting for a duck call. I might be able to walk inside.
Kitchen?
Is he deep catch?
Deep catch, yeah.
I'm gonna call here in a second.
Hey, when you do, I'm
George, just get ready, okay? Calling in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
One main lobby. One marble.
No!
On elevator.
Downside kitchen. I walked the lobby, yeah.
Still elevator. Yeah.
Area in the clear.
Two back and open. I don't know where he was, George. I checked flag hatch. Oh, there he is.
Might have down one open, I don't know.
Yeah, you might have.
Frankie, you better flank him. Run straight ahead, Frankie. Straight that hallway. Keep going.
Careful elevator.
2, 1, like they're both by like admin office.
Nice, George. Remember, you might have down one?
Yeah.
Frankie, he's literally on your right side of that door. Right side of that door.
They're mini.
far right or kind of right?
Kinda right, I think.
He's in mini. Other one might be down. Not down for sure.
Yeah, not down. Might have been my printer. Oh, you're in that, John. You're in that, John. You're in.
Nice try.
Nice try.
It's okay. Don't worry, Frank. We got this.
Yep.
He's Diamond 1, but he wasn't champ. That's why he didn't win that. Do you think does he ever purposefully doesn't make champ just so he can stay Diamond 1? Because that's his thing.
For the content, yeah. For the brand.
Oh my God! I just realized Team World has the lead. What the hell is going on here? Who's cheering for that? Yeah, there we go. Boo those people. Boo. Boo the rest of the world. I don't know what that guy said either.
Do you think it?
Oh, heard. I don't know what that was. I put my headphones back on too soon. Anyway, glad to say we got a lot of red-blooded Americans in the crowd rooting for Team USA.
I think they're just not getting silly enough, Harrison. Their comms are way more strict than what Team World was going for. Zero comms.
They were going for the execute, and there were like 20 seconds of silence.
Yeah.
That was funny.
They gotta get silly with it.
Team World with the Clash. Can we boo this too?
And the Rook. Kudos Rook shotgun.
Can we boo the Clash pick? All right, we got some. I didn't realize we had Clash supporters in the crowd. Dude, Roz is 10 and 5 now. What happened?
Activating drone.
This guy's taking over the game. Team USA though trying to wake up. Dokkaebi once again in play. Mint on the glass. We got Grim and Capitao too, so we've got a lot of site utility. Are we gonna see the meanest execute we've ever seen in a show match?
Oh my God. Raza not like this. Okay, Mint does avoid him.
Yeah, luckily Mint can just not deal with
that
and leave. Oh, never mind. Hold on. He chooses to deal with this. We're gonna have Jonah talking to Fast Ann, find out her thoughts about this game mid-round.
In the middle of a flank here. Walk me through it as it's happening.
Okay, well, I'm being called, but I'm in the middle of a flank. I heard they were lobby, so I was gonna check, but there's people in open area, so I think they're gonna try and get our hatches, I'm pretty sure. But we'll see.
How was your experience as a cameraman?
Oh, it was fun. The camera is like 12 kilos. I know that you guys don't do that over here, like kilos and stuff. But it is heavy, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. It was good. I'm just waiting for
I mean, you've been crushing it. It seems like you are absolutely locked in right now. I'm doing my best to distract you as an NA fan.
It's not happening. No. I'm locked in right now. I'm just trying to hold angles. I would say I'm more of a passive player, so I'm trying to like not get too crazy. They're gonna switch now.
You've been revealed by the Grim.
Sorry?
Your position was revealed by Grim.
It's happening on my screen right now.
Thank you, Ed.
Loading the magazine!
Jonah, take your mouse. Jonah, reach over. We need some active sabotage right now from Jonah on the Team World side. So like, can you like turn off one of their monitors? Just start pressing buttons. Team USA needs every advantage they can get right now. I can't believe I'm saying that. Oh, the Clash is dead. That's awesome. That's huge.
I think Royal Penguin killed him too.
Oh, shout out Royal Penguin.
Got a 10 bomb now. No one's helping this guy.
Oh, and on the cusp of a kill, finds a freebie on the Sypho. Despite being distracted by Jonah, she's still good for one. Jonah clearly not doing enough for Team USA. But Royal Penguin's good for a third, coming in from Garage, and now Fast Dan, she's down thanks to Mint. All right, so never mind. Maybe I gotta apologize to Jonah. Jonah doing enough for Team USA to get that round.
The tactical 6th player of Team USA. The mid-round interview distraction tech. I've never seen that one before. But Team World is still tied. Which 1v1 would you like to see?
Or King George versus Raza.
Can we do like a Frankie Strings Royal Penguin 1v1, the roller 1v1?
Oh, that'd be, well, they're on the same team.
I'm gonna run a good lock here. Cover that.
You want to go like dirt?
Ooh, the aura. That was so tough.
Yeah, just for everyone in the crowd who can't read lips, Frankie said, I'm Diamond 1. Just in case there's anyone who's unaware. It's 5-5 now, and Team USA are gonna have to attack the top floor. Team World. Again with the traps, with the Frost, with the Ella. Kudos, I imagine, is gonna be down below with the Pulse. Team USA, though. Dude, Royal Penguin's still leading the charge. Royal Penguin's top bracket. Isn't everyone in this lobby except Frankie and Penguin like PC players? Are you guys gonna get out-fragged by a roller? This is like
George and Mint F Pros or X Pros as well. This is insane.
This is shameful.
Are we gonna see a Royal Penguin .100 Thieves in the future?
I actually don't know can you play controller in comp? Like, is that allowed?
I don't think it's illegal. It just seems stupid to do. You're just like kind of limiting yourself, don't you think?
Guys, did you hear that? Everyone here is on console. John hates you. John thinks you're all terrible.
Oh.
Can we boo John?
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad only like 2 people booed me. I think I might have cried on broadcast. that might have killed me there. Thank you guys. Harrison, when are we doing the controller 1v1?
Never.
Okay.
You know they say apathy is worse than hate.
You're so boring, bro. Jesus. You're trying to get the crowd to boo me, and now you won't 1v1 me. Like, are we even like a good duo?
Yeah,
You're just afraid to lose.
No, I wouldn't lose. Here's King George. He's afraid to lose. If you ever watched the streams. I got some chuckles on that one. That's good.
That was a good one.
Team USA are setting up square. Frankie Strings on the fuse. Does he have, he's got can openers too? Oh my God, Mint is on the Osa.
Holding like the Buck 2 angle. Almost got a kill there. Oh my God, the flame milk swing. He almost got King George there too. This guy's just walking in. Big kill for Team USA. Tying us up, but Captain Lee's got something to say about it. Oh, the flank stock.
Raza. No, shut down by Mint. And now it's King George and Mint, the ex-comp players, in a 2 versus 3. There's one in Janitor. Kudos is also still downstairs, but it might not matter. Fast and taking down King George. Mint, we've seen him clutch these.
Scanning.
We've seen Mint clutch these in Pro League. Can he do it against Fast and Kudos and Captain Lee? There's full info. And Kudos is just gonna sit here and wait. I think Mint heard him though, so Mint's just gonna go stock, which is a little bit boring, but that's okay. I think Kudos is tanking the gridlocks. I don't mind, he's shooting them now. Thoughts on the mid clutch? Do you think it's happening?
No.
Can we get a live prediction?
No.
No.
Live prediction, no.
Oh, hold on, but there's one.
But now he's got the Osa shield. He's using it against Osa.
Oh! Oh, fast stand trolls!
Wait.
Oh, he doesn't have case though. He's got to go for the kill. Kudos is off the shield. Oh no, he's back on a different one. Mid, you're gonna have to push and he wins it!
Holy shit! Let's go! Oh my god! He still has it. He still has it.
Oh my God! USA! USA! USA!
Dude, I just caster cursed at Team World. Let's go.
Do you think he means kilometer or kilogram?
Both. Both useless measurement systems.
For real. Shout out the US customary system.
Yeah.
Shout out the imperial system, which was actually created by England. So I don't know why England keeps making fun of us for keeping it. Oh, King George versus Raza? Whatever that means.
You don't know what get chally means?
No.
This guy doesn't know ball.
What does it mean?
Just to get chally. You don't know what it means, bro.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have to explain it to you.
This was crazy. Oh no.
I think if I answered yes, he was gonna clutch this, he wouldn't have clutched it either.
Oh, you reversed.
I gave him the
it.
reverse caster curse, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
And now Team USA's in the lead.
Anne knows she messed up. And now Team USA are in the lead. One more round. Can we get a send them home chant?
We love you guys. You guys have been an amazing crowd. Give yourself a round of applause. This has been awesome. Hell yeah.
Oh my goodness, here comes Mint on the blitz. Another operator he was famous for back in my day.
Back in the old Pojo Man's Digest.
Oh yeah, who remembers? Can we get a cheer for Pojo Man? Who remembers him?
We know he's out there somewhere. Please come
Hell
back.
yeah, hell yeah. Can we get a cheer for Flipside Tactics? I'm glad we got some old heads, bro. Yeah, you guys are old. What a self-report.
What do you mean by that? Yeah. What do you mean by that?
That was, what, Flipside was 8 years ago? Something like that.
Yeah.
My goodness.
I'll find you and end you.
Ooh, King George hunting the Fenrir of Raza. Right now, Raza is like priority numero uno for, well, he speaks Portuguese, not Spanish, but you get the point. For Team USA to find.
Still a romance language. It kind of counts.
Dude, do not say that to them.
Whoops.
Sypho trying to make her way down main. I'm envisioning a mean pinch from Team USA right now. I see the vision.
I'd make a comment, but I don't want to
there it is.
curse them.
There it is. There's Royal Penguin with yet another opening pick. The star player in this lobby. Oh no, Mint overexposes himself to Anne. And they can't. Can they not open this wall? They don't have any breach? No, Frankie has EMPs. Frankie, no.
He's got the firebolts though. Wait.
Oh wait, they have the
Big
game
kill for Team USA.
Oh, through the smoke. Raza with 2. And King George, who by the way could have rotated over and shot open the wall with his revolver, is now in a 1 versus 3. Team World has brought us to OT.
Well played.
The hip flies.
Oh, that was huge. Well played.
Nice.
Could you imagine infinite overtime on this?
No. Guys, I think George forgot he can open the wall with Deimos.
Yeah. Someone's got to be helping Royal Penguin here too. This guy's doing God's work right now.
He's actually doing the most. Oh, Mint with the mistiming with the smoke. Oh, they lined up for him.
Oh my God, is that an Ambi reference? Remember that from the Shopify G2 game? The Rebellion, remember? They lined up on the wall. We literally casted that game, bro. Come on. Whatever.
Dude, it's been
a whole 2 days.
2 days.
We got a goldfish sitting next to me right now.
I don't have the best memory, bro. A long 48 hours.
Unless you're talking about flip side tactics, a team back from like 2018.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh! We got trash talk in the show match?
Whoa.
Wait, Kudos also has 3 kills.
10 seconds
What is this guy
left.
talking about?
That's a rage bait attempt.
Can we boo Kudos? There we go. I don't know if he knew that was for him. Do you think we can coordinate the crowd enough to say boo Kudos so that way he knows? I don't think so.
See you on.
I think production just booed Kudos in my ear. That was crazy. Shout out Prod. Oh, mid with a big one. He finds Raza. That's Team World's top fragger done and dusted already, thanks to the Amaru. And there's still another person upstairs. Hannah's upstairs. Plain Milk was also on the roam, and he's been shut down by King George. By King George on the skylight?
Oh, is Fast able to get out? Just barely. Out of all the rounds now, Team World opting to go for the roam. I did not. That was not on my bingo cards. I thought we'd see another 5-man anchor.
I'm calling a meeting.
Ooh, big Logi bomb.
There's the Dokkaebi call.
Yep.
Maybe one of the last Dokkaebi calls we'll ever see, depending on what happens in the grand final. No, we got one! Sypho gets caught with the cap cans. We were waiting for it, and it finally happens, but against the wrong team. That's the wrong team. And now there's no more Grim. That's a lot of good site utility that I think Team USA are gonna sorely miss. We get a replay of it? Oh hell nah.
I thought that was another cap can at first, bro. Oh my god.
Cap can.
A big sigh of relief there from Mint.
There's also, there's a ton of time to play with still for Team USA too. They got a minute and a half. There's no roamers. There we go. We have hard breach this time, so they're able to get default wall open. Who's got the case? Frankie's got the case. He is across
going
the
to
map
blue
right now.
He's rotating through tellers, yeah. All right. Burning out the Shamika launcher too. You think they just like push past the fire and try to go for kills? Might be the move. Oh. Mint almost got one behind the chassis.
Okay, Captain Lee does have 15 more Shamika launchers. Also, his name has a space in it. Is Captain Lee also on controller?
I don't know.
Isn't that a console?
Do they know? I don't know.
Mint has the secondary shotgun out right now. Oh no, never mind. Captain Lee is not on controller. Thank you, cameraman R6.
Honestly, the real MVP of this event.
Oh, here's the drop from Royal Penguin on the roller. Looking for kills, he finds Captain Lee. Plant is going down by Frankie. Royal Penguin is going nuts. And now they know where Anna is. She's getting Deimos dragged in elevator. And Team USA.
Now we just had to defend one.
Come on, man. Let's go.
Inspirational
Holy
from
bro. Let's
Royal
go,
Penguin.
Frankie, say the line.
One more round.
USA!
We got it. You know, when I first started watching Siege, I thought Mint was Canadian. And
Like the player or nationality? What are we?
No, I didn't mix up Mint and Canadian. I thought he was a Canadian.
There you go.
And I feel really bad about that now. Because, who wants to get mistaken as Canadian? All right.
A fate worse than death, perhaps.
One more round for Team USA. They're back on the defense. We got the Malusi in too now. We got the Goyo Smoke Malusi Echo. Where are the shenanigans that King George promised us?
Yeah, it's the best
We're
we're getting. Is the
seeing
best we're getting as a cap can? Like,
Yeah, we're just seeing comp lineups, dude. Where's like
strictly business for Team USA.
Where's the Cav, bro? At least like Team World, dude. Team World brought Thunderbird one round, and it like worked. It helped.
Yeah.
It like saved Raza.
He did get almost fully healed after almost downing too. Yeah, that is crazy. Team World, the unsung heroes. They had Rook shotgun at one point too.
That too.
Yeah.
They're a lion drone on this.
Apparently no funnel out on Team USA.
What does Kudos mean by that? like, is the drone in the sky on this map? I think it's on every map. Yeah. Oh, wait. There isn't? Well, all right. Raza's dead. Oh, King George on the roam! The king! That's an SI champ right there.
Only a few have done that.
Yeah.
He's in the 1% of Siege players.
That's actually so, like, crazy. Okay. King George 1 SI. Anyway. Royal Penguin holding down blue. He's got the assistance of the Yokais, too, from Mint. Oh, who is getting burned out.
Wow.
Oh, the twitch from Plain Milk.
On
What a
the Vulcan
play.
pack? Yeah.
And he also gets rid of the cam. Oh, there's a lot of value from that twitch. They get all the Goyos in sight. That's actually huge.
They gotta deal with King George on the roam.
Coming out to play.
He's ratting and Janny. Oh, but Fastam spots him, gets out of dodge. This guy's a one-man army. Oh, and he's playing with the Roller King himself. This could be deadly, Harrison. Oh, they've got no clue.
Oh, but the whip.
Come with an echo. Nice, George. Top square.
Okay, two up there.
Any box. I have a cam on it. Yeah,
Okay,
just hold my
they're
cam.
all
Hold my
10.
cam.
If you guys,
we're
yeah, if you guys can get back, you're good. Okay, I have one on cam. He's on the tubing. Snake.
We don't have to throw, y'all. We're good.
They're pretty. He's throwing a nade at you, Ryan. He's scanning again. Nading.
Yeah, he's gonna nade swing.
Nading. Two there.
Max out.
Running down the stairs. Nice. Last one blue. Last one blue. Hard ping.
Let's totem pole.
Oh, we win.
Yo, look at us. 15. Holy
Oh, we're nasty. Good run, George.
Let's go.
Thank you.
USA, 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 USA.
No caster bias.
Yeah, no. None at all. Commiserations to Team World. They put up a good fight, but I mean, who else, right? Who could have
Who else
possibly
than the
won this
king?
show match?
Yeah.
Shout out America.
And no matter what, America will win the grand final today at Salt Lake City.
Yeah, G2.
Back-to-back champs today.
I just said G2. Shopify Rebellion versus Dark Zero later today.
Got all the sportsmanship too.
I hear a chant going on. I can't understand it. I still don't know what this chant is, but we are going to go to Jonah on the stage, who has an interview with our illustrious American winners.
Well, we will grab those American winners. Mint, can I get you over here for an interview after this victory? I mean, truly a masterclass from everyone on your team. You performed incredibly well. I mean, what is it representing your country against the world? How does that feel?
Oh, it means everything. And again, like, today is a total NA domination day. We get the NA Grand Final, and they don't even get a chance to win anything today. Like, that, it means everything.
You put up some insane numbers. I mean, you not necessarily haven't played against these guys very regularly before. I mean, what did you do to get in their heads to take down Raza, the king of Brazil?
He is the king of Brazil. I watch his streams all the time, so shout out to Raza. But he was trying to do his little rap plays, but maybe because I'm in his Twitch streams, I know exactly what's happening. Everyone here was extremely dialed. We have Frankie Strings, Diamond One, holding down the fort, Penguin holding down the site, George on the roam. Like, it was just too much talent all across the board.
Well, the chant we heard a moment ago that, Crow, you could not hear, let's hear that one more time. Mint is sexy. I'm here with Raza now as well. Clearly the Mint love is there. You got so much love in Brazil.
Yes.
What's it like playing in front of a crowd that isn't quite as much in your corner?
Yeah, for sure. Here is a little bit quiet. In Brazil, we have a lot of people on the stadium. But here, guys, congratulations, North America in the final, but Brazil is better.
I don't know if this crowd's a fan of that, but what do you have to say to the Brazilian fans at home? No Brazilian teams in the grand final. That hasn't happened in a while. What do you got to say to the people back home?
I really don't know about that because I don't know what has happened with FaZe Clan yesterday. Okay, Dark Zero destroyed FaZe Clan,
but in the next stage is Team Liquid here.
Well, before I send you off, do you have a prediction? I know it's not a Brazilian team.
Yes.
But Dark Zero, Shopify Rebellion, who's gonna win?
For sure, Dark Zero, 100%. I am a Kino fan.
Incredible. Thank you, Raza. Big win here for the USA in our show match, but we have our season reveal panel, very importantly, coming up next. It is Operation System Override, leading off before we get into our grand final. We'll be right back.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the coach, breaking it right to the goal. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Trigger the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
The rest of the world is feeling pretty salty after losing here in Yalta, in Utah, to, of course, Team USA. The crowd here were delighted about it. But every single time these show matches happen, you always think it's going to be fun and games, which of course it is, Lax. But you do see some killer plays from some of these creators.
Yeah, you absolutely do. And I believe Team USA, they went through the roster, but they didn't mention Sypho. Sypho was absolutely dominating and fragging out. And I would say, I'd argue, she was stylistically looking better than everyone on the stage.
I mean, for me, I'm surprised it went the distance. For Team USA, they had so much experience on the team. Rest of the world. Yeah, old heads. That's a good point. But the rest of the world, who they really have? You know, Fast Ann had to put everybody on their back.
To be fair, she was fragging out. I'm surprised
she
that
had to
she
do
isn't
it all on her
competing.
own.
I think EML needs her more on the actual stage than on the desk.
I agree.
I think I'd like to see a rematch personally. That's all I'm saying. Look, we got to keep the show going here in Salt Lake City. Of course, the grand final is just on the horizon, but before we get there, our panel reveal is next. And first things first. Hey, Salt Lake, are we ready for the panel reveal? I know you two guys are.
Absolutely.
Listen, you know people. I know you know people. I always see you backstage chatting to the devs and all the big wigs here. What can you tell us?
Can't say too much. You know, whatever's been showing up online is the most you're going to get out of us. That being said, very excited.
I was going to say, I've seen a couple sneak peeks, but that's not for me to tell and introduce to you guys, but you definitely can look forward to it.
What I love about you two is you've got a unique perspective because you get excited about panels, and you have for a long time as fans, as pro players, and now as analysts. I want to know what you expect as a pro player, as a fan actually. Let's start with the fan first.
Okay, first off,
what are you looking for?
Listen, I'm a fan of the game, but I've been doing this for 10 years competitively. So if you think that I can look at any of this from a fan perspective, absolutely not. I look at it specifically from that competition side of things, and I always look for the nerfs, the buffs, the new maps being added, and just what's going to be incorporated, how I can dissect that, and dissolve it into even my own gameplay and make myself shine. More often than I can't really do that in a ranked aspect, though.
Try hard. From the fan perspective, I mean, at the end of the day, love being able to play ranked, love being able to see the changes, how it's going to innovate the experience. I mean, at the end of the day, we saw a couple of teasers online about 3.0. People have been talking about it. When it comes to me as a ranked player for the streaming community, everybody that loves to participate, it's one of those things that everybody's excited for, to see what the changes are going to do. And with speaking to the devs, I guess I can't say it, there's a lot of misconceptions around what ranked will really look like going into this next season.
And for you, you'll finally be able to get out of gold. So, I mean, I'm looking forward to your future and what that looks like.
Right.
Try hard.
Right. Look, you can't tell us what you know, but is there anything you'd like to see? Without giving too much away, is there anything that you're hoping to see here, Lex?
I mean, we've gotten teasers of the new map, so I really want to see what that's going to look like once it's fully revealed. That's by far one of the most exciting things I'm really looking forward to.
You know, I'd love to see you in the game.
Really?
Yeah, as an operator.
Yeah?
Maybe Pulse?
Pulse?
I think you'd be a good Pulse cosplayer.
See where you're going with that.
Yeah.
What if I grow my beard out?
Ooh, like a black beard?
Yeah, that's...
I mean, for me, where I'm going with this is the operators. At the end of the day, you love to see the changes, the little differences, the additions, the removals, the balancing changes like you were talking about, Lax. That is what effectively just changes the environment, changes the little things. We'll see drastic changes in the meta competitively, in the meta in ranked. That's the best part about it.
It's one of the beautiful things about the game, isn't it, Lax, is that you've said yourself, you've been playing this game for like 10 years. You've, of course, been at the top of the top as a competitor as well. How cool is it to see this game continue to evolve over the years?
I mean, that's the beauty of Siege. There's no other game like it, and that's why it's so unique for us. That's why it's so unique for the community, the players, everyone across the board, is because it's constantly evolving. It's constantly adapting. And when you look at even Siege's X introduction to this game, it evolved it even more. I mean, we got the environmental ingredients that got introduced to it. I mean, there's been just such a core aspect of Siege that no other game scratches the surface of it, and which is why we're all addicted to it.
And I think the best part about it is, at the end of the day, Ubisoft, listening to the community, a lot of the things is taken from what fans love to see, how they like to play, and amplified just to make everything that much better of an experience. And that's the best part about having an amazing developer like Ubisoft.
And also, it's really cool that it's brought direct to the source as well. All these people working behind the scenes, the devs, or the whole team at Ubisoft, and then they get to present it to the core fans at the big events like this, and they all get to have their say on what they've been working on too.
No, I think that's the beauty, because it really is about everyone. It's not just just one department. Everyone gets to enjoy these moments across the board, and I think that's the aspect that we always capture in these environments. That is one big family, and we all can share this together collectively as a unit.
I mean, the chills you feel when something that they announce, you hear the stadium roar, everyone's excited to see it. And I think the best part about today is I believe we have a working teleprompter today. That's going to be the best part about it.
Have
so
you
everything
tested
will go
it?
smooth. I haven't tested it, but everything's going to go smoothly, I hope.
Where are you guys going to watch this from? Are you going to get sat in the crowd? Like Fox just said it there himself. You can feel the energy, you can feel the roar. Are you going to get sat down with the fans and take this all in?
I'm going to sit down with my parents, sit down with the fans, have some conversations, and get just as hyped as I think everyone is going to be screaming and yelling. I might even lose my voice. I might not even be able to talk about the match after this.
So you need to save your voice.
All right, I'll do my best. I
think everybody here needs to save their voice just a little bit because, of course, the grand final will be coming up after this, an all-North American affair. But before we get there, it is, of course, time for our panel reveal. Salt Lake City, are we ready to see what the next season looks like?
Good afternoon, Salt Lake City! And a shout out to everybody watching online from around the world. My name is Joshua Mills, Creative Director, and I'm here with Christopher Budgeon, Live Content Game Director. We've been so excited to get back on stage ever since the 6 Invitational. When we revealed our Year 11 roadmap, your reaction to our plans really meant a lot. This was incredibly encouraging, and it gave us the reassurance that we're headed in the right direction. That progress that we started together continues today as we show you what will unfold in Year 11, Season 2, Operation System Override.
This season, we're introducing Reg 3.0, the remaster of Dokkaebi, the Calypso Casino map, and more. But first, let's check in with the state of Rainbow. The elite organization that started it all has been reactivated after over 2 years of being shut down, and it's now led by a 6 that refuses to stay behind a desk.
We're out of time. Let's put them in the ground. Fall back! Team 1. Report.
Alive and well. We lost comms with the other team.
They have their orders. We need to go for Nyx. Dokkaebi, be my eyes. Mute, cover her.
On it. Hostile. Sending a payload.
Huh? You're cornered, Nyx. Surrender. I see one old man. One old man about to die.
I see your runner 7. 3 rows down.
Hack my phone.
Huh? What is it?
Do it now.
Quick thinking there, Six.
We trusted each other, and it paid off. Rendezvous for extraction, Team 1.
I think we can all agree that's Dokkaebi like we've never seen her before. And it's time to bring that energy into the field. With this remaster, our goal is clear. We wanted to develop a new angle for her, an operator harder to master, but still impactful.
You're not the first to try, and you won't be the last to fail. Aw, did I break your phone? Hang sure.
As you just saw, Doka no longer simply calls the defender's phone. Her primary ability now pushes malicious code to the target's device that can have devastating results if ignored. We call this the Jago payload. This payload is precise, so only one defender can be targeted per attack. For those familiar with Deimos, the targeting system is the same. You can select your individual prey with the alternate button. Once the payload has been delivered, the target has a choice: react quickly to disable it, or suffer the consequences, of which there are a few, and none of them are pleasant. If they don't answer the call, their phone detonates, dealing direct damage, currently tuned to the cost of 40 HP. In addition, they will also lose access to observation tools and some gadgets, because they no longer have a way to connect to the network for the rest of the round. This is especially devastating for operators like Maestro and Echo. Lastly, upon detonation, the phone will leave a small, short-lived area of fire, which will damage anyone who remains in it. The whole process completely destroys the phone, so Dokkaebi will not be able to hack these destroyed phones either. We've tweaked how hacking works as well, and Chris will cover that in just a moment. With all these changes, we've also shifted her overall pacing. She now has more charges and faster cooldowns, but her calls are shorter and can be dismissed more quickly by the target, meaning every activation matters more.
That's also reflected in how her hacking ability has evolved. You can now access drop phones from anywhere, even through walls, but the intel you gain is temporary. Again, it's about making the right call at the right moment. On top of that, Dokkaebi gets the new tool for direct combat. The XK-23 assault
Chat, what did I
rifle,
miss so far?
a reliable, versatile option that gives more diversity in her loadout.
So, hi, Grammy.
And we're excited to see what you think. We know that there's been a lot of interest in these changes and how they would take shape, and we want to clarify that our goal with this remaster is for Dokkaebi to remain a strong operator. She may require a bit more precision and coordination, but we want her to remain a valuable pick in the right situations and a force to be reckoned with in the hands of players who master her kit. That's why we invite you to try her out for yourself.
Oh, let me.
The Operation System Override test server available tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
As always, we'll be keeping a close
Missed
eye
all the
on your
things.
feedback to assess whether she performs
I
as
just started
intended.
like 5 minutes ago.
Finally, if you buy the Battle Pass and you already own Dokkaebi, you'll receive 600 R6 credits at the beginning of the season. Combined with what you can earn throughout the Battle Pass progression, that's enough R6 credits to cover your Battle Pass this season. And on top of that, it also includes 2 Black Ice Packs.
Oh, there you go. Now you're speaking our language.
Now,
our
jumping
language.
back to our new primary weapon, the XK-23. This new assault rifle will give you more diversity in Dokkaebi's loadout with a high damage and decent rate of fire. It's the perfect tool for mid-range engagements. But Dokkaebi isn't the only operator getting their hands on it. Aura and Sens will also have access to this new assault rifle.
Nice.
And I'll remind you that this new weapon will be issued for free to all players at the season's launch.
I would hope so.
Now, it's time to talk about the balancing side of things. We'll be kicking off this season with a focus on flank watching. Gridlock will be living up to her name at the start of Operation System Override by locking down key rotations and forcing would-be ambushers to think twice before pushing their assault. Her track stingers are now more reliable and more punishing than ever. We've streamlined their deployment across the board, making everything faster and more responsive so she can lock down space with less downtime. But the real shift is how defenders must deal with their utility. Stepping on a track stinger triggers a full limping effect for 10 seconds.
Nice.
It's not a bit of damage anymore. It's a real movement penalty that can completely compromise a rotation
Oh,
of
wow.
the flank. And with increased durability from 1
You
HP
say something to me?
35 HP,
What?
defenders are now forced to properly clear the traps if they want to
The
save
Pokemon
path.
games, yeah.
You can't just risk running through
Yeah.
anymore. One misstep, and you pay a much steeper price than before.
Nice.
As part of these changes, we've reduced the total number of track stingers
Probably
down
in
to
mint
3,
condition,
but
yeah.
each one is significantly more impactful making Gridlock's
Jesus.
area denial harder to ignore. Our next operator is someone I mentioned in our last community checkpoint live stream.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
It's someone
started
we've all
during
been
the
asking
creator stuff
The
and
eldest
went to
Bostock
go
sister,
take care of some things and
Sophia.
shower.
In our last patch, you saw a correction to her M762 assault rifle. This was just one step in a series of changes. We will be making changes for her incrementally, so we can monitor the impact and performance of each one. At the launch of this season, Sophia is receiving her second change. She will now be a 2-speed, 2-health operator.
Nice.
Reinforcing her flex role.
2-2.
We have the next adjustment for her slotted mid-season this season, so stay tuned for that. We've also made a series of smaller adjustments to a handful of other operators, like increasing
Jesus,
the range
man.
of both Pulse's cardiac sensor
Collectors.
and Mozzie's Pest's capture ability. Again, reinforcing our emphasis on flank watch. And we can't talk about flank watch without mentioning
We're not selling
Nomad,
anything. I
who
hope
will
you
be
know that.
receiving
Yeah.
2 updates.
This is all our collection.
All grips will now be added to her AK-74M. And the detection range of her air jabs has also been increased. For the full details of our balancing updates, be sure to check out the patch notes on rainbow6.com.
Walk past a pea.
In
Of the nut
Siege,
variety?
It's essential that players can compete together across PC and console and across inputs, whether that's controller or mouse and keyboard. But in a competitive game like Siege, fairness is everything. And that's why we drew a clear line. If you choose mouse and keyboard, you belong in the PC matchmaking pool.
Nice.
There are no shortcuts and no exceptions.
Nice.
To support this stance, we developed Mousetrap to detect players who are trying to bypass the system. And to be very clear, Mousetrap bans have already started, and enforcement will continue to ramp up throughout Season 2. Now, as we announced at the 6 Invitational, native mouse and keyboard support is coming to console in Season 2 and will release mid-season. Fair play, clear rules, and more updates coming very soon on our channels.
What you think, P?
Now, who's ready for Rank 3.0? Rank 3.0 isn't just an update. It's the future of competitive Siege. This is the evolution of our most played playlist, rebuilt around one clear vision. Fair matches, clear progression, and rewards that respect your time.
That way I'm not going to be put up
Placement
against
matches are
ridiculous
back,
players
because
anymore.
Every season should start with that opportunity to prove yourself. And they'll now carry more weight. You'll gain and lose more rank points than a standard match, so the rank adjusts faster right from the start. And with a dynamic soft reset, we respect where you finished last season, while still giving you room to earn your place again. So when the season begins, you're not just playing, you're setting your starting rank. And with the new lighter squad restrictions in place, matchmaking stays fair, competitive, and trustworthy for everyone. Now, progression. Rank 3.0 makes your journey easier to understand, more satisfying to climb, and better at showing real improvement. Because when you win, you should feel it. And when you lose, it should still feel fair. Rewards are changing in a big way. Instead of locking most rewards behind the highest rank you reach, Rank 3.0 rewards you for what really matters, showing up and playing at your best. Seasonal headgear, more competitive coins, alpha packs, now earned primarily through matches played, not just by how high you climb.
Nice.
Because improvement comes from time spent in competition, and Ranks now finally respects that. And when it comes to your rank progress, this next one matters. There's no more hidden MMR. Your skill is your rank, and what you see is where you are.
Thank you.
And for those pushing even further, we're introducing Legend Division and Season 3 to create that dedicated space for the most committed and competitive players in Siege. Planned for a mid-season kickoff, one of the requirements of Legend Division will be that players have a rank history. This means that all players must have achieved above Platinum in Season 2. So be sure to put in that work now.
That's
if
not
you
me,
want to play with
bitch.
the best later.
Bitch.
This is a major first step in how we're refocusing Ranked
Hi,
around
lady.
the core competitive experience. Rank 3.0 is about trust. It's about motivation, and it's about making every match matter. And we can't wait for you to jump in.
Rank 3.0 is more precise, more rewarding, and built with your feedback in mind. So of course, we'll be closely monitoring your reactions at launch, and please do not hesitate to share your feedback on R6 Fix. If you want to dive a little deeper into the details of our new system, we highly recommend checking out our Rank 3.0 explainer video, which will be released when the season launches. With all the new features and updates we're delivering as part of our new content cadence, we're also rolling out new ways to keep you up to date. Earlier, I mentioned our community checkpoint live streams. On the last one, we talked about the ranked map rotations and the mid-season patch. And going forward, these will be a great way to stay in the know, and they'll be broadcasted on our channels. Speaking of new features, one of this season's new features is rotating trial operators. This feature allows you to get access to operators you may not own yet, so you can try them out and see if they fit into your play style.
You should have drops for this right now, yeah?
11 Season 2, 3 attackers and 3 defenders will be available.
Yeah.
They are
Year
Solid
11
Snake,
Season 2 stuff, yeah.
Maverick, Ace, Frost, Aruni, and Clash. Every week, another set of 6 operators will rotate in, and so on.
Operation System Override is the season of competition, where the stakes are high with the rollout of Rank 3.0, but we can't talk about competition without mentioning esports, especially here at the Salt Lake City Major. As we announced at the 6 Invitational, we're introducing Tier 1 team pages directly in the esports tab. You can now explore dedicated pages for top teams with stats.
Nice. Inside the actual freaking
in-game.
Yeah.
This is all about bringing you the competitive scene closer and putting everything you need right at your fingertips inside the game itself. Now, as we do every season, we're continuing to modernize our maps. This time, we're
how you doing, Indy?
Emerald Plains, Canal, and Outback. But today, we're also excited to spotlight something special. This season, we're bringing back a legendary map from the Rainbow Six franchise.
University.
Calypso Casino.
No. That's right. This is the casino one. They'll never bring back University. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Nice.
I'll be honest, it looks amazing. For longtime fans,
hell yeah.
you'll spot some familiar
It's nice that there's a
references,
Barnes & Noble
and as
still out here.
always, we've hidden a few Easter eggs for you to discover.
To give you your first
How bad
guided
was
tour
Ala
through this
Moana?
map, we've got not one, but 2 very special guests. Because trust me, there's a lot to cover. They'll take the next 5 minutes to break it all down for you. So pay close attention. It might just give you an edge when the map drops at season's launch. Please welcome our level designer, Dominique Doyon, and our latest esports comedy, one of the best analysts on this game, Alphama.
A piece of Rainbow Six history is coming back. Calypso Casino takes direct inspiration from Rainbow Six Vegas.
Yeah, it's nice because it's kind of in the basement area away from
but
a
this
lot
is not
of
a
things.
remake.
Do you know what I
This map
mean?
captures the spirit of Vegas, purpose-built for modern Siege. Designed to be fun and quick play, stand strong in rank, and host the highest level of play, esports. There are a few things you'll notice right from the prep phase that make Calypso Casino stand out. Multi-story vertical drone vents open up navigation paths and intel gathering strategies as drones can move quickly from the 3rd floor all the way to the basement. And speaking of basement, even outside the building, positioning matters. A fall in the wrong spot can take you out instantly. Verticality is at the core of Siege, and Calypso Casino fully leans into it. Attackers can spawn below the map and rappel all the way up to the rooftop, bringing back that Rainbow Six Vegas feel right from the start of the round. And if you're looking to stay quiet, there are stealthy ways to get in. The crane gives you access to the lobby with less noise, letting you set up before defenders can react. But it goes both ways. On defense, you can control the lobby via a large open space that you can set up as an ambush to unaware attackers. Once inside, the lobby becomes a key battleground. The double staircase connects two facing mezzanines, opening new rotation paths and pressure points. It's a contested space, key for defender flanks while giving attackers direct access to objectives. Now, let's take a moment and sit back and appreciate the aesthetic touches that make this the classic casino. The basement is all security. Vault, servers, CCTV, cold lighting, controlled spaces. The first floor is the heart of it. Poker, roulette, blackjack, warmer tones, Art Deco style. This is where you come to make money or lose it. Then, the second floor is for the high rollers. Lounge spaces, a more relaxed atmosphere, even warmer lighting. A different kind of vibe. Throughout every room and hallway, this map is built for competition. Clear pushes, committed plays, no easy way out. You pick a plan, you commit to it. And if it works, you gain the advantage.
That's my aim right there.
If it doesn't, you pay for it. It all adds up to more controlled fights, more meaningful decisions.
What are we getting at Taco Bell?
Understanding the layout gives you a real edge.
I need to know.
Calypso Casino is where the classic Vegas DNA meets modern Siege. Familiar at first glance, but built to test how you play at every level. Now let's take a more tactical look. I'll pass it over to Alfama, our 2026 esports commendation winner, to break down different ways to approach the map.
Look at it.
Thank you very much, Dominic. And honestly, I could talk about this map for hours, but I only have a few minutes, so let's focus on the most important stuff. And let's focus on my favorite bomb site, and that is basement. Because I really think you can extend and actually deny all of the entry points following these positions. You can have a player here play towards VIP, trying to deny the entry point of the double wall. You can have players in weapon holding towards these green stairs. They can help each other. The same player can help the player holding yellow side with the exit doorway and with also the staircase. And also you can have a player towards lockers that can help his teammates towards vault. Now you will see vault is very important in this bomb site. There is not a lot of vertical play here, only on this side of the bomb site. On the other side though, it's fully reinforced and vault is connected directly to it. So you need to reinforce these
She's being a little
walls,
cutie pie.
electrify them,
I think she just wanted her spot
from
back. She was
outside.
looking
And
for
it's
her
the same
tower.
story
She was
for
sad
the
it
top
wasn't in
floor
here
bomb
before.
site. Because if you extend into kitchen, you'll see that these two walls, they need to be reinforced and electrified because also
See, I like the
they're
cantina
accessible
stuff
from the
too,
outer
but
balcony. It can this time even extend towards Barista, maybe
Blue
to
of
protect
Pork
the
should be
fridge
back soon.
with a Denari, with a Thorn setup, and all the way on the other side towards Pool, you can extend towards Aqua with a Smoke playing with a shotgun, for example, to hold the staircase, but also because that same player can then go towards his corridor here and with pit holes cover directly the entry to the on-site, to Pool doorway. Now, for the ground floor, you'll see that most of the defense is from holding up top with vertical play, maybe with the Soul is denying the plant, maybe with the Pulse, with the Valkyrie, with C-Force. And if we switch to attack, the map has been laid out in a way that you always have a safe entry point. On basement, your Buck can rappel here, for example, and open the soft wall for you. If you go onto the ground floor, you can open the main door at the same time.
Yeah, it's usually around like late May, early June that Blue of Pork comes to
not a
Taco
lot of
Bell.
cover for defenders. And if you move up top, it's the similar story, but even better. You have this huge outer balcony.
That's
with
really
access
cool.
With multiple doorways, multiple windows to the bomb site, or here to Tequila on one side of the map. And the same balcony actually connects all the way around on the same floor to a double window. And if you go into that window, you have direct access to Pool, the bomb site of the top floor. Now, look at this main lobby and one player rappelling upside down. And this is my final gift to you. If you
No,
go
we're going
outside and
to
rappel up that
Korean
crane
barbecue. I'm not ordering
that's
any food.
standing outside of the building, you're gonna get a
Because
crazy
Lightbright
view
is.
on the map,
Lightbright's
but
talking about
also
Taco
you're gonna
Bell.
get a rappel
He's in here.
upside down, and that rappel goes directly into main lobby. Now that's the first one. You have a second one in the middle of
You're
the
playing
main
in full
lobby.
screen
Not only a
probably.
second one, you
If
have
you
a
switch
third
it to
one
window to
all the way on the left
or like
side of the
full,
main
like
lobby.
borderless,
Three
it
different
shouldn't
rappels
do
that you
that.
can take to contest anyone, whether it be the roamers or the anchors on site onto Barista.
Oh, I like
As
their
you can see,
cantina
this map
stuff.
has a lot to offer, whether it be for the attackers with safe entry
Mainly
points,
'cause
whether
it's
it be
crispy.
for roamers, for heavy roamers and C4s and vertical play. In my opinion, it has a great competitive viability, not only in ranked, but also at pro level. Now back to you, Chris and Josh, for the rest of the panel.
Thanks, Tom and Leo, for your very useful insights on this iconic brand new map. Here it is, a recap of Operation System Override, Ranked 3.0, Calypso
Nice.
Casino, the new Dokkaebi remaster, and much more. Mark your calendars and join us when the season launches on June 2nd.
June 2nd. Okay. Cool.
Now, before we kick off the grand final, we have one more special guest who would like to announce something quite important.
Is that Salt Lake City I hear?
Oh, what a bolo.
It's Vodo, your current MVP
What
of a
up, Bolo?
Six Siege. And I bet you're wondering, what could I possibly be doing on this screen? I must have something really
I like
crazy
Bolo.
to announce if they're throwing me up
You a
here.
good guy.
Check this out.
Oh, Bolo's getting his own skin. I still need to get Macy J's. That's cool as hell.
It's pretty sick.
Why did you have to make it white though? Why does it have to be white? Where everybody can see it?
I think I might have to play Vigil a bit more when that bundle drops. I'm just saying.
That is
But
really
on
cool.
behalf of the Siege team, we want to thank you for your incredible support. Siege isn't just a game. It's a legacy that we built together, and we're fully committed to making it better every single day. With that,
No,
it's time
Taco
for
Bell
Siege
guac isn't good.
competition at its absolute best. Let's all get ready for the grand final of the Salt Lake City Major. Wait, no, okay, everyone calm down for a second. Hold on. We missed something. Classic. Okay. We just got word the esports team has something they want to show you, so let's take a look.
Fucking Pengu.
Hello there.
That's true. That's
My
probably
name
exactly
is
what he
Nicholas
said.
Mortensen, but you know me as Pingu.
Pengu!
Today, I'm going to teach you how to win a major and become just as good as I am. First, close your eyes and start taking deep breaths. The path to success is a hard one, but you have to keep walking. Some people, they see an obstacle, but I see the destination.
Showing them
Dive
feats
into
for
the
free?
ocean of calmness.
For free?
Here, in that silence, nothing can stop you anymore.
By the way, the rolled quesadilla is garbage.
Anderton? What are you doing here?
Osaka! Dude, I want to go to this so badly.
Osaka, I'm coming!
I want to go to Japan for Rainbow Six so badly.
Get your tickets now. Get your tickets right now. Can we get June 8th, right?
Yeah.
June 8th.
That was
so
a tough
cool.
video.
That was so tough.
clean.
Oh my
It's
God.
so Anderton. That really captures him in that moment lifting weights. It's beautiful.
I'll tell you what else was tough. Operation System Override. We hyped it up and it lived up to the hype.
I mean, it sure did. Again, we were teasing the rank 3.0. I think that's so important. No hidden MMR. Your rank is your rank. I heard one guy in the crowd say he's excited to get copper. At the end of the day, that is what the community lives for. They love playing ranked, so it's only going to make it better.
Listen, and for you, you actually have to put in the performance. You can't just get carried. You can't carry your way through the way. You have to actually put in work, Fox. You can't rely on your 5 stacks anymore.
You know what you won't be able to do? That new map, Calypso Casino. I don't know if you're going to be able to do it all on your own, rappelling down the skylight all the way into the basement. Thank God Leo was
about
up
to say,
there
thankfully,
showing you what to do.
Leo is absolutely saving everyone a heartache of wondering what your teammates and how they're going to set up. He broke it all down. So hopefully once we all can dive into there, everyone should have a good understanding of how you can set up properly.
All right, we'll dig a bit deeper into some of the favorite announcements there, but let's start with the Dokkaebi remaster. Some incredible changes coming.
I mean, something that I think about already a competitive aspect. I mean, one, it's a huge dynamic shift. It really makes you work for that information. But not only that, you take away the ability of those defenders to be able to use that information. So when I think of how teams set up, when you play a 2-2-1 split, the player on site usually feeding information, giving players around, you get rid of that information. That can be so crucial for an attack to immediately attack that site because there is no extra information there.
I mean, from the competitive aspect, some teams only have 1 to 2 people that drone. If you're able to just take their phone off the board, no cameras for them to be able to get information for their team, some teams that aren't too experienced are going to struggle, especially with that gridlock change. I mean, you hit the trap and all of a sudden you are crutching and limping your way on a flank. Nothing, I tell you, nothing is going to ruin my day more than if I think I have the flank of a Sentry and all of a sudden I'm limping through some track stingers and I can't move at all, and then you get smoked from wherever gridlock's hiding. That will be the worst moment possible.
Anything else? Look, you touched on it, but ranked 3.0 is looking sick.
It is looking sick, but I mean, something else that also hits home for me is just that esports tab. I mean, now
so good.
My
you
mic has
really
been
look
bothering
at
the crap out of me
statistics.
lately.
You can go in and look at your favorite players, your favorite teams. You can check out their stats, what they're playing. I think that really speaks home for me, hits home for me, and I'm always excited to see esports being more introduced to the community so everyone can be on that same level playing field.
It's beautiful because I feel like one of the biggest talking points has always been competitive versus the casual fun community, and I love when it's a part of the game because at the end of the day, the Siege events is where that comes into one situation. Everybody is at home together. Now to have it on the main screen, it makes it one step closer to uniting everybody on one front.
Speaking of uniting everybody on one front, on home soil, there's only one thing left to do here today, and that is to have our grand final in Salt Lake City. It is all North American Dark Zero versus Shopify Rebellion for the trophy, and it is after this break.
Okay, I think I got it. Yeah, the rolled quesadilla is literally just that, and it's disgusting. It is not good at all. Bro. I think it's just this desk too. This desk has weird edges, so it just... doesn't sit properly. It goes backwards. Hold on.
Salt Lake City, where once upon a time, the mines beneath these mountains turned dreams into millions. Those brave enough to step into the darkness could either return as a legend or with nothing. And this weekend, the tunnels here tell a similar tale. 8 teams arrived. 6 of them had their dreams shattered and their lights turned out. But for our remaining final 2 teams, there's only one light that they're still chasing, and it's right here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Championship Sunday of the Rainbow Six Siege Salt Lake City Major. Here we go, Salt Lake City. It is a rare occasion, live in the flesh, to have an all-American grand final in North America. First things first, are we ready? This crowd is gonna blow up when these teams arrive, and I can reveal they are here in the building. I'm standing by with Lax and Fox, and as we can see in front of us right now, the big dogs are here.
There is nothing more poetic here than having an all-NA grand final on home soil, but both of these teams are so deserving to be in this moment. I can say confidently they don't even look remotely close to where we've seen them at kickoff, and even to start off SLC, they are on a new level and on their final form.
I mean, for both of these teams, they faced adversity throughout the inception of their teams. They've wanted to make it to this moment time after time. They've struggled to make it to a main stage, let alone a grand final, and now every which one of these players has every reason to be on that stage. The crowd, the family behind them, they have everything riding on this, but only one of them can walk away from the stadium.
So many big stars, so many legends of the game, and we are looking to see them in action, and here's how they got here.
I mean, we're going to talk about the obvious look at Dark Zero beating FaZe, the 2-time invitational champ. Something that so many people doubted Dark Zero to be able to do. They got up on that stage. They took Dark Zero to their best 2 maps and stomped them, making it to the grand finals. As for SR, at the end of the day, they beat G2. The Ambi, Stompin', Spoit, they went toe-to-toe. They took them off the boards. Some of the fan favorites eliminated for an all-NA final.
And this is what I'm talking about. Every single player, every single coach, support staff, whatever it may be, has shown up tremendously throughout to get us here into these series, which is why I am so excited to be able to get into this matchup, because it is going to be a slugfest. Either way, it doesn't matter how it starts, it's about how you finish, and both of these teams, I know, are more than excited to get it through and get it underway.
So many little pieces of history that could be made here tonight, but also there's a lot of history between the players involved here. We're looking back at pictures from the Six Invitational 2020.
Jeez, look at that.
10 foes here tonight.
I mean, Fultz and Canadian have to be the big names. They're the brains of these rosters, and they were once part of that same cloth where they had to be
I finally got this in a spot that I am comfortable with.
New jerseys, and they are going to be the ones that are going to be leading their team to the glory, to the SLC championship title. But again, we have to look at the counterparts here, and they should respect one another at the end of the day, because again, they have fought tooth and nail to get here.
I mean, you couldn't write a better script. Canadian bringing Fultz onto his team, winning a hammer. At the end of the day, Fultz is now the IGL. Where did he learn it from? Canadian, growing up with him side by side, now to face off on the biggest stage that they've been dying to get to this point. And at the end of the day, if you're Canadian, to keep going consistently, overcoming adversity, consistently making it to events, it's something that both of these teams wanted so bad. Canadian needs it for legacy. Fultz is trying to start his legacy. It starts here.
I'll tell you what, Lax, this guy Canadian, we've seen him for such a long time, and he is looking good and performing good in this Rebellion jersey.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I mean, here's his placings. We haven't seen him on the main stage in quite some time. Yes, he's gotten close. He did win Charlotte, but fact of the matter, he hasn't been on this main stage.
Oh, this is my thing for the rolling stuff. I know I didn't throw it away.
The crowd did, and to be able to be in this moment, he lives for this moment, so I have no doubt he is going to be feeding off of the crowd.
If we also think about history in Charlotte, who won Charlotte? Dark Zero with Canadian leading the team, and at the end of the day, he left greener pastures on SR, playing his former org against a former teammate. Again, it's a cinema. You couldn't write a better script if you tried.
It's been a while since he's been on the main stage, but not as long as it's been for this man. Fultz is absolutely delighted to be in a grand final situation.
I mean, if you look at Fultz's history, oh my goodness.
This should be really good.
Long and down. He's been coming into the game back in the day as an Ash player, the rookie, the young star. Everybody looked you to be SSG's hero. As he progressed, having to take that torch, the responsibility to be an IGL, to get up on that stage and lead his own team to a victory, and finally, he's at a final since lifting that hammer.
Dude, they like...
And that has been the story, and it's been the beautiful thing to watch when it comes to this roster, and specifically in Fultz, is bringing on
both NA teams like destroyed their opponents yesterday.
Him. It has put that spark in him, the spark that we need back when he was in 2022 at that SI where he won it. And if there's any better moment to captivate and capture this moment, it is going to be here with this team behind him.
And if we look at SSG Lax, they've been having a little bit of a struggle in their history, always making it to the main stage, always falling short, never getting to that finals. Something with bringing on the two new players of Kino and NJR, getting on this roster. Fultz has every piece to the puzzle, an NA super team to rival SR, and now they're on the stage to verse each other, to be able to see which IGL is better, the new or the old.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know which way my head is spinning at this point. Again, both of these teams don't even look remotely close to where we've seen them from the start and where they're at now. It is so hard to put clamps in where I find a home and resilience with both of these teams. They are so strong, they're so fun to watch, and again, from what we've seen from start to finish, this is it.
You guys are so excited. I can feel the energy coming from you, not just here in our arena, but you two are loving every single second of this, and you're right to do so. But before we talk anymore, let's take a look crucially at map vetoes going into Championship Sunday's grand final.
I mean, at the end of the day, Dark Zero, they're not scared to go to some of the SR's best picks. Right out the gate, we're going to see Labs come out. I mean, Dark Zero absolutely dominated Wildcard during this tournament on that map. One of Wildcard's best maps. We've seen them go against FaZe. They love to be able to take teams to good maps. This is arguably one of SR's best. They have a 7-3 record on it. They're very confident on it. DZ is not scared by no means.
No, and then what I'm really looking at is that bank in specific. I mean, we highlighted moments from that map. I did a telestration of it, but Ambi actually stole it away, dropping 21, where we highlighted it in that series, 21-1. I'm looking forward to see what that looks like. But again, when you're doing this domestic matchup, it really is less about the maps, and it's more finding comfort within those confines of your teammates. We heard Fultz talk about, we heard Canadian talk about, they are living in the moment, and that's where these moments are going to start in each and every single round, every single map, up until the very end.
I mean, you can see it in the maps, the stylistic matchup. DZ, Chalet, Cafe, they want these aggressive style maps where they can find the gap, where they can take advantage of a 5v5 gunfight. SR wants to play
Dear, do you want a cute little pin?
A little bit more methodical. They want
he hingers, I know.
To be able to stall out
I starve him, it's fine.
Make Dark Zero make the mistakes themselves.
And when you're just looking at the stylistic matchup that you're talking about, when you're looking at the entry, who's the two players you're looking at that are going to go head-to-head? Ambi and Newers. When you're looking at the Shield players, you're going to look at Kino and Canadian. We're looking at the two middle grounds. You're going to look at J90, Rexon. You're going to look at Surf. You're going to look at Fultz. But then when you look at the big fraggers, it is going to be Ambi. It is going to be Newers. It is going to be one hell of a show. There is so much to watch, to look out for once we jump into this.
Thing is, you talk about stepping up to the plate, and you've got to take your hat off to Ambi in particular, because he has been an absolute beast, as you've already mentioned here. There's one thing doing it in the quarterfinals, there's another thing doing it in the semifinals, but the pressure is at its absolute greatest in a grand final. Has he got it in him here tonight?
Of course he does. We've never seen Ambi slouch on any occasion. He's always showing up to the occasion. We said he couldn't do it on the first day. We said he had to replicate it on the second day. And now we're here. I don't think it's just a fluke. He's in front of the NA crowd. He's got his family in the crowd. He wants to be able to win. I think he just has it in him. He's one of those players that when he gets on the stage, everything works well for him.
Now, I did leave one name out there. It's NJR. It is the man, the thief of the night, the way that we saw him play against FaZe yesterday. If he can keep up that exact same performance, I know we've called him a mailbox, but with how elusive he was moving yesterday, furthest thing from a mailbox,
seems to go in by,
the show away, and
that
that's
goes with
the
the Junkrat,
sort of play
Junkertown Lego set.
Guys, there's been a couple of times here where I've asked you for predictions, and you've sat on the fence. I'm not going to have it happen this time. I need definitive answers. Who is taking this grand final, Salt Lake City? Fox.
You mind if I ask the crowd?
Go for it.
Salt Lake City, you want Dark Zero to win? That's my pick.
All right, and for me, the resilience resides within Shopify Rebellion. So for me, it's hands down, gotta be my boys on Shopify Rebellion.
Nice.
See, this whole crowd situation is so unique as well. I talked about how rare it is to have a grand final that is all one nation, but the fan base is going to be so flipped, and it's going to be loud in a positive manner.
We just need a good match.
I mean, did you hear the chants? At the end of the day, the same people voting for Dark Zero are voting for SR. These are two
and I
favorite
know
teams.
that
Familiar faces that they watch on the screen every day. Seeing them go to toe to toe is some of the
depending
best
on how
scenes
long
that
this goes,
anybody
I'm
in
not
this
going to be
arena
able to
could
watch
ask
all of
for.
it because we
They're all
have
gonna be a little
dinner
bit
plans
vibes
or
into
like
what we know from the NA crowd is we just
late
love
lunch,
a
early
good
dinner
show.
plans.
I think what I'm expecting is in the early games, we're going to see both fans cheering for both sides. Yeah. Once it starts getting to the end of it, that's when we're really going to start to see the true colors reign through.
All right, this is it. The grand final is here. But before we get into it, Jonah is standing by for one last vibe check with our fans.
Thank you, Ian. This is what it's all about. The grand final with so many different records on the line. Can Troy Canadian find himself 2 major titles and 2 6 invitational titles? Can Ambi find the kill record in a major ever? Or can Kino be the first player to get back-to-back major wins with 2 separate teams? So here's what we're gonna do. You guys have been so incredible rooting for these North American teams against the world. Now it is North America versus North America. So I need to know who thinks
I gotta make sure my Ubisoft is up to date too.
All right, now let's hear it for Shopify Rebellion. Now here's what we need to do. We are gonna turn off the lights once again, and I'm gonna need your help to get there. We're gonna count down from 5, and then this place is gonna go dark. We're gonna get quiet, and this thing is gonna begin. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go.
As darkness fills Salt Palace once again. You could do better than that. We can't see you, but we can hear you, Salt Lake City. Out of all the teams that ventured into the dark, only 2 were brave enough to make it their ally. Are we ready? This is the grand finale of the Salt Lake City Major. Let's bring out our 2 top teams.
Yeah, I had an update.
In the dark, you must show 0 fear. They already turned the world champions' lights out and have silverware in their
They just
sights.
decimated FaZe.
Welcome, Dark Zero! And their opponents. There's a lot of history here. We've already discussed it on the desk. Troy, Fultz, I just want to know what you want to say to each other first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have much to say today. I know it's going to be a good match. Me and my guys are going to play hard, and I have a lot of respect for these guys and Troy, so that's really it.
Same goes here. He's one of my favorite teammates of all time, one of my best friends. And I got nothing but respect. I know that he's a competitor. I know I'm a competitor. I know we're going to have a hell of a match, and it's as simple as that.
Nice.
You've got your fans here. You've got your fans here. What do you want to say to them?
Just get loud, man. I know they got some. Yeah, I know they have some big content creators and such on their side, so I know that carries some weight. But you know, I feel like we're those guys. So.
Troy, what do you want to say to your fans?
Just thank you. Yesterday genuinely brought tears to my eyes, but I'm excited to be here. I'm not going to take this for granted. I know the rest of the guys aren't either. We're so excited. Let's get fucking loud and let's have a great fucking match, yeah? Let's go!
Quick handshake. Best of luck, guys. Now, you as a crowd have been phenomenal all weekend, but we haven't done one true big test. So let's let everybody in the vicinity know how loud we can get. Salt Lake City, if you are ready for your grand final, make some noise! All right, now I know you can get loud. Who's taking this? Is it Dark Zero? Or will it be Shopify Rebellion? The players are ready. The crowd is hyped, as you can tell. There was only one duo calling the action for this one. Jesse and Parker, take it away.
Well, thank you so very much.
Oh my God, and Taro's hair is getting ridiculously long.
This country that we saw the last
and I love
North American versus North American Derby, and it was one of these orgs that won it and one of these men who won it, but they're on different sides of the stage now. And in fact, this is just our third All-NA Derby. We got to go all the way back to Continuum versus Era Eternity in 2017. How many of you here watched the first 6 Invitational? Couple of them. And guess what? Troy's team has won every single one of these NA versus NA matchups. So the question we ask, Jesse, will Troy go 3 for 3, or will DZ blunt that momentum and win their second All-NA matchup? I don't know about you, Jesse. I am very excited. Do you have any predictions for this NA showdown?
Parker, this is one of those games that is just impossible to call on paper, but I'll tell you one thing. Both other times in history when we've had all NA finals, it has gone the distance. A full 3 maps back at the first SI, a full 5 maps in Charlotte. So I can promise you one thing, this is about to be a crazy best of 5.
And we'll start on Nighthaven Labs. No time being wasted whatsoever. The good people of Salt Lake City seem to think that the edge is for the rebellion, and the community backs it up as well. This is going to be a barn burner. I am certain of it. When we saw the brackets a couple days ago, we said it is entirely possible that North America has 2 teams to cheer for, and no matter what, part of this crowd is going to go home happy. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be.
Yeah, no doubt, Parker. It definitely feels like the fans from both teams have come out to support. It's not just the players, it's the coaches, it's the organizations behind these teams as well. So much blood, sweat, and tears have been put into these 2 rosters just to make it here. Shopify Rebellion, of course, months and months of not making roster moves, of not being accepted, of those poor performances in Munich, poor performances in Paris, but now they've made it to a grand finals in Dark Zero. It's been a dark couple of years for that organization, but a big rebuild at the start of this season has come through, and this team is looking deadlier than ever.
I know that it's been said on broadcast many times, but the tagline for this major, darkness is your ally. Well, it's in the name, Dark Zero, and they have been in that darkness. They are hoping that the light at the end of the tunnel is coming in a hurry. I think it's fair to say that both of these organizations have had a series of struggles over the last year. Dark Zero, obviously, a couple years back, let's just talk about it, made the move to get rid of Canadian. And since then, the team has hit nowhere near the same level of success. And it only took until a crazy roster move where they brought in the core of that space station roster, an organization on which, as Troy alluded to, he and Fultz won a world championship. Is that enough for Dark Zero to overcome this hurdle and win just the second major in their org's history?
Well, Parker, when you lose Canadian and the team starts to struggle a bit, why not bring in the guy who trained under Canadian? Our guest broke it down beautifully, but of course, Fultz lifting that hammer beside Troy, of course, has moved over to be one of the best IGLs in North America since that match. It's been a very long time since those two teams, or those players have shared a team, but man, you know how deep the history runs. Nighthaven Labs, as you mentioned, is where we're going to kick things off. The double electricity ban, so common to come through from Shopify Rebellion, but DZ a bit more targeted. Snake is a very common operator for Ambi to play on this map. It's not a surprise to see that getting removed. And also the Ace, one of the most powerful hard breaches that we have here in Rainbow Six, and a favorite of Spoits here on Nighthaven.
Jesse, we didn't really get to talk a lot about this map pool, but you being the numbers guy can dive into it. Chalet has been a statement map for Dark Zero, and it will be played. We know that the first 3 maps will see usage. Whether we go to Cafe, whether we end on Lair, that remains to be seen.
Yeah.
But Chalet, Nighthaven Labs, these are the 2 maps for these 2 teams.
Yeah, 100%. Both teams got exactly what they wanted to start off this best of 5. Shopify Rebellion 3-0 this season, beating 1 of 30, EDG and Enterprise, the last 2 over the last couple of weeks here in Utah. So they've got quite a bit of experience. Now that means the VOD advantage goes a little bit over towards Dark Zero, but SR will, of course, have accounted for that. They'll be bringing some new strats in for this first round, of course, on storage.
And this was something that we did reference when we casted them on Nighthaven Labs long ago, which is that you get a bit overexposed, and if you don't change things up, while it is a comfortable map for you, they might have a good read on it. Maybe J90 has a good read on it as he picks off the very first player and gets kill number 1 in what will be a long series.
Surf a bit disconnected from his teammates there. That's okay, because the answer back comes through from Spoit. Immediate trade from NJR, though, and the numbers continue to favor DZ.
The man they call the mayor. It was in Charlotte where he won his very first major, teaming with Canadian on that Dark Zero squad. He's looking to go 2 for 2. He's at a bit of a roller coaster when it comes to success here in the North American League, and his numbers are real nasty. He runs into Ambi, another player who's had some pretty nasty
Ambi's so low right now, though.
And we go back to a 3v3 with just over a minute to go.
Yeah, big frag coming out there, of course. Ambi and NJR, the 2 front runners for MVP of the tournament. This finals is undoubtedly going to determine which of those 2 lifts that, of course, most important title. Getting the victory so important as well. Now, we got 60 seconds left, Parker. 3 players alive on both sides. I like this position for Shopify Rebellion. They've got really good soft reach, of course, with Ambi still existing on the Ram. They'll know where a couple of these players are at, but watch out for some of these tricks. Fultz on the Pulse, Kino on the Thorn. There are some tricks up the sleeve of Dark Zero that could really put a thorn in the side of this attack.
They've got that boogie drone up top. Canadian was also looking to go onto the Twitch drone to gain some more information, so Rebellion using that intel so effectively. Fultz training under the master of Canadian on that Pulse operator. He'll know that quite well. A Razor Bloom hit by Canadian, that's good information for Dark Zero as they are ever so patient. Robert will now hit the road. We are running out of time in this very first round. Canadian has found an opening. Is there intel to be had? Yes. Fultz down below. Rexon punishing Newers. Now it's Kino called into action. It might rest on the shoulders of Fultz to clutch as Kino fires away hopelessly. Nitro Cell goes out.
Oh, Ambi got it.
There goes Kino, and Fultz will have to retake. HPs make this
Ambi
very
shot the
doable.
C4.
Rexon, Canadian, and Ambi all very, very low. But all SR needs to do is just sit and wait. Fultz isolated outside of the bomb site. This is a tough one, and he'll walk into a crossfire. It's Canadian to take down Fultz. How poetic for the final kill of round 1.
It's the Rebellion who are known as the kings of Nighthaven, and for good reason, Parker. DZ trying something a little sneaky. They go storage for their first site, and they play that Pulse down below, but it was perfectly read by SR. That Nitro Cell from Fultz could have been a disaster as the plant was going down with very little time left on the board, but that's okay. Ambi was ready for it. Rexon was hitting some beautiful shots. It was a battle of the minds to start things off. And again, you kind of come to expect these styles of attacks from SR, where sometimes it gets a little bit slow. Yes, the opening death didn't go their way. They lost that opening frag, but it didn't matter because the trades in the top floor were good enough. They still left themselves with 60 seconds to go for the execute, and that's plenty of time for Canadian to hold that.
And Canadian obviously been under the microscope quite a lot. These 2 teams are very different in the way that they approach Rainbow Six Siege, right? Canadian, a dedicated hard support for a while. Spoit was also in that same role, but they've let the dog off the leash here in Salt Lake City, and Spoit has been moved to a more aggressive, more forward fragging role, and because of it, his numbers have flourished. Now, this weekend it's been the Ambi show, but let's not forget that you needed Spoit, one of the best rated players during phases 1 and 2 to get you here. If Canadian can get a couple early picks and the rest of the team continues to frag, everything is going well for Shopify Rebellion at that point.
Spoit was crowned a major champion in Berlin back in his very first stage of competitive Rainbow Six. He ended that tournament with an EPS of 108. He enters this final with the exact same rating, an EPS of 108, but the KDR couldn't be more different. 131 so far here through Salt Lake City. That has been an exceptional stat line for Spoit, and it's been a big reason why SR have gotten this far.
I don't know if you saw the graphic that was shared with Shopify Rebellion before yesterday's matchup, but or it might have been 2 days ago. They tend to blur together, but it basically showed the battle of the Spoits, where during kickoff, he actually had 1 fewer kill, but 30 more deaths. So far more efficiency here, and it really does speak to Rebellion changing things up. For Dark Zero, though, the stylistic difference. They've got 3 to potentially 4 dedicated support players, and you've allowed Newers and NJR to run roughshod over your opponents. It's been working. NJR's been terrific, but if their fraggers can't frag, Dark Zero might not have enough in the tank to catch up.
Well, the Pulse will return for Dark Zero on their second defense, but instead of the captain, it'll be held by Kino. We saw in the picture-in-picture, he's getting good information to start things off. There's a heavy roam presence coming through. Newers, of course, the primary roamer, the primary entry on Dark Zero. He's going to be the first one who likely comes into contact with this roam clear from SR. They don't have to full clear this whole map. We see teams so pretty direct just through cafeteria at times, but it does look like the Rebellion want to clear out some of these roamers before they go for their executes. Newers a little bit solo here at the top of Fish Stairs.
Got to see the logic bombs used by Ambi to deny time and gain some valuable information. If you watch the reveal panel that went on right before this, say goodbye to the Dokkaebi you know and love. She is seeing some changes, so the last real window before somebody lifts that Dokkaebi-themed trophy sitting between these two teams. It's been a good run for that Korean operator, but a new look is never a bad thing.
5v5, they really haven't actually committed to this roam clear, Parker. They're okay with there still being some defenders up above. They can maybe try to sneak a plant in under some smokes or some other utility. Spoit inside a cafeteria. There's a player just on the other side of this wall. I believe that's Fault's close on the window. If Spoit's not ready for this, this could be a massive blunder, but he repositioned slightly.
Still have the pulse though, but in a different player's arms. That's Kino now upstairs gaining a ton of information here. Logic bombs will go off. So Kino will be known for the time being. Second
Canadian's down.
Zero will strike first. Newers takes down Canadian. Ambi trades it right back. There goes NJR. Is Kino in a position where he needs to maneuver? Yes, as J90 bites the dust, so does Fultz. It's Kino and Newers now in tough spot. There goes Newers. It's a full court press. And
jeez, let's go.
Beautiful attack coming out from the Rebellion once again, Parker. We haven't seen the primary site for most teams up on the top floor, but down in the basement, SR, they take their time with that push. They again lose the opening pick. Early attack coming from DZ.
You guys hear me? Yep. Go back to supply. We're going to fight to see us stop. Don't give him space off of it. Volker, if you want to ban the fucking Ram, they're going to go in consolidations we can, but I'm sick of doing this. We're just giving him space and let him take our ass. Fight him on supply.
If they side ISO, what's our plan?
Go flow down and fight them on it.
All right.
And then especially like before they even do it, like when they are clearing off that, I want to get more aggressive in the mid around here. Like don't let them just poke around for free and keep poking around and going to what they want to do.
Yeah. Start looking for early kills.
Yeah, start looking for the early kills. The micros on these guys. Try to break their own boarding source for them.
Heard. Let's go supply base then.
After that, kind of read it as seeing how supply goes. I think you go back to basement. You could also maybe go to like fucking and or kitchen. Just whichever one you want after.
Heard.
Yo, run the mirror. Run the mirror. I can run the mirror.
Striker. Beepers. Supply base. Sure.
And what?
Supply base. You go Zami.
You run the mirror book?
Coach Callout not mincing words in that tack timeout. A little frustrated, even just 2 rounds deep into the series, but wants to cut out some of the crap, right? Banning out that Ram is a possibility for them if they don't want to deal with that vert pressure that SR have been playing so well, but really just needs to get the team back on track here. Down 2-0 on the defense for Nighthaven Labs. Even though this is SR's home, this is where they thrive as a team. You can't be happy with a result like that.
No, not at all. Very disappointed dad vibes.
Yeah.
I felt like I was ashamed. I feel like I wasn't pulling my weight there. And just a small note, we are a community, and of course this is a match that is celebrating Dark Zero and the Rebellion, but I don't know if any of you saw Fabian welcoming a child to the world over the last week. We just want to wish congratulations to Fabian. He is a new father. Yeah, you can cheer for Fabian.
5 seconds to go.
If there's anybody who knows what it's like to be fathered by Fabian, it's Canadian.
That is true.
Attackers are heading out.
Bit of a history there, but no, of course, we're oh so happy for the coach of M80, Fabian, a huge moment in his life.
Kino obviously used to call Fabian dad as well when Kino was on that M80 roster, and we wish obviously him and his partner the best. I obviously don't have children. I have a cat. It's nowhere near the same, so I'm not going to try to relate to him, but I know it must be pretty pride moment, proud moment, but also pretty stressful. So let's get back into this though. Timeout taken and a pretty swift way into Warehouse for Rebellion as they open that up. One thing, Jesse, that I've been noticing is the Rebellion have been exceptional with their drone work. This is something that was very evident in round number 1. It has carried on here now, and I don't know if we're going to see any changes from Darkseer to deal with this. They do have a mute, but I mean, sometimes that's just not enough.
Well, clearly it's a completely different setup coming through from Darkseer. They're playing the same bomb site as round number 1, notably 3 rounds deep, and we have not been to the top floor of Nighthaven Lab. That's very unusual, but clearly DZ have a game plan with this. There's that ram that was potentially going to get banned after round 3, already being used by Ambi.
Oh, look at that verticality.
Finds NJR, but not the head, so it's not good enough.
That's, we can use biblical terms. That's, well, I guess David won, so that's David versus David.
Okay.
Fighting to see which one of them will come out ahead. NJR and Ambi is the showdown that so many of us have wanted for much of this event, and right now Ambi is winning it quite handily. 3-0, the good start for the youngster, and he's actually in position to break the major kill record, Jesse.
Oh, missed shots coming out from Newers there. Also a fantastic aggressive player from DZ who's been racking up the frags this event. Now the flashbangs are coming out though. They realize they need to get this top floor control. It's been a little bit too long, Parker, and they're not happy with the 5v5, so in comes the cavalry.
Bit of trepidation from Ambi as he now vaults on over. Logic bomb goes off. Rebellion looking to capitalize off this information. They've been held off the score sheet early, not this round. Ambi and Rexon strike for 2. That gives Canadian an opening. Spoits on the board as well. Everybody firing on all cylinders. Surf now on the board.
Holy
Give it to
crap.
Canadian, and it's a team ace. He does get the defuse kit down. Darkseer left just up to Fultz, who's come up empty-handed more than we can count. There goes Spoit. No flawless round will be had for the Rebellion, but everything else is working in their favor. The Ram, a hindrance for them, still hurting them in the post plan as time runs down. Fultz, what do you do in this position? Well, you die to Ambi, that's it. Ambi 5-0 to start this contest, and Jesse, I did say Ambi is in striking distance of Uzis' major kill record.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Parker. After this phenomenal start, you're right, Solotov. Easy to get them mixed up. Of course, played on the same team for so long, but really, this has been domination from SR, and you're right. Ambi now leading the kills, 5-0 here on this first
Mirror and
round.
Ram, yeah.
Up to 170 total.
The Ram was pretty obvious, though.
The record 203 set by Solotov at the Copenhagen Major. So there's definitely still a bit of a gap, and if this game continues the way that it has been, if we get a quick 3-0 for SR, there might not be time for it, but it's only a matter of time before DZ starts striking back. You've got to give credit to SR with how dominant they've looked on these early games, despite not getting the opening pick. How often do you hear broadcasters talk about the conversion rate of those entries? It's been a big talking point for these teams, specifically for Darkseer, who have been the best conversion team of the entire event, winning 82% of rounds where they get that entry. But so far, they've lost 2 openings. They've been traded back really quickly on the side of SR, and they've always kind of came out of that early game still with a lead, still with an advantage. So Darkseer, it's not enough just to get that first kill. They've got to find ways to actually win in the early game and going into those last 60 seconds with some kind of a man advantage.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but this is now, what was it, was 7 rounds in a row for SR to send themselves to the grand finals. This will be round 10 technically in a row going back to yesterday. It's been quite a run for this Rebellion squad. They picked Nighthaven Labs. They presumably will start on the wrong side. The numbers do back that up. DZ has a better attacking win rate on this map, so things will likely get better for Darkseer when the second half comes in. The Rebellion are good on both sides of this map. Yes, they are a better attacking team, but their defense is nothing to sneeze at either. The main goal for Darkseer, which might sound very simple, but so far has been very hard, is do not let SR run up the score on you. Something's got to change. You've already used your timeout. What can you do if you're DZ?
4 rounds deep, and I'm going to keep harping on this.
Dude, I still don't know this map.
3 bomb sites on Nighthaven Labs, and none of them are the traditional primary side of the top.
Then again, I do need to play more, but I just don't know this map.
And Ambi, this is again one of those bomb sites where he almost exclusively runs the snake. So we'll move over to the Goku with that snake getting banned out. Going to be trying to again work some of those opening picks. I believe it was Rexon in that last round who got that first frag. So hunting for it once more. But this is a classic setup from DZ. You've got the clash at the top of these lobby stairs. Canadian knows this position well. Bolt has to be careful though. This concussions are coming in and making his life kind of scary.
Volt saw those bullets whiz by as he was being hunted down by 2 players on that top floor. It was a bit of a rough go of it, and I mean, Fultz is not the guy that you expect to be racking up kills.
No.
He's the Canadian of Dark Zero. But if you're in that position, he almost went for it, and if you lose that duel, that's devastating for DZ.
Kino remains on the top floor, but he's still far from this meeting area that SR have control under. They're working the vert, even without the ram. They're finding good opportunities, but no frags yet. 90 seconds deep.
And just patrolling these openings. The Kiba barrier's not usually used for horizontal coverage, but will have to be here. Oh, it's a misinput.
That's not good. Under the clash.
That is such a blunder. And maybe it speaks to a little bit of nerves with this DZ team.
Yeah, obviously this is a big stage. They've yet to find their first round. They're feeling the pressure early here in Salt Lake City. They've got a couple of opportunities still to pull this one back. Again, Kino waiting on the flank for the perfect moment, but everybody on SR remains alive. They can keep somebody watching that flank, but at the same time they hit the site.
They've put Kino in clutch or kick positions many, many times, and kick unfortunately has happened on all 3 of them. There goes Ambi, Canadian as well. Suddenly, Dark Zero striking, I believe like a Viper is what people have been saying. NJR and Newers in semi-dire positions, but Rebellion are stalling out now with not a lot of time left.
Here comes the flashbang, here comes the fight. J9O takes a bit of damage from the DMR of Surf, but retreats back in towards the site. SR need to get a move on sooner rather than later.
Rexon yet to die. Ambi was in that same boat, but the boat sunk. So what can you do when you're staring down the wrong side of these numbers? Rexon collecting Newers. Who's next? Spoit dies to NJR. A second kill for the mayor. The Solus of Kino upstairs being hunted by Surf. Shotgun in the corner. Surf doesn't check it. And suddenly Rexon needs to win a 1v2 with 10 seconds to go. I don't know how I feel about this one. Diffuser going down. NJR and Kino both on utility hops. They will easily find him.
Yeah.
There's NJR to get his third. DZ is finally on the board.
Big bounce back from Dark Zero. Defending
what is
that
going on
kitchen
with Twitter right
cafeteria
now?
site just like they had to. Really nice kind of kills coming through. It wasn't the opening frag, technically because of the TK, but I thought NJR was so critical, shutting down the backstab from Ambi early in that round, and then of course ending with the Nitro too. This Team K right on default. Bit of bad luck, bit of nerves, maybe a bit of revenge as well. Fault leads the tournament in team kills so far in Salt Lake City. He has 2 coming into these grand finals. Nobody else has quite achieved that just yet. So I'm sure it's not intentional, but you know, it does speak to a little bit of chaos maybe in the DZ comms. They fight through it, they win this round, they're on the board.
And I mean, we speculated that nerves could be the culprit here, Jesse, but it's actually SR who have way less experience competing on this stage. J9O's first event ever was on that Astralis team that made the Charlotte Major Finals. NJR winning a major in Charlotte. Fultz, of course, a world champion. Kino winning a major before. This is maybe uncharted territory for Newers and Callout, but if you look on the side of Rebellion, it is very,
did not come back.
I'm surprised. Callout was coaching that Astralis team back in Charlotte, right?
So I almost forgot.
There's so much experience across both of these teams, but also so many heartbreaks, so many frustrations over the last couple of years in particular. It's been too long since we've seen an NA team not named M80 or Beast Coast lifting a trophy, finding success, dominating the international opponents that so often NA seems to struggle against. But now Dark Zero and the Rebellion have earned their place here in the Salt Lake City Grand Finals. DZ, desperate to tie this half. Again, 3-3 on Nighthaven Labs. That's bare minimum on the defense. You want to be racking things up, especially up against the Rebellion, who can be so good defending on this map, but they'll have to earn it. They'll have to work for it here, and we'll start on the bottom floor. Storage, excuse me, actually going to be the bomb site here. So the bottom floor presence a little bit cheeky coming out from NJR.
A bit deceptive.
But SRF spotted it out early. They're taking a lot of map control. Top floor, basement, mid floor. They're pressuring all different angles, and it's going to make it difficult for this DZ players to group up.
And Newers has to wait out that Lion scan. It's only J9O whose attention goes towards this SR assault. Newers was spotted by a drone and is now looking for some safety over by J9O. He doesn't find it. That's a 2 on the side of Rebellion. Spoit and Ambi striking very quickly. Still 2 minutes to go in the round. This is quite the leg up for Shopify Rebellion.
Just messy from DZ. You can't be affording those frags. Of course, no trades coming out. They're just a little bit grouped up in the hallway. So the window player and, of course, the other hallway player on SR able to group things up. That's the entry duo of Ambi and Spoik. Now how do you recover from DZ? They cannot sit around and wait for SR to execute 5v3, so they have to go hunting for picks. They have to start getting aggressive.
The drone work has just been so good for the Rebellion. So good. You've got lots of players active in these comms. Rexon right now droning his way through, either selfishly or to assist his teammates. I don't know if they've drawn NJR into this rat spot.
I'm ready for you.
It might be a tricky one. NJR's got a good read on it. He has to watch the window, he has to watch a rotate, and the door frame. So 3 different areas for NJR to focus on. I don't know about this. I think Rexon might have an idea, Jesse.
Yeah, they clearly have some kind of idea. Oh, it's a little lost on the clash looking down when he had to look horizontal. It's a freebie for Richie now, up to 7-1, and puts more pressure on NJR.
And NJR has to get active here. Another for Rexon. What a triumph. 4 points of the Spears for the Rebellion. Rexon, whose name has seemingly come up the least.
Flawless, man.
Shut that one down. Canadian mid-plant, and it's back to business for SR as they go back up by 3.
This has been shocking, Parker. The fact that DZ have struggled so much here on Nighthaven Labs, it's not their strongest map, but it's not like it's one they never play. 2 matches so far this season, a loss to Wildcard back during the kickoff, but then beat Wildcard, got their revenge here in Salt Lake City, so they know how to play this map. This shouldn't be an unfamiliar...
What was that? I don't like that noise. What was that noise?
Easy to be in, but they just feel a little bit lost. They feel a little bit disconnected. How many of these gunfights are going down where they're not even looking at the players shooting them back? Sometimes, like that NJR death, yeah, they're taking fair 50-50 fights, but even then, because of the drone economy, it feels like information is so much better from SR, and this is happening after you banned the Snake. This is after you've already banned Ambi's most played operator on this map. This is worrying for the guys on DZ.
I mean, if we've seen anything from Ambi over the entirety of this event, Jesse, it's that he is so flexible and he can kill you on both sides of the map. He can kill you on any bomb site. He is really a massive threat to take down, and he's well backed up by Rebellion. Again, a big stylistic difference between these teams. Lots of fragging potential on the Rebellion. There's still plenty of fragging on Dark Zero, but they are more support-oriented. They're more well-rounded, quote-unquote, team.
Sure.
We said if NJR and Newer struggle in the kill department, we don't know if there will be enough for DZ. Well, so far, their star fraggers amount to 6 kills in 6 rounds. That is just simply not going to get the job done.
Well, finally, it took us 6 rounds, but we have made it to the top floor of Nighthaven Labs. And again, this is a bit of a double-edged sword, because if DZ do win this, there's going to be question marks. Why didn't they come here earlier? They come into this with this being their highest win rate bomb site, winning 2/3 of all rounds on this site here in Salt Lake City. So they've got some history with it, but I think it's deciding before this match began that being more unpredictable, trying to throw SR off was more important. It will finally go back to old reliable. And this kind of starts to test SR too, because now you've played 4 different sites. You've had to rack your brain for different strategies. They will no doubt be prepared and have plenty of experience attacking this top floor, but it's not an easy bomb site to deal with, really.
No shields played in this entire first half by Shopify Rebellion either. That is a minor change-up for this team. So again, if you think you're a bit overexposed here, and to be fair, they don't play a ton of shields here on attack.
Yeah.
But it is still abnormal to not see it at all. You did the 6-7 hand thing, by the way.
I know. I'm sorry. But Canadian plays a lot of Monty, specifically on this bomb site, which is why it's a little strange not to see it. Favoring the Ying. This is not a brand new op for Canadian, but we haven't really seen it since April, since the kickoff when SR played this map domestically. So you're going to have to go a little bit back in your brain if you're DZ. If you're expecting this strategy, I'm sure they will be. NJR on that Warden, probably the most important operator, counter Canadian's utility. They have to be able to take that Warden down or find a different angle around him if they want to execute off of these Candelas.
They've been running drone ops on 5 of these 6 rounds to gain more information. It has been the undoing of Dark Zero as they look like they're playing a little bit too conservative with their defender forces. This is something they call out very wisely. Red after round number 2. It has not changed, but down goes Spoit and down goes Surf as well. A nice toss by NJR. Ambi is on the board. NJR will hit the deck. Newer's paying compliments there to Ambi as Rexon knows there's one behind that deployable shield. This is a good read for NJR. They've lost Kino to Canadian. Time for the Mayor to pop on up. He's got the Malusi right by his side. J90 will get Rexon in the cross. And it's Ambi and Canadian combining for 10 kills, trying to make something work. A small ego peek by J90, and that ego is well earned. It leaves Canadian all lonesome upstairs. Dark Zero hoping to salvage this first half with a 4-2. The 2, of course, is the best you're going to get. And frankly, it looks like we're screaming in that direction. Foltz will get the kill. Round number 1 ended with Canadian killing Foltz. Round number 6 ending with Foltz killing Canadian. A nice bookend to the first half, and it's a 4-2 lead for SR.
Nah, tell him, Jack.
Troy, I don't understand what that was. You know, but who's Troy? Who were you talking about that last round?
Oh,
the last guy.
Jehovah.
Oh, okay. I was confused. I didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah.
On the stack side, Volker, quite frankly, right now I want to start out clearing these guys. I think before shipping anything really cheesy, let's just keep it more so standard. Like, obviously go on the fly with it, but like, let the fellas walk on a little bit. I think that's what I'm thinking right here. Started out.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, too, off seeing what they started with right here, I think they prep for us. They're not probably going to do the fucking AIDS bans for the clash itself.
Hey,
So
what's going on, lady? How you doing?
If they do, we can do what we talked about, but I don't think they're going to do it. Just keep it pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, we could just run the Thermite, Ace, Thatcher, get the tools wall, get the weed wall, then we have the Ace for inner walls. Or do we need the two more power up?
Just get creative here.
We can have the mirror.
Yeah. These guys, right now as well, you just got those 2 rounds, like, I guarantee you they're already starting to think about this map. They were so pumped up to play fucking Nighthaven today.
Yeah, we get this
Finally
first
got
one,
an
bro.
opportunity. You get this first one,
snowball.
bro.
We just snowball it, bro. We just snowball it.
And if not, use it as a nice little
They're
warm.
gonna start seeing points like 2 seconds layers.
For basement, they have 2 attacks that we saw. They were both essentially clears. One was just a split, one was a full clear. For this, it's essentially going to be they could bring a shield through fish, walk down with him like a sledge. Ace is going to open up the wall and then look to go rafter. Deimos can go mud, but he's Deimos, so he might float around in that area in general. Dokkaebi can go lobby or he can go 90 window, okay? So I think the biggest thing to just keep in mind there for basement is it is likely they are going to clear you. The other way they would clear is they flip the shield to lobby with Ace. They'll bring like a striker above, like maybe con side or the hatch. If he opens the wall,
yeah, I finally finished setting him up.
Okay, and then Dokkaebi's gonna go fish side. So just be aware of that. For kitchen,
Finally.
they basically do a hori. They'll bring the ram above. They like to put a Blackbeard or any kind of shield outside the 90 window, so they might double up there and have a shield and like.
Cool, calm, and collected. Those are the vibes being given off by Callout in that halftime, Parker, and it really did feel like they were taking this as kind of a unexpected victory. Getting just 2 rounds, they knew that SR were coming into this confident, and if they can shake them a little bit, if they can get a couple of these round wins, they think they got a chance to pull this one back, and Callout said it. Even if they don't win on Nighthaven, they didn't come into this series expecting to. They're treating it as a bit of a warm-up, so clearly they're confident on the side of DZ, immediately talking a bit about that clash. And as I'm seeing Nomad Capitao bands coming through, you know Canadian's going to be loving that operator.
Yeah, and I mean, the old saying, I've said it many times this event, you're never in danger until you lose at
Jeez.
home.
That freaking C4.
This map, and then, like almost every team before them, drop Chalet to probably the best Chalet team in the world at the moment.
Yep.
You go onto your map with your back against the wall, and then you need a reverse sweep to get out of that position. So obviously, Dark Zero trying to temper expectations, manage emotions. This is one of the best things that Callout does. He is as much a strategic coach as he's a mental coach.
Yes. Yeah, 2 of the best coaches in North America, no doubt here. We got the battle between Seth Hoffman versus Seth Mick. Battle of the Seths there at the Brain Trust from Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion. They've been around the block. The best 2 coaches, domestic coaches, I think you could say, in North America over the last couple of years. There's no real debate about that one.
We had lunch with Lagonis yesterday. How dare you say that?
I gotta work on my bot at some point.
Fabian's a great coach in NA, but he's European. Lagonis is a great coach, but he's Brazilian. In terms of actual NA coaches. Okay, well, no enemies.
Jesse's just here to make enemies.
All right. They hire me for my hot takes, Parker. That's what they always say, right?
I say that.
Yes.
I say that all the time. Both of these teams, statistically though, Jesse, better on attack. So expect Dark Zero to put up a bit more of a fight. That will be the thing to keep an eye on here is how Dark Zero is
How is this still disconnected?
And I want to focus in on this clash once again. Callout specifically said he didn't think they would go for these bans that are anti-clash. He didn't expect the Nomad Capitao bans, but he said if they do ban those, just do what we talked about. I wasn't in the Dark Zero team meeting, unfortunately. I didn't quite make it to that one. So I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, the invite just didn't show up in time. But we'll get to see front and center what that looks like, what their counter to the clash is. It's always going to be awkward, though. Canadian is keeping this IT wall closed. The impact goes out first to stop that exothermic. And the last exothermic charge from NJR being placed on this wall. If this gets denied, this could be huge.
It doesn't look like it'll happen. No, it opens up.
Crisis averted.
Canadian walks back a little bit. Decent timing by Dark Zero now to get that wall open, and the jostling that Rebellion were doing will fall short. Didn't even really see the Thatcher be that much of a contributor to that. I think a lot of teams are expecting the Nitro cell out there, and you can blast it with that EMP. Kind of hard to do that with Impact. It's pretty much impossible. So
yeah.
Oh, vault in. That Nitro cell don't miss. Rexon, the leadoff pick, and now it's Kino, disoriented over by Fish, completely blinded. The Snake now getting chased on down. Multiple players, but they're menaced by Canadian. Canadian didn't get either of those picks, but he is responsible for at least one of them. Now it's DZ on their back foot. They were able to close the gap with that final round in the first half. Typically, we see teams win this and close it to just a single round. Dark Zero, if they're going to do that, they've got some serious work to be done in the final minute.
Feels like things have not gone to plan here on the side of DZ. Now we're at a two-man disadvantage. They're still getting caught out by these gas pipes. It's going to slow things down even further. They're hoping for a swing to come through, but it's unlikely that anybody will bite on J90 holding that E-box window. Newers up the Fish stairs, hoping for a bit of a sneaky frag. They don't know he's here.
Is he going to hit? Yeah, I'm a little worried.
Now the Dread Mine's up, though. They're going to hear him if he starts to walk through.
It's been activated. The Snake of Newers now making his presence known, shooting through the wall. Dark Zero stalling out entirely, Jesse. 30 seconds have gone by, and there's been very limited movement. Newers existing over on this Fish side of the map. He's done so for so long. He'll walk up, take dry engagements with the F2. You can easily kill multiple players. He misses the opportunity. Ambi with the takedown, Spoit on the board as well.
Jeez, another flawless.
Flawless win in the first round of half two. The Rebellion 2 rounds away from winning their own map.
And that's a statement round win, Parker, as well. That breaks an 11-round streak where DZ have been flawless on their attacks. Back during FaZe Clan, they didn't lose a single attack through maps 2 and 3, and they won their final attack on map 1. So they had won their 11 previous attacking rounds. They will finally drop one here in the quarters, semis, and finals up against SR. That's a big moment to come through from the Rebellion.
Jeez.
Again, you kind of talk about that clash. It was focused on by Call Out and attack timeout. They said
It's
they
just
had a plan
Canadian
for it.
just pushing
I assume
them
that was
out.
something to do with the Thatcher playing on the roof, but whatever the game plan was for Dark Zero, it was not able to come to fruition. SR very confident on that top floor site. Canadian will continue the clash as we move into round 8.
2 players on Rebellion have broken double digits already. Both Rexon and Ambi sitting on identical score lines. 10 kills, 2 deaths, 1 assist. They are eating very well here in Salt Lake City. Now, I know that much of the conversation has been around 2 of the players on Rebellion, but they're not getting enough kills. But Jesse, there's only so many kills to go around. And right now they're being funneled into the 2 best aimers on Rebellion as of today. It is working out very effectively.
This might be like not
Dark Zero
on here again.
Their fraggers being overwhelmed and shut down, and there is just not enough in reserve to deal with here. Things could change. You like to say it. There's 2 halves of each map, but Dark Zero are running out of time.
Yeah, no doubt about that. DZ need to change the game plan a little bit. They've already burned their attack timeout back after round number 2, so they will have no more lifelines. Even if we do head into overtime, they won't get a chance to talk with Call It unless Super decides to call his tack timeout for SR, but he has no plans of doing any of the such because they're up 5-2. They're comfy, and as far as the storage bomb site goes,
so
man,
now
this
this
is
should
very
work.
similar to the last site.
And I was going to say, an added benefit of banning the Nomad in Capital, your Azami on Raptors can play so much freer as well. So it's not just a clash counter. It has a reverberation across this entire map. So Rebellion know that, and they're going to use that to very good effect.
And again, like some people might say, why don't you ban the clash? Why don't you ban the Azami? But
It works
you really
again.
just can't on Nighthaven Labs. The wall denial is too important. Bandit and Kaid are so powerful to keep these walls closed, and teams just do not like to play up against that. Very common bans coming out here. Oh, Ambi. Oh,
You know Jalen's feeling good when he decides to go for an ego peek on the IT wall.
Ooh, and then he just zapped the drone, so they won't know he's there.
That's the 11th kill for Rexon. Down goes Newers. The mayor shut down. It's Ambi and Rexon again. The Ambi and Rexon show. We go round and round and round, and again, Dark Zero is suffering through this.
11 and 11 on the kills, make a wish. It's SR who have been dominating now throughout this map. They are so close to map points. They just need to find 3 more frags, and Canadian will continue to make this more difficult. Surf with 1 or Aquino, and it's just J90 and False to hold it down.
If this continues through this series, this might be a quick one for the Rebellion. DZ not looking like themselves. A Hail Mary through the wall. J90 will find Ambi. Could kickstart some offense that DZ is so desperate to find. Still 1 minute to go. The clash still on the board. 2 gas canisters in pockets. Fultz taking some damage there, but his position also given away. Dark Zero, with the exception of that lone pick by J90, is coming up empty-handed. They might be able to get Spoit now trapped into the corner. J90 will test his reflexes, expecting follow-up. The jiggle peek with the deagle out. Spoit doesn't really need to do anything. They can call somebody into assist.
They're terrified. I mean, it's just Spoit with a deagle, but they don't know what's coming next.
Jesus.
The Canadian, but not quite enough. Gets knocked back with the can there, but it's not still
Yes,
enough.
Bloodlust works.
HP low on the side of Rebellion. I mean, you still got to favor them in this altercation as Dark Zero are dragging this one out. They're waiting as long as possible, and they're just going to die at the hands of the Rebellion. J9O's last man standing. 4 targets to find, 4 on the board, and it's Surf to drown him in Labs. Map 1, we're on map point. SR is powering through this.
This has been a quick one. The Rebellion dominating on their own pick. And again, I really like the team play that we're seeing out of Shopify Rebellion.
Yes, dear.
Parker. It feels like they're working so in sync in a lot of these rounds. You saw it on their attack. They were slow a lot of those rounds. They weren't getting into really early gunfights, but they were still able to work together when they did go for those picks. I thought Canadian was so critical on the clash here in this round, really protecting his teammates as they tried to get back to site. This is brutal. They literally had him on the B's, Parker. They had a suspicion of where he was, but still Ambi gets away with a frag. Again, Canadian is able to kind of block them as they rotate back down through the lounge hatch. Faults had a really good angle on the window, but it didn't matter with the clash blocking that rotate back to site. So it just feels like SR, everything is going to plan.
Could you say B's on the B's?
B's on the B's.
B's on the B's. Rexon pointing to his headset, by the way. If you don't know the history behind Rexon, he is completely deaf in one ear, so he plays with sound in only a single ear. If they're coming from that direction, maybe he doesn't hear them, so
yeah.
A bit of a minor handicap, but with the scoreline that Rexon has right now, you would never know it. Outfragging Ambi, as Ambi is still, Jesse, in pursuit of the record that you said set by Solotov in Copenhagen. We checked multiple times. If anybody wants to correct us, we went directly to Ubisoft because we found a couple different numbers, and they were all over the place. So we did some actual math ourselves, landed at 203, confirmed by Ubisoft.
Let me see if this works.
Repeats itself on
I have a
Chalet,
voice
maybe another map.
to trigger commands and yeah, for clip.
But if we go deep into map 5, there's an entire possibility we see a new record set.
Poor Ambi. He 3 O's too quickly and doesn't get his kill record. What a shame.
Guys, couldn't we have lost at least one so I could have gotten that? Like, come on.
Well, both he and Rexon have been dominant so far through this first map, Parker. Rexon, again, has been incredible. He's been positive or even for the last 8 straight maps. What a consistent player he has been for SR. This whole team has been gelling all weekend long. Throughout this tournament, they started all the way back in phase 1. They had to fight through tooth and nail just to get to the Swiss phase. They had to fight through that as well just to get to the playoffs. And now, after an incredible run, they have the ability to do something magical when their first ever finals as a team. It could be a big moment for them. Basement here, 2 minutes remaining, Parker. All of the roamers have more or less fallen back.
I hate to harp on the numbers.
They've added in
here
so
for
much
Dark
stuff
Zero, but
now.
Nobody positive right now as Folt suffers through an impact that was likely intended for the Boogie drone. Finds him instead. Not a lot of damage done, but still something that you have to consider moving forward. NJR holding that defuse kit means that even if Foltz was on low HP, it's not going to be the one planting the case. You don't need to worry about any errant nitro cells impacts, anything along those lines. Kino now asserting himself as he hits one of those proxy alarms. Dark Zero up top on the main floor, looking to isolate these roamers from the Rebellion, and so far, they haven't really been able to do that.
Oh, Rexon, they might know he's here. They definitely will now as the shield spots him out. The impact goes forward. Kino takes a bit of damage from that, but doesn't get the shield break, so no early kill coming out.
Oh.
Rexon traded out, but how does he even get one there? That's insane.
And good value from the Dogaby's already been had, so not the end of the world that J9O is in the ground. Kino on the follow-up is the best that you can hope
There goes the
for in that
choo-choo.
situation. Dark Zero now have to outmaneuver this Rebellion team for the final 50 seconds, or else that's curtains. And we go over to Chalet.
We got a Nitro being played by Surf. 3 toxic beige from Canadian. The first one just gets used here inside of Exo, so that's going to be a little bit of time denial, but the clock really isn't here for Dark Zero. They need to rush through and cause some chaos. This plant is unlikely to be successful.
And Spoit knows exactly where this push is coming from. He's far enough back, and you know how he's been shooting over the course of this event. Very quiet because he's been playing a sheltered role here on this map, but he can still do some serious damage. I'm looking at Kino and NJR here, though. If they fail this one, if Canadian is unable to succeed, that just might be the ballgame. But hold on, Ambi's tucked into the corner. They don't know. Canadian waiting it out. Kino with one.
Damn.
NJR the other. A great entry by Dark Zero. 2 remaining from the Rebellion with only 10 seconds to go. Spoit trying to find some targets. He'll do just that. Surf gets another. It's all up to Newers, but Spoit sends us.
That was insane.
SR with the statement game to start off
Holy
our
crap.
Finals.
much better than that. What a domination from SR. Every single player playing their role, doing what they needed to go up early in this series. They expected to win on Nighthaven, and they delivered.
If SR shows up like that throughout the course of this grand final, it might be a quick one. We'll be back with map 2 in just a couple minutes.
That was ridiculous.
I was the best man for my brother's wedding in Paris. At the reception, I raised my champagne glass and said eggs, cinnamon, bread, and maple syrup. It was a French toast.
No, no, sir, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. Your computer froze hard? What did it do? What did you do? I don't know. He does not know. So my sound is up. I turned it down. Thank you, dear. What is going on? Not even gonna bother with it. Okay. Oh, did you like Steve's pun? He does it a lot. I mean, I guess. I guess it did clip something. At least that works. Let me turn it off now. Where are you? Voice commands. Thank you.
On that map, it's looking pretty good right now. What's working well for you guys?
I mean, besides like
nothing.
We've been doing normally. So like obviously coming into this, we had to go through phase 1, 2, and now 3.
I was testing out my voice command and stuff. So
we have just playing to win is mainly been our motto, not playing to lose. So whether it's 6-2 or it's like 6-7 intentional, just pretty much playing to win every single round.
Bolts, it sounded like during that halftime break, you guys were saying it's a long series, it's going to be fine. Any concerns now that you've lost the first map?
No, I mean, I think they played super well that first map, but at the end of the day, that is their map pick, and I think they're very comfortable on that. But yeah, like I said, it's their map pick, and it's going to be a long day. So I'm just going to try to tell my team, don't get too caught up on that map. Just let's get fired up for next map, and that's it.
Good luck.
As Fultz said there, it is a long day ahead, but we are now one step closer to finding out who our champions will be here in Salt Lake City. Shopify Rebellion Lax.
That's good to know that works.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Rex, and he said it's the belief system. That's what I was talking about going into this series, and we got a couple rounds to display that belief system. I mean, I've already talked about SR. We need to see these explosive attacks, and their attacking half was next to none. It was absolutely beautiful. They were controlling the tempo.
Oh yeah, okay, it's this.
From the side of Dark Zero, but that's the problem with playing a domestic matchup is if you're on the side of Dark Zero, you can't really play unorthodox because a team like the Rebellion is going to instantly identify when you're trying to do something cheesy. You can't get away with it like you did against FaZe, and again, they were looking so timid on their defense.
I mean, that's a very good way to put it.
When I'm home. I know they're
regional
overlays.
matchup. They know your quirks. They know you're going to be bringing glass. You're going to be bringing shields. You're going to be bringing these X Factor operators, and that's why SR was so good. They're prepared for it, and the reason why their attacks are so aggressive is the fact that they're able to set up so much information. We're talking about Ambi being able to do it day after day. Every single time, there's info all around him to know what's going on in his blind spots. So he just needs to have that confidence to focus up. But for me, the standout player has to be Rexon. He has been so consistent. He's always that player that's in the shadows, doing his best, always on the back line. And when it came to this server, he was just situationally always in the right spot to pick up those picks for his teammates. And once he gets in that position, it's really hard to get him out.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely has been, but that's the thing, even in the bans, it looks like they were trying to get rid of Ambi's comfort, whether it was on the Snake, whether it was on, just a couple of the operators that they banned as a whole, but that's why we're highlighting Rexon, because any single player, especially given how well that they're playing in sync with one another, any one of these players can control the entire dynamic of a round.
They're going to obviously want to get this done in 3, but we go to Chalet next. It's DZ's pick. What do they need to do differently?
I mean, the thing is, Chalet is the map that we saw them beat FaZe on. It's one of those maps where it's a lot more aggressive. You're able to get very flexible. Those X Factor operators are going to be a situational factor. I think the biggest thing, shutting down info. Really, when you look at SR, the main thing is their entry. They're getting those picks off of that info. If they shut that down, that's a good first step in the right direction for Dark Zero.
For me, I'm going to focus on the mental aspect side of things. I mean, no one had a good performance in that series. Someone has to step up. When you're in these moments, it feels like your backs are against the wall. It has to come down to one individual on that team to have such a dramatic round for everyone to be able to get behind, rally behind, and feed off that and gain that momentum, especially into their map.
All right, guys. How great has this crowd been, by the way?
Amazing.
Amazing.
We cannot say it enough. And normally I'm out there talking to you guys a lot more, so I'm hoping that I can come and have a word with some of the fans here. Samuel,
this is cool. They have a whole.
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat with some fans down here. I think we've got.
St. Jude has a new overlay thing that they're putting together.
Here to support.
My name is Margaret, and I'm Ambi's mom.
Give it up for
Nice.
And
I'm Sheila, and I am Ambi's nana.
Ambi's nana and Sheila as well. And you, sir?
My name's Danny, and I'm Richie's brother.
Oh, love it. It's a family affair here.
That's so cool.
100%. What?
Are you feeling confident, Sheila? Yes! Sorry for just throwing a microphone in your face there, Sheila. Who else can we talk to? Are you guys a couple here? Oh, cute. Guys, do you mind if I just come in? Is that all right? Sorry to interrupt this lovely little setting here. Hi, mate. What's your name?
I'm Justin.
Hi, Justin. What's your name?
Chelsea.
Chelsea and Justin. Where are you here from?
Mississippi.
Mississippi. And who are you supporting?
Shopify Rebellion.
Can we make some noise here? I always love a siege couple. You guys come into a major together. How much do you love this game?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah?
I'm mostly moral support, but I'm here for the whole environment, all the energy, so.
We all need a partner like you. Look, we're live. Anything else
Oh,
you
wow.
want to say while you're here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah?
Actually.
Oh! Oh! Yes! Yeah! You love to see it. Let's go. That's so cute. Hell yeah, let's go. She's shaking so it matches her nails. That's so awesome.
Can you two just come with me, just briefly? Please, just come here. This is an incredible moment that we're all witnessing here in Salt Lake City. Come and stand right here in front of the trophy. Salt Lake City, please make some noise for our brand new fiancés!
That's so cute.
How are you feeling?
I can't believe it. Oh my God. I'm happy. I'm excited.
Congratulations to both of you. Go and take your seats and enjoy the rest of the show.
Let's go, SR.
Let's go, SR. Well, DZ are going to look to fight back here, but Rainbow Six Siege has been full of incredible once-in-a-lifetime moments.
I love it.
Jesse, there's another one for you.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean,
Steve said he loves me this much. He gave me a twink.
Upon today, as they have been going back and forth with their
Thank
cheers
you.
for the two teams here. Congratulations, of course, a huge moment.
Huh?
And now with that, we turn our sights to Chalet.
That's a lot. It's the last one too. I wonder how old it is.
Jesse, safe to say, if they lose this,
It's
they're in
timeless.
serious trouble, and Shopify Rebellion enters up 1-0.
Yeah, there's no other way to cut it, Parker. Nighthaven Labs was a statement for the Rebellion. Chalet must be a statement for Dark Zero in return. They are 2-0 on this map this season, beating Wildcard and just 7-1ing FaZe Clan yesterday. One of the most dominant matches that we've seen here at the 6 major so far. And for SR, they've got some 7-1 experience as well. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite beating FaZe Clan. It was more like losing to JJ Blast. So different sort of scenarios.
Hold on a second, you're talking about Ballsack Nation.
Oh, of course I am, Barker. This has not been a good map for the Rebellion historically, but they would have known it was coming. They chose not to ban this map for a reason. They will have some strategies prepped to counter Dark Zero.
I mean, when you don't play Consulate, that's going to be your insta-ban. So SR know that Chalet is going to come through. The right call made by this Dark Zero team. Let's play Chalet early. If we flip a coin on Nighthaven Labs.
This is the best of 5, by the way.
We are almost guaranteed to go up 2-0. This is a great place for this map, for Dark Zero. And really, we're going to trip over ourselves here a few times on this cast to talk about just how good Dark Zero is.
Yeah.
Early signs that might be some concern for Dark Zero, though, Jesse. What are you going to be looking for in these first few rounds?
Well, Parker, I want to see some new stuff coming out from DZ. Obviously, they've shown this throughout kickoff. They've played it a couple of times. They haven't, they've shown it against FaZe Clan as well. They haven't faltered ever really on this map, but they can't just rely on their old strategies. They're going to come through and they're going to start by banning the exact same operators they banned versus FaZe Clan, Snake and the Grim. And I think those are strong bans. There's no doubt about that. Snake in particular, again, an operator that plays a lot by Ambi here on Chalet. We've seen it every now and again from Rexon as well. But the Grim, not one that we see SR play a whole lot here. So it's going to be interesting to see what they want to respond with on the side of the Rebellion.
A really rough map stats-wise for the Rebellion. They are below 50% on both attack and defender win rates. So you are not expecting very much here from the Rebellion. And also, if we talk a little bit about the mental aspect of map number 1, this DZ team, they're cool under pressure, Jesse. I do not expect them to falter after the shellacking that they took. Usually in a best of 5, the first 2 maps really should be your strongest maps. It's what comes after that you need to be concerned with. So expect a mental reset from Dark Zero.
Yeah, they talked a big game, DZ did. We heard it from Call Out in the timeout. We heard it from Faults in that interview. They feel confident despite losing that first map, but now they've got to show up and showcase exactly why they're so confident. In comes the library push.
And they're looking for something early. Great crossfire from Dark Zero to shut down Ambi and Rexon. They amassed almost 25 kills back on map number 1, and they are just playing with their food on the side of Dark Zero here. A good jump out from Faults as a flawless round.
That was a statement.
On Chalet. Map 1 says what?
That's the answer DZ needed. Through all of Nighthaven Labs, Faults got just 2 frags, Parker, just 2 kills on map number 1. In round 1 of map 2, he breaks that stat. A nice triple for the captain of DZ, and that's exactly the confidence-inspiring round you want to see out of Dark Zero. That's exactly the statement we were waiting to hear out of this team. Shopify Rebellion, of course, trying to clear through that map, trying to get into the top floor through library side. They just weren't able to find the angles they wanted to. Faults so tricky here on the Thorn SMG, jumping out the building, firing down the stairs. The 3K from the captain is so confidence-inspiring.
Bolt said it's going to be a long day. We've said the same. Our desk has said the same. You should be buckled up for what I imagine will be a bumpy ride as we look to crown a Salt Lake City major champion. I'm very glad that the crowd obviously is something to cheer for now after that blowout in map number 1. Well, I'm looking at these numbers, Jesse, and I'm kind of expecting something similar here, right? SR are objectively better on attack on this map. So if they cannot at least muster 2, maybe 3 rounds, things are probably not going to improve when they swap sides, because frankly, I have about the same win rate defending Chalet at this event as they do.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, even for Dark Zero, that stat remains true. They won every single one of their attacks on this map versus FaZe Clan yesterday. So we know how dominant they can be on the offensive side here on Chalet. We wanted a statement map to come through from Dark Zero. It's still early, right? We're 1 round deep into this second map, so you don't start ringing the alarm bells just yet from SR. But even if this map does spiral, I think if you're Seth, if you're Super, you gotta kind of do the same thing that Call It was doing and say, we don't expect to win this map. It's a best of 5. It's a long
try this overlay.
If you
it's a little
win
less,
your first
but
opponent's pick, that's a huge
I am
win
missing
for you in the
something
series,
here, though.
but it's never something you walk in expecting to accomplish.
No, and when you look at this map pool, Bank, Cafe, and Lair, I think it's going to be a bit more even from here on out. So you start off strong, you win your maps, you get some motivation, you set yourself up very effectively for the final 3 maps. NJR having some tech issues at the moment. He was
That's cool. I just added that in and it already like popped it up there.
You're not allowed to do that when the tech pauses. These rules instituted for a variety of reasons. We are having a full lobby rehost right now, so we're still about a couple seconds, maybe a minute or so out from getting back into the lobby.
NJR, of course, a critical player to have online in these rounds. He was the only player to come close to positive back on round number 1. 6 and 7 KD, -1 through the first map of this series.
What was his KD?
Don't say it, Parker.
What was his KD?
For the love of God, just move on.
So how many kills?
6 kills.
How many deaths?
7 deaths.
That's 6-7.
All right. He's also been the highest rated player at this event
Let the people,
so
let
far.
it marinate. Let the people enjoy it. You gotta let that steep.
They're sick of it too.
Put it up here.
They just cheered.
Okay, a couple of
I
them.
bet you if you were to fire up the Rainbow Six Twitch chat right now, you would see 6-7 dominate.
I feel like you're behind the times a little bit, Parker. I hate to call you out like that.
Twitch.tv/Rainbow. Oh, well, would you look at that?
NJR enters this match with a 125 EPS. Again, that is front runner for MVP of the Salt Lake City Major. He has been their best player all stage long, really. He's been such a dominant performer for them. Even going back to his time on Dark Zero when they were winning the Charlotte Major, he is far exceeding his stats from that previous event. It's a long time ago, but even after such an incredible career, NJR seems to just now be peaking as a player.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of on that DZ roster that suffered through an awful lot, but I think NJR's abilities were never really doubted, I think you could say. I think the identity of that team was tricky to really pin down. And I mean, they went through different leadership. They brought in some different
That's
players.
really
Like,
nice.
Just think about the amount of personnel changes Dark Zero went through. And then they decided, let's just throw the baby out with the bathwater. All of it is gone, and they said, let's bring in some different players. We'll build around NJR. We'll bring in 3 guys from Space Station. We'll add Kino, who had some contractual issues with M80. It was not a team decision for him to step off of that roster. And they've looked mighty good, and it's the best that they've looked in 4 years. And they found their first finals berth with this new roster.
Yeah, it's crazy how fast the success has come from Dark Zero, but of course there's still work to be done, and as we load back into map number 2, that work will resume. NJR, I mean, you said it, he's been on this roster for over 5 years. That's an eternity in terms of esports. Vaults for a long time was the longest standing player on a single organization inside of North America, but that has changed as he moves from SSG over towards DZ this season. So lots of legacy, lots of history with these players. There are no strangers to the big light, to the main stage, but only one can come out on top. Now again, Dark Zero, early lead on this second map, Parker, but they need a lot more than that.
There really is a lot of history inside of this grand finals, and more history will be written, irrespective of which of these teams win. This is just the 3rd NA versus NA matchup in official Ubisoft circuits. Canadians team has won all of them up to this point. Dark Zero won one of them when Canadian was on that squad, but only one of those teams will ultimately hoist this trophy. Dark Zero up 1-0 on their map. We are expecting DZ to kind of do the same thing to SR that SR did to DZ on map number 1. This is just such a good map, but Rebellion could still shock them.
Slow start for the Rebellion, Parker. This is exactly how they like to attack on Nighthaven Labs as well, and this will be a trend throughout this series. They're not going to be rushing into the building and getting these early gunfights. They're happy to take their time. Their drone game was so good on Nighthaven Labs that it can be good once again here on Chalet, playing on the outside window angles. Of course, they didn't ban out that Azami, but it's not being played by Dark Zero. Instead, it was the Castle Band to come through from SR, and it makes things a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, I like it. They wanted us to test this out too, so.
Surf manages to live a little bit longer than we might have expected.
I like this a lot. It's so much easier to like move stuff around immediately without having to redo everything. So like for instance, I want to bring this down a little bit.
Surf misses a golden opportunity.
Let's bring that down a little bit.
He's in the middle of the site, Jesse.
Look at that. It's already down. If I needed to move this.
Now keep in mind, top floor control is so important for this bomb
like,
site. Even with SR in control of the site, it's not favorable for them just yet.
Even if I wanted to.
So many players up above the bomb site who can deny the plant if they start for it. But again, Canadians still outside the building, so it will be a little bit still.
Not have this horizontal one, for instance. There's also a vertical one.
Component of the Rebellion's attacks on Nighthaven Labs. They have not let off the gas here whatsoever. There were shields absent as well from the attacks of the Rebellion. So far on Chalet, shield play not as important. Canadian running Twitch, an operator he knows very well. Surf makes up for lost time, gunning down Fultz. You referenced Fultz's contributions in the first round. They will not come to pass now as there's 40 seconds left. Surf has not been pushed out of the bomb site at all, Jesse. He's still in there lingering.
Then I can.
Team sees much value in holding site control if you don't have positions up above. That's why Canadian pushes up the solar stairs, forced back by the smoke, and will have to go for a plan.
It might seem simple. Walk in, plant the diffuser, but that upstairs pressure from Dark Zero, too strong. Kino taking down Rexon, and now a jump out as J90 gets one. Spoit trades him back immediately. Surf calling for help inside the site. Canadian, where are you?
Ooh.
Surf shredding everybody. There goes the defuse kit. It's a 2v2 with plenty of time left. But Dark Zero's inability to flush out the top floor will lose them the round. Spoit dies at the hands of NJR, but it was all over before that kill comes in. DZ off to a 2-0 start.
Discipline on the DZ side of things, Parker. Really solid defense, not panicking when they lose that site about halfway through the round, feeling confident that as long as they hold above, as long as they hold below, they're comfortable.
You guys hear me?
It's either that or I can like.
Okay, listen.
Yep.
One, let's reset. We don't need
Move
any
that.
like going back and forth is fine. All right. What I want to say to you guys.
Bring
is
it back
we have
in
so
here
many
and
gaps
then
here,
just.
but we have to be reactive to the gaps we have. We can't just sit there for 2 minutes trying to figure out what to do. If Dame is applying
too
pressure
small.
right there, we need to do something to apply pressure elsewhere. Okay. We can't just sit around waiting for something to happen. I want us to continue to clear traps. If we see them clear, util and spread.
See, I like the horizontal one better.
Reactive and you're getting gaps. Okay. We need to. If we see a gap, guys, we have to be reactive to actually get to the gap or to help it. We can't sit there while one guy's fighting the whole team and everybody else is doing nothing. Together on the same page. If you have the gap, everybody go together.
left side of your screen there, you can see what the audience is up to during the attack timeout. They're getting active. They're showing their support for their favorite teams, but I think some important words being said by Super in that timeout, Parker. Just deciding that there are not really reactions coming out from the Rebellion. They are creating...
I actually really like the horizontal one, even though it kind of covers that up a little bit.
But they're not doing things in a lot of these moments. How long were we watching?
I can move this. I can move it down here.
Window, whether it was Ambi holding the angle down those snow stairs, it always felt like there was somebody in SR just sitting and waiting for a response. DZ have been too disciplined for that style of play. SR have to get reactive to find those gaps and capitalize on them.
And I think it's fair to say Chalet is a bit of a
And
reactive as
then
well. Big difference between Nighthaven Labs
I can disable that.
Chalet is smaller. It feels
I
smaller.
mean, you kind of missed some of the stuff at the bottom, but
Look at how much map control Surf was able to take, but he never...
may just move this down a little bit.
What does that do? It means you have to fear the windows. It means you have to fear the jump.
That up there too.
Fear top floor control. There's just so many things to account for because at any moment on a map like Chalet,
Or bring it down, I think, to about here.
But it is especially so on maps
Look at that.
like Border, it is especially so on
I know
maps
that'll
like
be hit by
Chalet.
something else, so I'm
And
gonna
you can
put
see
it back
good
up there.
discipline from Dark Zero. And then they strike based off of poor information or poor entry from the Rebellion. They will eat you alive, and that's what we've seen through 2 rounds so far from DZ's defenses.
Well, for our third site, Parker, Bard Games is the choice, and Shopify Rebellion will bring the Sends Execute strategy. They ran this back during 100 Thieves early in the kickoff. You can see Dark Zero wanted to maybe capitalize on it a little bit. They are happy to get aggressive. Faults has found a couple of big moments outside the building on this.
I am loving this too. This is great.
Again, SR, we know exactly what their push is like.
Okay, I'm done messing with it.
Come through. Sometimes they'll go direct in through the window. When you've got Canadian on the Sends, that is an option for you. Ambi already inside a piano too. This is, or library, I should say. This is really early control from the Rebellion. It's not being held by DZ.
I mean, maybe they want to pick up the pace a little bit and knock this Dark
No, you're
Zero
good, you're good, you're good.
style of defense off guard. Back onto Twitch they will go. A very incredibly valuable operator on this lineup. Rexon throws himself in. J9O is Jack's mannequin. Shredded is there.
Here, you want me to split the? You want half the Twinkie?
Great opportunity from Dark Zero, and still so
I share?
calm even when things go bad.
Yeah, still we're seeing SR
Where did
get
he
a
go?
little bit more active. They're trying to find these gaps and exploit them, but there are refrags coming out from DZ. 4v4 now. Spoit just inside a mudroom, has to jump on back. They've got control of the basement. They've got control of library. They have quite a bit of map control that DZ chose not to hold on to. They never really contested these parts of the map. So it's going to be on DZ to either flank and go for a retake of these positions,
Where does he
or
go?
potentially even just concede them and then stop
Here.
this execute when it comes through.
And they were surveying the perimeter. As you saw that Denari tripwire established round bar, the Solus of Fultz will hit the deck as both teams kill 1 apiece. Neither able to shake each other for the moment. Ambi holding that defuse kit. Kills not coming as easily for Rebellion here on this map. They might be changing that now as they take the lead on round number 3. Fultz will be harassed by that death mark, leaving Newers as the X Factor, and he finds 1, but he loses the duel. Surf takes care of him, and Fultz is on the run now over by Backbar. Still being hunted down, his whereabouts known by Ambi. 3 players will search for him. Sploit gets the job done, and the Rebellion are on the board.
How good has Surf been throughout this contest so far, Parker? Feels like he's
Saving
always
half
in the
for
right
Steve.
position to find a bit of a gap, to get things started on the side of the Rebellion, and it finally pays off in a round win for them now. He's played 3 different operators so far through Chalet, played Dokkaebi, Deimos, and the Ace, and that's expected to come through from Surf. He's played more different operators than any other player at the Salt Lake City Major, 46 different ops across the first, second, and third phase here at the Major. So he's such a thorn in your side at all times. They will ban out the Ace, of course, one of those 3 operators that he played just recently, so clearly feeling a bit of pressure with how good he's been, but even still, he will have such a wide arsenal to go through these next 3 rounds on the attack. Shopify Rebellion, again, did a really good job of finding some of those gaps and taking the space that was given to them. Again, Rexon's able to walk into lobby for free. Ambi's able to walk into library completely for free. Like, they're getting a lot of this space, and because DZ are contesting it, it makes it almost easy for SR to start colliding with these kills, to rack them up one after another.
I mean, Chalet giveth and Chalet taketh away. That's really how it works, right?
True.
If you can drone them out and put them into unfavorable positions, through the floors, through the walls, if you bring operators like Lion, like Dokkaebi, like Snake, like Deimos, a Ying, even shields are terrific on this map for roam clearing. You are in such a good position. Obviously, Rebellion have been eschewing the shields, Jesse. It is a bit abnormal. I know that we've been talking a lot about Canadian playing these shield operators, whether it be Blackbeard as part of their arsenal or Blitz and Monty being far more common. Dark Zero has not needed to bring out a shield ban against SR on either of these maps.
Yeah, it's really surprising. Coming into this, 46% of attacking rounds saw Canadian bring a shield, but now through 2 maps, he's only done it once on the attacking side. That was Monty to kick off Chalet, and now as they return to that same bomb site, he won't even look to repeat. He's going to be jumping right onto the Ying, so it's clear that SR are not so reliant on Canadian playing those shields. He's still, again, maybe not the biggest contributor in the frag department, but that's okay. He's able to call, he's able to use this utility and find space for his teammates to get some picks.
Well, back to the bomb site that started off this affair, and it was a flawless win for Dark Zero as they patrolled all of the main arteries of this map, especially that top floor. Rebellion were hoping for some early picks, if you recall, looking to carry the momentum that they earned in map number 1 onwards. It obviously did not end up happening. And it was won flawlessly by DZ. Very little that we saw from DZ that looked bad, and hey, history's repeating itself. J90 and Fultz with the 2 opening picks. 2 minutes still to go. Rebellion already knocked a stride as the 2 tips of the spear in the previous map right now combined for a single kill. Rexon and Ambi in the ground.
Yeah, so good. Again, this used to be a support duo back on SSG, Fultz and J90, but they've played a much more active role since combining their forces with NJR and Kino, and it's really been paying off. These guys have incredible gun skill, and especially when they're playing together, that chemistry that's been established over years of playing on SSG has been so big for them.
Everybody getting active now. NJR with another pick for Dark Zero. DZ just have 2 more to find, and they will go right back to the lead that they had prior to the start of round number 3. Spoit and Canadian often coupled together. Canadian gunned down by Fultz. Fultz having a sensational game so far. 6 picks for the captain, as it could very well be another flip. A 4K from Fultz to give us a flawless round. SR will not get a single kill on this top floor bomb site.
That is a bomb site to forget if you're a Rebellion fan, no doubt about it. The good news for SR fans in the crowd is that they will not have to attack it until overtime if we get there. But Fultz, the captain of DZ, 7 kills across the 2 times they've played that map. Absolutely ridiculous. And again, it's coordination alongside J90. Fultz is moving a lot on these defenses. He started upstairs kind of with Jack up in like library, like a small office there, but then walks down those blue stairs for the first frag, goes back down in towards Mudroom. He's always in a different position, and he's so difficult to clear out. Even in that final frag with the C4, he only gets it because J90 is causing some problems. He's causing that player inside of library to stall out, and it's that team play that is so big for Dark Zero.
Well, they've still been droning well on Rebellion, but they haven't been finding the information that they need, and it is hurting them at the moment. Again, the scoreline on map number 1, 7-2 for the Rebellion. It is widely considered to be their best map. Now we go to Chalet. Dark Zero have a golden opportunity to actually beat that scoreline if this keeps going. A 7-1 is very much possible because the Rebellion, again, their defender win rate on this map is horrific, Jesse. So, if you are not able to put 2-3 rounds on the board here in the first half, the fear is that's curtains, and we turn our sights towards Bank as map number 3 with both of these teams winning their best picks.
SR chose to ban the Kaid after round number 3, Parker, and it wasn't enough that DZ brought really for the first quarter, but it's still so powerful, especially on this kitchen bomb site, because you can keep that top wall closed inside of office, you can keep the wall closed inside of fireplace as well. Like, there's a lot of good places for those flaws. Expecting a bit of a different defense, Dark Zero will not oblige. They bring much a similar lineup as they did previously, with Newers lurking around that mid-floor, going for a bit of a cheeky play, but it's the blitz that's in early.
Oh no! That shield down goes Fultz, but they trade it so well. Surf dies elsewhere. Twitch drone off the board. Could be somewhat integral for this defender lineup of Dark Zero. Rexon gets NJR as the mayor goes for a peek. He'll be back in office next week. Advantage for Rebellion now as this action is broken out very early on. We still have yet to hit the 1 minute mark.
A strangely aggressive swing from NJR. You don't see him making risks like that too often, but he does get hard punished there on the top floor by Rexon with the DMR, so really nice to counter that pressure from SR. This is a bomb site they struggled with through the first quarter, but they've had a good answer so far.
J90 plugging holes, trying to waste time. Canadian now on the hunt, dancing around the gas. That's an embarrassing loss as Kino shuts him down.
Jeez.
He dances around it, throws the gas to buy himself some time.
Choo-choo couldn't choo-choo anymore.
Control, as there goes the other nade, and Kino is still surviving. This is incredible. Newers there for the assist. Dark Zero is everywhere all at once. A third nade, and Ambi will get the follow-up. Finally, they dig Kino out of this position.
And even after all that time waste, SR still have a pretty good number on the clock, Parker. Over 60 seconds still in this round. They can work with this 2v2 lead. Of course, they've got lots of information. The Lion and the Deimos coming through. You're out of Lion scans, but even still, you can get some really good intel on these last couple players. You have not quite full top control. J90 is up here, but you've got to be so careful if you're going for a plant.
Oh, and he's got the read on it. Jack seeing through those holes down below. This top floor was the main impediment for Rebellion last time. Surf sat down inside of this bomb site the previous attempt. They don't have him now. They've got Ambi and Rexon to try to bail themselves out of this position. They were terrific on map number 1. They have not shown up the way that SR has needed them. There's a fall off for Rexon with 30 seconds to go. That looked like it might have been a mistake. Maybe he wanted the late flank. A double drop on in now as J90 will hit onto that death mark. He'll find himself the mute jammer. Rexon picked off by Newers. It was a 4K from Fultz in the previous round. J90 will say, you settle for 3, pal. The round goes in favor of Dark Zero. My goodness, they are demolishing the Rebellion.
What a bounce back. Such a strong round from DZ, top to bottom, Parker. Again, in that 2v2, I get a little bit worried because the Deimos tracks are there for SR, but Dark Zero, they are never really predictable. Right when they start to send a player up towards the top floor on the side of the Rebellion, DZ drop that hatch, they retake the site control. Brilliant shots being hit by both Newers and J90 in that 2v2. Some big moments coming out to clutch that one up. And of course, Kino, you have to highlight his play in that round. Phenomenal on the smoke. Often thought of as one of the best SAS players in the entire world. He believes in that shotgun more than almost anybody else. And his time delay right here on the stairs, I mean, this was crazy. The fact that he doesn't get blind by the blitz there is insane. And then he just uses that to completely dominate the rest of the round. All of SR's attack has to turn their focus onto Kino, and he just makes them pay so much.
I mean, that is a tough position if you're not coordinating very well on library stairs. I mean, those grenades had no real follow-up other than the blitz, and I think that's a good, right? You drop an anvil on his head, you've got the blitz there in tow. Usually that's enough. That was not the case. And Kino was able to survive far longer than anybody thought he would. I mean, what Kino did wasn't particularly flashy, and we're not going to really remember that round for kills on his part, but we talk about impact versus impactless kills. That is a very high impact kill from Kino, and it just about doomed the round for Rebellion, irrespective of Newers and J90's follow-up. That's a tough spot to be in, and now the Rebellion are going to have to do the exact same thing that Dark Zero did. Win the final round of this first half and hope to stem the bleeding.
Only the second round that Canadians played a shield again. We're going to keep tracking that stat. Both times now he has lost. Once on the Monty, once on the Blitz. So keep an eye out if he does try to move back over towards that strategy. Is it something that DZ are just too strong at countering so far? That seems like what it is. For now, though, they'll put him on the Ying and they'll start to go once again for this bar game site. It's a similar defense from Dark Zero. They're again not holding inside of Library. They've reinforced the hatch and they've instead chosen to extend throughout that mid-floor. Couple players up in sort of office too. Newers, the main culprit here, 5-1, holding the window as well. Can really get some cheeky plays, especially with J90 backing him up.
Canadian held off the scoreboard so far. He's been in more kill positions than usual, Jesse. He's just not unable, or he's been unable to hit these marks.
Jeez.
Oh my goodness, that's a nasty one. When Newer starts to do stuff like that, you've got to be scared. He certainly has the potential to dominate a game. Down goes Fultz, down goes NJR. A good 1-2 punch from the Rebellion.
they definitely are turning this around right now. Holy crap.
Board as down goes Spoit. Canadian getting defused, gets the halfway. Where is the coverage? Trying to get to the site, shut down by the Rebellion, and now it's all up to Kino. Ambi freezes him out of the bomb site. 4-2, the half.
All he did was sit there.
They need to do here on Chalet.
Yeah, nerd. Joe was probably gonna try to play the fucking Flash, yeah, I mean, it really does not fucking matter on this map, quite frankly. Yeah. And then for the third ban, Volker, just, like, if we want to start, like, increasing the pace and moving on these guys, we can go for a Thorn, too.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna need to. And then if it does go back to overtime right there, again, like that, you guys are doing really good the entire deep step, just right there at the very end. As soon as we float away from, like, the fucking spot, like, they just ISO'd us again. We forgot that we banned the ace, like, they can't open that sock wall, keep in mind. Most people aren't gonna bring fucking EPs for that. Just keep playing.
That part they have to do that, so they don't know anything else there.
Now we can do a little Chalet attack though, fellas.
Yeah, it's to be proper.
Oh, that'd be really proper, Junior. If you drone front door, you see there's no traps, another Abinai.
A nice display of art.
I mean, I'll do it.
Nice display of art.
I don't think I won't.
Hell, like you will. Ooh, Nick Jr. on the rock. I'm gonna do it with
And then
on the door.
Volker too, quite frankly as well, like the Master, if you see like a really heavy extension, and maybe they have stuff for the ISO setup, like they're doing like the like a 50 solid scheme where they have like the games area, fire, like dude playing like Ivy side office and like
And
soul
it's
area.
gonna be slant. Kino is always gonna be on a shield, so here he'll probably be Monty. For that attack, he looked to go library double. Fultz likes to go games window, and basically they want to just clear over. Deimos is just going to sit under in kitchen while they're clearing, okay? So Deimos will be like kitchen side under, and they're trying to go for the clear. What they will do, this is what we need to understand, is that I need us to hold our zones and fight. Do not over rotate, because if you give something up, like in their match yesterday, FaZe backed up and gave them solar. They left one person there and they flipped the entire tank, so they had none of the map, okay? We need to fight these guys, okay? We're running a lot of traps. If you notice on the strats, I want us to make sure that we're using those traps to try to track so that we can help where we need to and understand where shit's cleared, so we understand where they could be, okay?
Is that Deimos?
No,
Snake is
Snake
the
Blackbeard.
Snake Blackbeard.
Or BB. Blackbeard.
Mm.
Okay? That means
Listening to Super over these last couple of games, Parker, has been one of my favorite parts of the Salt Lake City Major. The experience and knowledge that he brings into those timeouts is so incredible. Always talking about the strats that they're expecting to see from their opponents, and then a little bit just going into their own strats, wanting to play a lot of shield, or wanting to play a lot of traps, expecting some shields out of Kino, and then maybe trying to take some space as well. Aware of what happened in that FaZe Clan game earlier for Dark Zero as well. So really nice coaching coming out from both players, but particularly
Yeah, it looks like we're having
Super
dinner,
coming in
like-
once more. This guy was pro back in Rainbow Six Vegas, Parker. He dipped his toes into Pro Siege when he was on Arrow, when he was on Rogue. Had to kind of start over in Sonics. I remember casting him back in Challenger League Season 9. He has been really grinding with this team. Finally brought them up to Tier 1, brought them to many different events, swapped over to coach, and now finally stands on a major final stage.
Mr. 1.6, as that was his KD for a short period of time, many moons ago, a pillar of the community.
I really like Chalet.
Himself. A large streamer, but you know, he's been a little busy lately, not able to co-stream as reliably because he is back in action, and I mean, that hard work has paid off. You can talk about his mechanical ability, but his mind for the game has never been questioned. And I mean, you say the same for Canadian. You've got two of the biggest brains on the same side of the stage. But as we always say with good coaches, you can coach a team, but you can't play for all 5 players, and it is really a team affair.
Well, we didn't quite get to catch the first couple of bans that Dark Zero were hoping for, but clearly it's been Castle Moon, very similar to what we saw being banned out by SR. They did say after those first 3 rounds, they might want to ban out a Thorn, depending on what SR are playing. Super himself said that our strats have a ton of traps, so that Thorn very likely going to be that ban after round number 9. But for now, it stays open. Spoit will jump on the operator, and the clear will start from Dark Zero. Bomb site over towards Master. It's going to be on that top floor site. You can see clearly Dark Zero wanting to take this library side before anything gets too crazy.
And they're very quick to the punch here. 45 seconds chasing down the Denari. Kino gets Ambi, bites off more than he can chew. Spoit has his teammates back. Down goes Rexon. Ambi and Rexon having a tough one. There goes Spoit as well. If you read into the numbers and you think the Rebellion really are as underwater on these defensive numbers, then you can just go in quickly and overwhelm them. If that was planned for Dark Zero, it's working out very effectively. Canadian yet to find a kill. He will have to turn that around as Dark Zero have made this easy.
Jeez, man. That was ridiculous. That was so fast.
So far in this series, and DZ are now 2 away from taking their own map.
Let me tell you, Parker, defending versus DZ on Chalet is not something I would wish on my worst enemy, and certainly for SR.
For me?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't even wish it for you.
Thank you.
No problem, buddy. 5-2 now on the scoreboard, and it really does look like an explosive execute. You see the difference in pace between Dark Zero and SR. It took Rebellion a long time to get in the building and get those opening picks. You said it, 50 seconds deep, and Kino gets that opening frag then in onto Ambi. At the same time, NJR did a great jump in. He actually vaulted in the mezzanine window with the glass to be able to get a smoke pick onto Rexon halfway through there. So some shenanigans on the glass. DC, a very deep strap look on this map, and they showcase it early on Chalet.
I mean, at this point, you do have to wonder if you just mentally move on to the next map. I mean, you heard exactly what was said by Callout and Fultz about map number 1. Hey, we were maybe hoping to knock them off stride on Nighthaven Labs. It did not happen. So now we turn our sights to Chalet, and we are still in a very comfortable position.
5 seconds remaining.
If I can give some copium to the SR fans, that round was what they were expecting. They expected Kino on a shield. They brought some traps to deny that shield play. It still beat them. It was still a difficult proposition. But they at least know that what they were expecting is what they're going to get against this Dark Zero team. Now, there's no shield being brought for round number 8.
DMR,
Still,
DMR,
have a
DMR,
defense to counter this Dark
DMR.
Zero attack. Putting that plan in practice is often very difficult, but they should still know what their plan is through these next couple of rounds. They won't be completely shook by that first defense.
What a turnaround.
Lots of DMRs.
On the kills component as well. They were really struggling on map number 1. I think it was, you said, NJR the closest to going positive on that team. Kino, the only player with a negative KD at the moment for Dark Zero. I mean, the scoreline should suggest that. But just because you're even in round count doesn't mean the kills are going to be coming your way. This is a rough spot to be in for Rexon, looking to not be the first casualty here in a very critical round for the Rebellion. They flushed him out of this chimney spot. He's now going to have to tuck into the alcove here in Library, as that's where the assault from Dark Zero will come. Logic bombs following up.
Oh, Rexon's down.
This is a bit of a rough one right now as Fultz guns down. Rexon hits him with the good night in all chats. Dark Zero got the start that they wanted here on round number 8.
What do you do as a response for the Rebellion? You've got to find some way to make a play, but you're being flashed out of your current positions. No swing from Spoit. He can sit just inside the mezzanine for now. They haven't really applied that pressure that they're looking to, but the players on Dark Zero are all around this map. They've got Kino inside of Kitchen. They've got NJR inside of Solar. This position that Spoit has will not just be a one-dimensional push for long.
I mean, at least the gadgets from Rexon will still persist. Spoit has taken up spot in that same area Rexon was playing in, a very critical part of this map, but he's punished by J90. DZ hunting SR for sport at this point. A slower round, but Dark Zero looked just as methodical as they did the time before. That calls upon the 3 remaining players from Rebellion with a minute to go to coalesce around this bomb site. Can they do it, Jesse?
They've still got 2 toxic babes from Surf. They've got some good plant denial to play around, but they really need to get aggressive. That's why you see Canadian all the way over towards Basement Hall. Newers finds Ambi. The aggressive moves aren't paying off, and now it's a 2v5.
And it's Surf and Canadian yet again. Canadian still searching for that first kill. They will call upon him as well as Surf does double duty. Watching and Freezer as a nade drops in his lap. He just manages to inch away from it as the toxic gas goes out. Canadian out-dueled, and there goes Surf. Another flawless
the tactical crouching.
Moves to map points. Utter dominance here on Chalet from the team in purple.
We said they had to respond with a statement of their own, and Parker, it looks like they're doing just that. It was 7-2 for the Rebellion on map number 1, and now we are just 3 minutes away from another 7-2, but this time the sides are swapped. Dark Zero dominating their own map pick, just like we saw from the Rebellion. You gotta give credit to how well DZ were isolating these picks. It seemed like it was always like a 1v4, a 1v5 on all of these frags, especially early on the top floor. It just wasn't a team game from the Rebellion. They were being picked apart one by one as Dark Zero were able to work from multiple different angles. I said it earlier, but players in kitchen, players in piano, players outside of the library windows too. I mean, it just felt like all the angles that DZ could be in, they were in. Makes it incredibly oppressive to play against, and SR will need to be flawless for the next 4 if they want overtime.
Well, I mean, I don't envy Fox and Laxing's job after that one. What do you pick up on? Do you pick up on the intel game? Do you pick up on the trades? Do you pick up on the map control? Do you pick up on the utility play? Because there really has been no downside to this Dark Zero Chalet. They have dominated the Rebellion on both sides of this map. As we expected, the numbers show just how weak the Rebellion are on defense. Dark Zero are exploiting that, and they are doing a perfect job reading into this.
And how good is Falspin as well? 10-4 here on their second map. He was the lowest rated player on DZ back through map number 1, but he's answered big time here on their own pick. It's just his second ever career event. He won the 6th Invitational. It has taken 19 straight events since to make it back to a grand finals, but Fultz has done just that here against Rebellion. You know he's not going to let this moment pass.
Amazingly, I remember when Fultz was on that old Challenger League team with Merc and the like, and I was patiently waiting for the debut at a Tier 1 level, and now Fultz is seen as the elder by a lot of players. I am so old, Jesse. And so too is Fultz as he captains this team and gives tons of valuable experience to the rest of these players.
He was playing against Super down in Challenger League back in the days when he was on OC and Super was on Elephant Gang. It was the good old days down in Tier 2, let me tell you.
This one could be over quickly if Dark Zero snaps their fingers and rushes into the site. They've already got utility pushing these Rebellion players into their waiting arms. Logic bombs go off.
Bank next.
Well, landing in the lap
Bank, then Cafe, and then
for something.
Clubhouse.
Step in the Rebellion's round could go up in smoke. Shane, I know, punishing Spoit. Nobody on the Rebellion able to put up much of a fight on this second half at all. Halfway point, still damage being done. There goes Surf. Canadian taking serious damage. This one just might be over already, and we've still got a minute and a half to go.
Jeez.
What do you do from SR? You have to be able to find a way to battle back, but at this point, map 3 just seems like it is looming in the wings. Jane, I know, already a single kill from outside the building. Why not another? Finds Canadian on a rotation, and Ambi and Rexen are left with it all to do.
Could it be another flawless round? Would this really be it? A fourth flawless round for
There we go.
Rexen says no. Down goes Kino, unable to stop the defuse kit, and a drop will not be had.
Jeez.
Shuts them down. They dog walk SR on their own map, and we will go to bank all tied up.
Go to a best of 3 in Salt Lake City. That's exactly what these two teams expected. Dominant performances on their own map picks. Now things will start to get really tight.
That was insanely fast on that map. Insanely fast on that map. Ah, yeah. The Maverick skin. Dude, that was ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, let me see if this will... That noise makes me nervous every single time. What does it say? No catches yet. Well, yeah. Trying something out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was my USB-C on top of my computer's going out, so I'm gonna unplug that for now. That was so fast. Okay, do exclamation catch. Lady, go ahead and do that and see if this actually works. I think it worked. Hold on a second, let me see. That was me. There's no catches yet still. Okay. It is a little mini game. There you go, there's that. And I also have... That's cool as hell.
And obviously not the outcome you wanted on the second map. What are you going to have to fix going into map 3?
Okay, that's really cool.
I think resetting. I said the same thing to you in the interview yesterday. It's a best of 5.
Hey, you caught something!
On our pick.
Okay.
They won handily on their pick.
Okay, I'm gonna keep
That's
this. But look at the
honestly
tracker.
way a series is expected to go. Obviously, you want to.
That's
make it
cool
tougher
as
than that,
hell.
but hey, it is what it is. We knew this. You know, we knew this series has potential to go the distance. It could be close. Now we're.
I like that a lot.
The real meat of it, I guess.
Does it
but
go
yeah,
away
good
then?
Maps for us coming up. Just reset and play our game. Nothing to worry about.
Kino, you destroyed the world champs on Chalet. You now
Oh my
take
gosh,
down
it does.
SR on the same
Okay.
map. What is it about this team that works really well on Chalet?
I don't know. Maybe our Chalet is just good. I didn't know, but apparently it's good.
And you guys are feeling good? How are overall things feeling on the team right now?
It's good. We know it's going to be a long day. The best of 5.
Oh,
And we're here for
crap.
the run. You know, first map, our energy was like not there. We were like not there at all. And this map was better. So we'll see what happens.
Thanks, Kino.
Indeed, the energy is there now. As Fultz said after map 1, he knew that his roster had what it takes.
I'm
to
glad it's working,
reset,
okay.
Rebalance and cook on Chalet and Fox. That's exactly what they did.
That's what they did. It's hilarious hearing Kino say, I didn't know we were good at that, because after yesterday's match against FaZe, I hyped up the guys. I said, congratulations. You took FaZe to Chalet and beat them. And the first thing Newer said was, well, yeah, it's our best map.
Yeah, and I said, going into this series, we need players to come alive, and that absolutely delivered. Fultz with a big 3K in round 4. This is what was needed, and then to push it past, going into the next round. You know, we talked about Rome, we talked about being able to delay time. Kino did such a good job playing Ivy here, not only eliminating that shield, because when you look at the time, you look at the man advantage, he swings it back into an even deficit, but if he didn't get rid of Troy here, that then falls into a 4v2, and that blitz would have been so oppressive into the round, but they end up cleaning up shop, and they get this round going in their favor.
Dude, Kino is such a rat. I swear, only he can do it in these situations, to be able to stall so much time. But that's the strength of Dark Zero. I mean, we talked about it. Going to a map like Chalet, it's a lot smaller, a lot more gritty. You can play from outside the windows, taking space fast. is the key. Dark Zero does that. They're able to consume so many areas of the map, get in there, force SR to make a decision, make a play, and at the end of the day, Dark Zero came out on top. They look so dominant, and I'm glad you brought up Foltz, because what a better way to lead your team by example after losing map 1 is to be the top fragger, consistently there for map 2.
I'd argue Canadians leading by example as well. We've seen it there, and his team does extremely well, so you can't count him out regardless, but I think Troy said it best. This is how a series should look. You win your map, they win their map, you reset going into the next.
Troy, the boy,
That's cool. Okay. I hope it
ready for this to potentially
works really well
go the
too.
distance. If it is going to, it all comes down to this next map to see who gets the next advantage. We're going to Bank next. How are we feeling?
I mean, Bank's one of those maps. We just saw DZ play on it against FaZe. They look extremely strong. They're very aggressive. Again, a lot of the cheese ops. That's what we saw. Glass,
that's where the
Blitz,
success came
BB,
from.
that's the success. That's something SR showed that they were ready for on map 1. It's going to be the biggest question on, can Dark Zero be able to adjust without those operators?
I mean, they've both clearly shown that they're good at this map.
Yes.
Now, for me, however, I'm going to be looking at from an attacker side of things. When you look at the two spearheads of both teams that are going to be entering, we saw Ambi. That's when he dropped the big
I appreciate it. I hope people are going to be using it. So
high kill deficit, but he was opening up these rounds. So I'm really looking at these entry fraggers to find their mark, open up these rounds, and then let the rest be able to walk into the site and go for these executions.
Big picture, when you look at things overall, it feels a little bit neck and neck right now, and that is why we're expecting this to be a potentially long series. But if you had to say who's got the advantage right now, who's playing the best?
It comes down to the entry game, but I think Dark Zero's got the better teamwork right now.
I'm going to have to argue, and I'm going to have to go against you and say Shopify Rebellion is still looking good.
Lax, what's that?
What's that sound? You feel that? Wait, I think we're being hacked.
Oh my God!
Wait, it's gonna blow up. Listen, I'm saving myself.
That's so... I love these guys.
We need to get back into this. Final, we're getting back to Jesse and Pat.
Ooh.
Well, thank you very much. I gotta say, I think killing an analyst is a first for our esport, but I mean, hey, sorry, Fox. I guess you're the one who drew the short straw here.
No, it broke free. You try.
Call, say, hey guys, your analyst segment's doing great. I guess it popped up the Doku. It wasn't meant to be such an explosive call.
My Korean's a little bit rusty, but isn't Dokubi something about an imp? Jesse, you are a little impish as a human being, so I mean, it does make an awful lot of sense.
Let's try again.
Low, though. They are looking for you. You're wanted for murder. So.
All right, well, hopefully Fox can put himself back together for the second analyst segment after this match.
Antien Tuberal.
We've got to load into Bank, and some would tell you that we're already 40% of the way through this grand.
You try. All right. Are you not allowed to do it again?
Getting started. The way these best of 5 goes, you get ban, pick, ban, and then only 3 maps remain. While this is technically going to be the pick of Shopify Rebellion, both of these
Tatanka, the Lord, got banned. What the hell?
3 maps left in the pool.
Okay, this
so
thing.
We expect both teams to be very comfortable on all 3 of these next maps.
Absolutely, and I think we're gonna have a pretty good show of this. As you said,
yeah.
the Chalet was over. It's a best of 3 now. The advantages are gone. It just comes down to map pool. So buckle up, sit tight, go maybe get some beverages. It's, you know, Salt Lake, get a little thirsty. Salt probably doesn't help. Make
get
sure
some soda.
grab some soda. That's all the rage here. And prepare yourself for Bank, as one of these teams will move to series point with a victory here on Bank. And then it really just comes down to, does that same team carry Cafe for a 3-1 victory?
And Parker, it's not every day you see a Tachanka ban in Rainbow Six Siege.
That's what I was saying.
That is respect being shown to one man and one man
Canadian.
only. NJR is
NJR.
the best Tachanka player in the world. It's his most played defensive operator here at the Salt Lake City Major. He has a 64% win rate across all maps when playing that operator. He is so good when it comes to shooting those fires. So SR say we'd rather deal with him on the smoke. He'll be playing a very similar position, starting in elevators and then backing off to play the site with those toxic babes to waste some time. But keep an eye on NJR. If he does struggle a little bit, losing that LMG and losing that primary gadget could be part of the reason why.
This is a massive map. There will be lots of isolated engagements occurring on all portions of these bomb sites, whether it be the top floor, whether it be the basement, which is where we are looking right now for round number 1. Expect there to be quite a bit of pugilism as these teams will come to blows. One of the things that really benefited Shopify Rebellion back in map number 1 was their drone work. That will be even more important here on this map. If SR are incapable of using intel correctly, they will be at a disadvantage. And dare I say it, Jesse, the team that uses intel best probably will be the team that ends up winning this map.
Yeah, and of course, Ambi and Spoit are going to be two intel operators that we typically see. Ambi over at the IQ, so changing things up a little bit. Usually we'd see him on the Snake for this bomb site, but not unusual to see that IQ instead. Of course, will come through to counter that Echo, so lots of utilities still being countered out. This really is not an aggressive hold from Dark Zero.
Nice.
They're happy to sit inside the bomb site. We started with Newers inside of open area. We started with NJR inside the elevators, but all of them had hatches able to quickly drop back down to site. So not a surprise to see this one start so slow, but it'll really come down to the execute of the Rebellion. They've got the Habana. All the hatches should be open with no problem, but you're looking at this site and you're seeing Yokai.
I might change how often it does it.
You're seeing Toxic Babes. Like, there's so much utility in the
Let me
site.
see if I got it.
What they wanted.
Well, you say Kino's a good SAS operator. They've passed one of those two over to Jack, and the first pick here on Bank will come in his hands. Kino now on the run as Canadian was breathing down his neck. It's been about 40 minutes since Canadian was able to get a kill again. Not integral for the Rebellion that Canadian gets some frags, especially on this map,
delay,
where he's going to be playing a lot more shields than we saw on maps 1 and 2. They've got a Yokai cam on him. Canadian is in a very vulnerable position, and this might be a great kill opportunity for Dark Zero.
Yeah, they were able to
make it a little bit longer.
Kino doesn't care, hits the head of Canadian instead and finds that body shot frag. Now it's a two-man lead.
Newers has to survey the hatch above his head, but was also looking over towards blue stairs, and maybe a bit of a step back for this DZ defense as they will reposition Echo's drone. Nade goes in, Kino flushed out of that position, right into the arms of Rexen. Good coordination. Rebellion still trailing.
No, it's somebody made the overlay for Lumia stream. This is what I use for like my lights and stuff like that.
They will be flying a bit blind, but J9O will go for a full flank. What damage can he do?
It's a different.
Rebellion have their hands full. Ambi takes down Newers. They're boxed out of the bomb site. Rexen holding the defuse kit. A surprise looms for this Rebellion team as they will incur some damage. J9O still on the hatch.
Jeez, man.
Dark Zero not letting up after Chalet. They open Bank with a successful defense.
I theorized that maybe the Tachanka ban would set NJR back a bit, but he is better than that. Plays so well on the smoke there, Parker. You saw him delaying that plant for so long. They didn't really get to start it until there was maybe 5 seconds left in that round. Hit some beauty SMG-11 shots to close that one out too. Of course, you start with this two-man lead coming out from these extended players, J9O and Kino, but even beyond that, it felt like a perfect round from Dark Zero, where the early game went their way. They didn't lose anybody on that very small roam, and then when it came down to the final seconds, I mean, 5 seconds is not going to be enough for SR to make an execute go through. Certainly not with a flank on the top floor. Certainly not in a two-man disadvantage.
Well, I mean, you just got to mentally reset again. When it comes to experience, we worried that Dark Zero maybe had a bit of jitters on that very first map. Obviously, they shook it off for Chalet. Business as usual. Both of these teams slugging on their favored turf, winning 7-2. Now we go back to SR's map pick, and things get a bit more usual here on Bank, Jesse. Typically, you're going to start on the weak side.
Oh, what is this game going to be on?
Wants to defend on this map. That gives us a good idea of what the goal is for the Rebellion. The Rebellion, they probably want to win 2-3 rounds, but that is the high water mark for this map on their side.
Oh, it's on Prime.
Yeah, I would say, honestly, with these two teams, like, Bank maybe slightly leans defender-sided, but these two teams are both very good at attacking, so you really need to in either direction is fine, and I would expect that. If we get to a 5-1, okay, the will start to ring.
What was that?
Easy win their primary bomb site. That shouldn't be alarm bells just yet for Rebellion fans. They'll get a second opportunity when round 4 comes through, but of course, in the second round, we will move upstairs. This is where DZ likes to try to defend with a little bit more presence. They've got Faults back on this Echo, who can try to use this information to enable some early picks coming the way of DZ. But SR, look,
it actually made the noise.
Well. The Rara from Rexen, the Glaz from
I think that's the noise. So go ahead. I think it's actually making the sound.
Messy execute when they do get down to it. Not that I think it'll come so soon.
And that New Zealand operator is saw a bit more play after some changes during the mid-season, but the pick rate has fallen off on maps like Cafe and Bank. Way more
nice, congrats.
These defenders, and that's exactly what Rexen will do outside. 2 of those gates have gone, trying to box in these players. Ambi, the first kill, full answers backsurf on the board as well. Shield in the hands of Service. There's NJR and J9O, and they've turned this round on its head. A very quick entry for the Rebellion. We're not even at the halfway point, and it's been rebuffed by Dark Zero.
Surf's entry was excellent, but his whole team fell around him. That's going to be the big problem. Now they're in a man disadvantage. Nice find. Surf just flicks around and finds the head of fault. Evens things back out 2-2, and Rexon and Surf are in a really good position. The fuse kit is inside the site, so it should be easy to recover.
Oh, 6 kills between NJR and J90. The 3
Oh, they have diffuser though.
on this team holding down the bomb sites. They'll have to retrieve the diffuser on the side of the Rebellion. They have plenty of time to do that. And early action has now made way for this ceasefire between the teams as there's Rexon now planting the diffuse kit. Worried about over towards paper. That's NJR waiting in the wings.
Well, they know he's
Rexon
there.
will have to rely entirely on Surf, but J90 is an unknown variable. And there he is, Rexon trusting Surf. That trust seemingly misplaced. Blackbeard will have to put the shield and the team on his back. As both NJR and J90 immortal up to this point. 40 seconds to see if Surf can break that trend. Now behind the desk with the case down, shield on his back. NJR swings around, buying time. Off the defuse kit, Surf will go.
Oh!
To Thorn, good information. Giving time for J90 to reposition.
Still hasn't even hit him yet.
Want to. He's holding this cross. The moment that he attempts to defuse, they fall in, then they fall out. Quite a rhythm here now as Surf will attempt it for the 4th time. Up against a hard wall. He manages to get it down. Crossfire it perfectly. J90 gets the
it's all
kill,
good.
easy counter disable, and Dark
I appreciate
Zero
it.
continuing their reign of terror.
NJR and J90 have for years been thought of as so clutch.
That's what I was gonna
and it'll
do.
force attack time on our SR.
Prime.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, with this Echo, guys, we need to be running Dokkaebi. Okay? They're using that for the info to get aggressive on us. If you notice, they're playing very bunkered and just waiting for us, and they're acting up the Echo. I think we can third ban that. If we do third ban that, I would expect maybe a Mira, Clash, or both, okay?
I think we just do the mute because we have all the ops for it, and
Okay, that's fine, but
I mean,
if
they
we
could
want
ban Doke, but
that's fine, Troy, but if we want to do that, I think we need to be running Doke for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Guys, the thing here is, again, they're playing bunkered, they're looking to retreat, or they're just standing their ground waiting for us to push in across it. So we need to make sure that we are establishing what we need, like that last round. The whole take is based off Will walking Glass main lobby. We have Ash, we didn't clear the BP. Make sure we're helping each other and calling what we need to do, okay?
Game 7 Pistons and Cavs.
A lot of
Detroit.
that timeout focused in on the Echo, which has been played so well by the captain of DZ. False has been really running this operator to great success, and Super said it. They've been using this yokai drone to get aggressive, to force some early frags.
There's another one.
The
I don't know why I didn't make the noise on this.
Again, if you can get things messy on the side of DZ, that is always going to favor you because they have some of the best late round players in the entire world. Fans have been asking for years of what it would look like to see NJR and J90 on the same team. When it comes to late round clutch players, there are almost nobody in the world who are as good as those two. So you put them in a 2v2 situation, and they are going to be favorites every day of the week. I thought they played that 2v2 so perfectly. Parker, of course, never giving up a free pick. Even in the 2v1,
Give me 1
they
second.
only went for the
I gotta get up really
they were
quick.
both there
I gotta grab water.
together. They didn't give up any opportunities to equalize that man count to a 1v1, and that's that late round consistency that we've expected from Dark Zero throughout this tournament, and is showing up again here in the finals.
When you've got Canadian in a matchup, he's going to eat up a lot of the air when it comes to leadership and the conversation around it. But I feel like we're doing a bit of a disservice to not highlight how good and how critical these comms are for Dark Zero. They are always in control. Even when they're losing, it still looks like they have an idea and the right way about tackling a problem. On Chalet, it was immediately evident. On Bank, it's becoming even clearer. This is a team that is really trusting each other, and that last round showed how perfect it can be when you've got two players on the exact same wavelength.
One thing Super wanted to see was he said, if we're not going to be banning the Echo, we need to run Dokkaebi for the rest of this match. That's why Ambi's immediately jumped on this operator. Usually on this bomb site, you'll see him either on the Snake or even the Nook. He likes a little bit of sneaky Nook play on this bomb site, but is forced to go over to the Dokkaebi. Now, there is no Echo being played by Dark Zero, but you just can't risk that anymore if you're SR.
And it's going to be a quick one. They take control of Square. There goes the buck of Spoit marching in. Spoit has been very quiet so far today. They will need a big game for him. Surf on the board. Canadian outdueled another from the glass of Surf. Powering this team forward. Ambi and Rexon were the star of the show. There's Spoit now for another. Rebellion have two more bodies to find. Shotgun versus shotgun.
Oh, the skeleton key.
Winning against that SAS shotgun. Now it's Newers on the run. Half of the round to go, right to the arms.
The
of
Doke's gonna
Andy.
get banned.
A big bounce back round from Shopify Rebellion to get on the board.
Really nice push there to clear through the top floor, Parker. What I like about that push is you've got the short range and the long range working
That Doke's about to
together.
get banned.
From all the way back at the top of square, it was Surf on the glass. He was finding those long range picks. He was doing some really good work trading out Canadian after he went down and finding that opening pick. And then Spoit, the other S player
wow.
on Shopify
Okay.
Rebellion, able to just run in with the skeleton key, get a couple of crazy picks in the midst of that push as well. You mentioned it briefly in that moment, Parker. The pace being set by SR is really nice to see. Again, they didn't have great pace coming through that first couple of rounds. That's largely due to the bomb site. It's really hard to have a fast-paced push when they're defending on the basements and they're not going for a roam game. But if you let SR take control of the game in the early moments, I mean, that can be where they thrive. Dark Zero, one of the best late-round teams in the entire world. But if SR can get more of these early fights, that could start to favor them.
Of course, let's also not.
Oh, look
overstate
at
what
it.
we saw from the Rebellion there. That is the tertiary site for
Gimme.
a lot of teams. You've got the basement and you've got the top floor as your two reliable places. So as we saw back in map 1, as we saw in map 2, a 4-2 scoreline at this point is looking most likely. And again, knowing what we know of the map, knowing what we know of the teams on the starting sides, Dark Zero and Shopify Rebellion are setting us up perfectly for that when the second half arrives.
Yeah, I would say this game is still neck and neck. Even if DZ win this bottom floor bomb site, I still feel like it's pretty neck and neck because SR will have those opportunities to bounce back on the secondary and tertiary bomb sites through rounds 5 and 6. But even still, the dominance of that third round has to be applauded on the side of SR. Once again, they will not choose to ban out the Echo. This is something that Troy said during that timeout. He said, I'd rather ban the Mute because we've got the tools to deal with the Echo. The Mute is something that we don't have as many tools to play with, so they will continue to run this Dokkaebi. It will probably not be swapped off for the rest of this half, but now with the Mute not on board, they can start to play a little bit more aggressive. The Havana can start to be a little bit more effective with these long-range hard breaches coming through too, so good tools from the Rebellion. And again, Parker,
Goyo
a
gone.
relatively passive hold playing by Dark Zero. Newers and Faults maybe a little aggressive on that mid floor. Newers just inside a cafeteria to start things off, so there could be a moment where they want to get aggro, but always got to be so worried when you try to roam on this map. It can be really difficult to survive with your life.
Spoit is in a position where if they are not aware of this, he could cause some real chaos amongst the ranks of Dark Zero. Still waiting for Ambi and Rexon to devour these games. We mentioned that if things go all to plan for SR, Ambi could break the kill record at the major. That is still possible, but he has very much fallen off since game number 1. I mean, all of the Rebellion have. Frankly, it's not unique to just Ambi. Oh my goodness. No way.
It's a floor below.
I know.
It
I
can
have
be tricky
eyes.
with Snake sometimes.
I have
It can be
eyes.
tricky.
I'm aware. Thank you.
Sees the retreat, and that's just going to be the reset coming out from Dark Zero. They don't want to fight again early on that roam game. It was a little bit more aggressive than I think back in round number 1, just with Faults and Newers' positions, but they fall back towards the site. And now Kino kind of becomes that first line of defense. He's been playing those server stairs, and when he's on the shotgun, I said it earlier, Parker, one of the best SAS players in the entire world. He can be so difficult.
These camera angles are so cool.
And it was J9O on the Mute who contested that part earlier. Obviously, with the Mute ban, they've had to change things up on the way that Dark Zero
That's 2.
guards this important avenue to the bomb site. Blue is one of the most hotly contested parts of Bank when the bottom floor is underwater.
That's 3.
They struggle to get Kino out on Chalet in an area that is the exact same name. And oh boy, they might just be struggling again. Kino's got the stack up for 2 kills.
Oh my God.
Blue, he will dig one grave. Ambi
They spent so much time there.
Finally getting Fultz. Canadians only got 2 kills in this entire series. He's hoping to go higher than that. The fire will not really move Kino out of this position. It will buy some time as now they loop around. Final 30 seconds here, and there's a lot of work to be done for the Rebellion.
They got to give it up. This is a pivot. It's been too difficult to clear Kino, so they all head in through the back, but they're not finding the kills.
The old dog can still learn new tricks. Canadian in a 1v2 with 15 seconds to go. He'll have to get Surf back up. This is a decision made by Rebellion. Running out of time. Kino and J9O now just waiting ever so patiently. Canadian by Jack.
Bro.
And he gets them both. Basement, very familiar territory for Dark Zero. They're up 3-1.
Nice try by the Rebellion to try to pull that one back. Unfortunately, as he said, Parker, that bottom floor site just way too strong. Kino, no doubt the MVP, clutching up on those stairs. He is so important in that position. So difficult to
Jump
try
scare
to
much,
clear
yeah.
out
from that spot. Was playing it on the Warden back in round number 1. He loves those blue stairs and will continue to be one of the best in the world in that position. I like the, again, attempt coming back from Canadian. The call there to try to pivot away from those stairs after you throw the Capital Bolt. It almost fades when you are still trying to clear it. These 2 kills so beautiful from Kino. But then you completely pivot. You try to hit the back. They actually were racking up the kills with Canadian finding a big one there and Surf 2 with the SMG. But ultimately, J90 so clean. How many times do I gotta say it? Him and NJR have been insane in the late round.
Absolutely, NJR, one of the best mailbox operators and players. It's a term that is used quite frequently.
What's up, baby girly?
Mint, who joined us for a TriCast on
Hi,
Friday.
Grimmy.
Mailbox meaning cut, cross. A lot of people used to refer to it as canine, a spot just where you sit there and you hold an angle. That's it. Don't do much else. It's a very
I see you two are harassing light bright.
Looking at the bomb site, it could be on flank watch.
Good job,
It really
Grimmy.
depends on the map, the bomb site, and the numbers as
Right
well.
here.
So this is where the real test starts for SR. You're not expecting to win a whole lot of those first
Oh, baby
rounds on
girl.
bank, but now you're getting a second look at that secondary bomb site.
Just waiting for somebody to donate.
This as well. What worries me, Parker, is in that attack timeout, Super spent so long talking about
$9
talking about how they were going to counter
and 31
that operator.
cents.
Dark Zero haven't run it since. They have not brought that operator back out, so it starts to be a little bit cautious. If you're SR,
So that way
this
she can
doesn't
get
go to plan.
another
You
treat.
no longer have that final tool to try to pull things back and get the momentum back in your favor. With the mute ban, they can likely open up that Kanto wall with relative ease. J90 is playing that position, of course, with the bandit batteries, but they've got players all around these.
I'm hoping sometime he can develop
out.
like a
And be downside of main lobby. There is
just a
nobody
button.
roaming below the site, but that doesn't mean there can't be somebody who flanks down late.
Break glass in case of emergency. Ash being brought out.
I had to play the PSA for the treats. What do you mean?
A lot of old heads will be remembering fondly from the early fragging days. Ambi may be hoping to kickstart some offense. Now, Ash is more of a utility-based operator these days than she used to be. And I mean, if you need explosives, she's one of the best. What do you bring, Sophia? That's silly stuff.
Well, it's good for the Azami. It's good for the castle in particular here on this site. So you do see a lot of util being used currently by Ambi. His 5th most played operator here at the Salt Lake City Major.
The DMRs, man.
Deep and no real action coming through. SR have taken
Aw,
some good
hold
map
on.
control. They've got Surf over towards
There you
Square.
go.
And of course, they've got that lobby control and control down below the bomb site. But if they don't start finding picks, Parker, I'm worried about the late round again.
I mean, SR has been very slow on attack time and time again. Spoit gets dealt with by J90, the savior of the previous round, starting off strong. 10-1 for J90, by the way, quietly amassing an incredible
What is going on?
amount of kills.
Rebellion right now.
There's Canadian to take care of Foltz in and amongst the smoke.
What is going on?
Canadian will double his kill total at this point in time as Surf misses a golden opportunity to Kino, fixes his mistake. Rexon there for the follow-up. Canadian looking for defuse kits. Surf finds 2 and a team kill is one of them. Oh my goodness. J90 to the rescue, and suddenly things going really poorly for the Rebellion. Canadian in a 1v3, under fire as he now turns to head back up to the bomb site. He's got a good idea. Does he have the aim? He's picking away, a tough shot to be made with this Reaper. I mean, one shot's all it really takes. Inside a conference room now, looking to hold a meeting for this team. Circles around and it's J90 again! 4-1 for Dark Zero. Chalet looking a lot like Bang Bang, looking a lot like Chalet. Jesse, I can't tell the difference between these two.
Oh, it's a massive round coming out from J90 from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. He has been so big for this team and once again puts in the work in round number 5. Just able to solidly shut down that push. And for Dark Zero, right, coming up against SR, it was a multi-dimensional push. You saw SR players coming from
I did.
Square,
I need to save it though.
lobby stairs.
I don't have it saved.
Canadian very isolated.
But for $10 whole, you too can prevent a little tiny baby P from starving to death because she gets fed every single day on time.
1v1 versus Fault, but he's got no teammates to play with. He's got the defuse kit by himself. Even with site control, his teammates aren't able to play the objective to put the defuse kit on the ground. J90 12-1 here through 5 rounds on bank. That is unbelievable.
J90 was the highest rated player on DZ towards the start of kickoff. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but Kino was at 1.2. Again, it just goes to show you the depth of this Dark Zero team. Anybody can step up when needed.
Yeah.
And I mean, the main criticism that we had was if NJR and Newers are not matching Rebellion blow for blow.
And right now, for $9.31, you too can prevent this poor little starved baby from starving even more.
The day here
and looking all upsetties.
There's no
Spaghettis.
danger for Dark. There's nothing to be saved at this current point in time. He's helping them punish this rebellion. So it's those auxiliary players, those support players that are often criticized for not helping out that deserve all the praise on this Dark Zero team.
We need to see some bigger moments from SR. We are really approaching the must-win territory. If you go down 5-1 on attack when both teams favor the offensive side, you start to get very concerned with what the rest of this BO5 looks like. Rexon on 1 frag, of course, Canadian on 2 as well. I mentioned Rexon came into the series with 8 straight positive or even maps. Was positive on that first map as well, so that would extend his streak up to 9, but negative on that 7-2 loss, and negative now here today. They need something more.
Canadian off to the races. Ambi just behind him as the bullets go on through. The jig might be up there as out goes one of those F-Knots. Now a drop on down. Ambi surprised by NJR. The flank will now also put Canadian in a really tough spot as he shot through the wall. Newer's out-dueling him. This is a great read by Dark Zero, and while every half has been 4-2, DZ have set themselves up so nicely for our first.
Did you lose your bits? Oh, look at this guy.
I know, he's on the precipice of it, finds a player, but doesn't quite find him through the wall. Will drop back down towards the site, so that top floor conceded now to the Rebellion.
Yeah, it might be the way it's set up right now is for the donations. It's your turn to catch it.
Countered by DZ. It's attempted a fast rush in through lobby.
Oh, look at that little baby.
We're behind him. Newer's vaulted over the lobby,
So
to get those back shots straight into
and baby.
Canadian, and you start to get really scared
baby.
at this point. They have to retreat to plan B. They have to clutch up a 3v5.
Nice.
And frankly, Parker, they're starting to stall a little bit.
Well, I mean, you lost your Blitz, you lost your Dokkaebi. This was a go for broke strategy, and broke seems to be on the menu for Rebellion at this point. I mean, how do you course correct? Diffuser is miles away from you. It likely is being watched by these Dark Zero players. It's in an adjoining part of the map. And hey, how about that? A backstab from Spoit. His position is given away by that F-Knot, but as long as they trade, Dark Zero will be in a beautiful spot to send this one away. Doubled up by the remaining Dark Zero players. Rebellion has their work cut out for them. There's Newers playing with impunity. Spoit will collect a kill on Defaults. The only person able to find frags so far on this Rebellion round. I don't know if I like this position for Spoit one bit, especially since he's given his position away, heralding his rival to the bomb site. He'll pick up the defuse kit, twitching, running out of time. Down goes Newers. All hope now rests on Spoit, but there's J9O again! A walloping delivered by Dark Zero on the first half of SR's map. DZ are up 5-1, and there is still so much time to go in this map for them to seal the deal.
Holy shit, dude. Sorry. Give me a second. Listen, on the basement side, if we, fellas, detach, listen. On that basement side right there, if they fucking are doing their own, remember what we talked about? We can do Junior on the Twitch, we can throw it as a light inbound, you take it knock. And through the lobby side, like take your Twitch drone, throw it across the map, then go to the D-box side. If we need to kill the blue guy, Junior can use SNI, you can try to cross in that, but in general, Kino and Bulker, if you see that, I want you guys to go fuck that guy on blue stairs and just go straight to side.
They have the... Okay, go ahead.
I'm gonna keep talking. You talk anyway. Listen, on the if they're doing the anchor and they're doing their fucking blue stairs extension with the clash inside of server Bulker, we're gonna take the Thatcher anyways. We can fuck that dude. Like you can take the Ying paired with the Thatcher, and then we can literally just Ying the shit out of him. Thatcher,
Hi, dear.
We can't clash shield. We can drop down and crank that guy.
This is our little check-in with each other. I'm down for it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can.
There's EMP.
The only reason I was saying the Ying is because we can also.
Oh, that was that was a bet. Oh.
Yeah, just better. No, not yeah, it doesn't have to be you on the Ying. You could also take the shield if you want to go for like the Blackbeard plant, whatever it is, or fucking Blitz. Yeah, whatever. But in general, just kind of read
on execute, Deimos goes main, Sense red hatch, IQ site hatch, Grimmin shield and server. Guys, every attack I saw from them, they tried to finish server. Okay, so that's one thing we need to make sure. When the second time I saw them,
well, Ben Wallace and Rip Hamilton are both there next to each other at the game too.
Literally same exact execute positions. Okay, so again, look out for that. Doesn't mean it's a guarantee, but if that's what
that was a rough. That was a rough.
Okay. For CEO, they do have a square take that they were doing with
that was
Glaz.
a rough penalty
Cali
or
the main
foul.
Repels. They won't be able to do it really here with the Glaz. They could still try to maybe do it with the Ying. For that, he repelled in to just try to basically push. Nomad was top square. Thermite opened both the square walls. Fultz like literally sat outside stock, just flashing curve. They repelled in and they just try to play like basically to get aggro while they were planting behind. Okay. What type was that on the last one? That's CEO. That was the only attack I saw from them. On open, sledge play CEO repels.
When the going gets tough, that's when experience can make the difference. And there is nobody in NA more experienced than Shopify Rebellion's captain. He's won 2 hammers, he's won a major in the past in this very country. He knows what it takes to dig deep. He will have to channel that resilience down.
That's so much fun.
Now versus DZ.
Thanks, Grim.
Lots of strats being spoken by both Callout and Super in that
was so
timeout.
good.
Lots of words being exchanged between both really Callout and his players in that one, where he says, listen, I need to control the mic for these 2 minutes. There's a lot to tell you guys.
Oh, Grimmy Grim.
I can put into your heads. This is going to be a tough half, Parker. There's no other way to cut it. Dark Zero enter this matchup as the best attack team in the tournaments. They have been dominating, winning 68% of their attacking rounds through the tournament so far. They will need to be held to just 1 if SR want overtime here on map 3.
Yeah, a really staggering set of numbers for Dark Zero on this map and just in general. I mean, we expected this to be a close one, and map number 1 maybe gave some false confidence to the fans of Shopify Rebellion, but this DZ team has played without many weaknesses through much of this tournament. They stunned us all yesterday in order to get here by destroying the world champions. Very few people had them toppling FaZe Clan, and yet they were able to pull it off. It's a bit more of a heated rivalry between Rebellion and Twisted Minds to get
Heated rivalry mentioned.
But I mean, hey, DZ and SR, it's a great matchup on paper. We need SR to play better if we want that paper matchup to actually materialize in the present, because right now, Dark Zero are marching their way to another major championship on North American soil.
This round is going to tell us a lot about how this second half is going to go, Parker. Shopify Rebellion get to play the best side on the map. They get to go down towards the bottom floor. They have the most minimal amount of bans they're going to have on this bomb site throughout the rest of this series. They lose the Tuber out, they lose the smoke. That's okay. They move Surf over to the Tachanka. I talk about NJR as the best Tachanka in the world. I still back that, but Surf is incredible on this operator as well. Very used to playing with the Shamika launcher, so we know how good he can be in this position. Getting him back over to the Clash. This was something we saw a lot from him over the last couple of maps. He's very confident here with this operator. Won't be taking any early gunfights, but can maybe shoot some drones, maybe cause some panic early on the side of TZ, and then can rotate back over towards server if he wants to, try to hold on to that space and help his teammates to slow down this round.
I know that we focused a lot on Canadians' kills, but the one person I want to touch on that needs to really step it up is Rexon. 13 kills in map number 1, 4 kills since. That is just not going to get the job done. And while our concerns about Dark Zero's fraggers were very real, I think we've messed up the teams here. Our concern about fragging is now on the side of the Rebellion. Kino now on blue stairs, a familiar spot for him when he's defending. He'll get knocked away by the taser of the Clash. Rexon menacing. How do you lose that?
Oh, that shotgun, it is not the greatest gun in the game, Parker. Probably brought it for the rotates, but unfortunately it doesn't go exactly as he wanted playing against Kino. Now Canadian is left without a teammate. He's got to fall back and try to play closer to sight.
And Newers has a really good opportunity to jump on Spoit, as Canadian now needs to wander back. Dark Zero assembling their forces over here, and down goes Canadian, waiting for the call. Spoit will likely slip up. Here they come. The cavalry has arrived. Dark Zero.
Dude, it's just they're just spamming their DMRs over that way while they're planting. That's insane.
Can you believe it?
Jesus, man.
Stunned. Shopify Rebellion looks stunned in this final, Parker. Back-to-back maps now. They have gotten 3 rounds over the last nearly 2 hours playing versus DZ. This has been a disaster of a turn of events. The last couple rounds both felt like they had to be must-wins. They didn't win on their primary sites. Even with that opening pit going the way of Dark Zero, it felt like they had the control. It felt like they were still able to win through the 4v5, but what counters were coming out from Dark Zero? You saw them bash away that Clash, doing a great job to apply pressure to Canadian. This play from Kino, one of the best shield players in the entire world, and you gotta look at the Clash of Canadian maybe a little bit far back, maybe a little bit passive when he could have been up helping Rexon to the top of those stairs, then just through the smokes. I mean, it's a massacre coming through towards the end here. Faults a couple of big kills to get to even in round number 7. J90, 13-1. It just doesn't get better than this.
An unbelievable showing from this Dark Zero team. People who did not keep such a keen eye on the North American League kickoff might forget that this DZ team went into the playoffs undefeated. And then some of their weaknesses got exposed. Wildcard gave them a serious run for their money. Five Fears did as well, and DZ emerged as a team that maybe didn't look as strong, or so we thought.
Yeah.
Maybe they were just saving some of the gas in the tank for this exact moment, and the longer that this series has gone on, as longer that this event has gone on, Dark Zero has made steady improvements. And I mean, you'd be forgiven if you said this was DZ's map. This is SR's map. There is a high likelihood we go to Cafe with DZ sitting
This
on
is ridiculous.
How big do you think Fresh's smile is right now on his coach?
Oh, shut up. In our group chat, Jack was like, DZ winning the major. And then obviously when they struggled against Wildcard, I was like, yeah, no, they're not. And when they beat FaZe yesterday, Jack just went back and like necro posted and he's like, just update.
Well, they're not done yet. 6-1 is still something you can come back from. A Canadian will start us off strong. Shotgun frag right onto Newers. Shut him down now 4 and 6. Open area is the bomb site, but the top floor is always going to be a heavily contested area. Kino jumps in now. He's the one with the defuse kit. Still a couple of Rebellion players up on this top floor. It's going to be Ambi and Rexon trying to hold this down. When do they drop?
The standoff now is Rexon's the intended target. Pivoting over.
Oh!
There goes Kino.
Look at that.
Rebellion need anything to keep themselves in this series. 3 more kills will buy them some time, but this team looked like they were in free fall. They managed to turn it around here on this defense as Ambi will find a kill of his own. J90 and NJR have made magic happen on this map, but not against the odds that they currently face.
If anybody would win a 2v5, it's these guys, Parker.
It might be the start. They take Rexon down through that conference wall. J90 with the secure. NJR following up on the flash. 1 minute left in the round. J90 trading out Ambi. There's another now over by the bomb chassis, but there's Spoit for the assist. Holding over towards Archives, leaving J90
there we go.
In a tough spot. Surf will send him away. Still life for the Rebellion, but they're losing forces. Quite the hill for them to climb. 4 rounds back of Dark Zero.
Crisis averted. The 2 best clutch players in North America shut down in that 2v5. Thank God. The Rebellion very much still a hill to climb, as you say, Parker. I mean, that attack from Dark Zero gets a little off balance early. Newers loses an isolated 1v1 close with the shotgun, and then really it's just a lack of information on the top floor. They did bring a Deimos for intel, but with him being the opening death, they had no Snake, they had no Dokkaebi, they had no real drone operators to go through and find those players, so it was always going to be a tough sell, clearing that top floor, top side of the map. Can they do it 5 times in a row? That's the question.
For most teams,
bomb located by attackers.
The answer is no. Don't forget that one timely clutch from the Rebellion yesterday propelled them to a 7 consecutive round victory on Fortress. Now, obviously, different teams. Twisted Minds are a formidable foe, but Dark Zero are terrific against other North American teams. And, well, how lucky that your matchup in the Grand Finals is against another NA squad. Dark Zero have really shown very limited weaknesses on these last 2 maps. They had to lose Nighthaven Labs. They lost it. All according to plan. Now, the Rebellion, they
look at
never expected
them
to lose this bank matchup. They thought they would lose Chalet, sure, but now here, they are in trouble. Dark Zero made some small mistakes in that previous round, but I don't know, Jesse.
Gumma's not catching.
I don't know if Dark Zero has it in them to fumble round
Try
after
again.
round after round after round to send us to OT.
Try again.
It would be uncharacteristic of this DZ squad. No team's been more consistent inside of North America this season, Parker. They've been so good when the moments have been the biggest. Now they'll have to defend up towards the top floor. Dark Zero on the attack, trying to make some things happen around top square, around the windows as well. Dealing with the Azami is going to be a bit of a nightmare here. Spoit inside of stock, continue to close these angles, continue to shut down some of these window positions. He's on the opposite side of the top floor right now, so it's not currently going to be a big contest, but DZ start to rotate to his position, and now Spoit's in early
Hey, let's go.
Using all those Kiva barriers very selfishly over towards the stock trading portion, and he gets a really easy kill on Kino. He'll also get the Selma. This is great play by Spoit. Willie holding down the fort. Dark Zero unable to follow up, so that kill will go untraded, and DZ will now have to reposition with just a little over half of the round to go.
Yeah, deciding that Spoit is just too good inside of stock. That's not a fight that they can commit to, so they're going to reposition elsewhere. They've still got good bodies outside the site windows. That's going to be where Newers is currently holding, and NGR brings the defuse kit this way. Those keep a barrier.
They're waiting for a possible C4.
And NJR's about to get his master's in messology, Jesse, as out go the smokes. Candelas will follow up as well. The telltale sign. Bolt's looking for an opening, but he gets timing. Spoit with a premonition. Turning on over. NJR getting defuse kit down, blunted by the Rebellion's momentum. Now it's all left to J90 and Newers. Again, Jack always in these final moments here. Odds are a little bit better than the previous round, but still, you can't favor Dark Zero in this position.
50 seconds still on the clock. SR have a lot of time to waste down. J90 and Newers can start to play with their food, but the double up is so good from the Rebellion. Newers in the 1v4. He'll have to double his kill count to win this round.
I feel a timeout coming by this Dark Zero team as they will almost certainly lose their second round in a row. There we go. Spoit with the dagger. A big motivator for Shopify Rebellion. The crowd favoring SR, starting to get a bit more lively. All comebacks start with one round, and they've stitched two together. SR still showing signs of life on Bank.
Now we've got momentum in the SR camp. The tack timeout not being called by callout. We're not in dire straits just yet. Gonna let them go through this map or this op ban phase at the very least. You're worried a little bit about just this pressure that is starting to apply.
What is that?
Of course, this is a team who have really, with this core, never really accomplished the highest of heights. J90 struggled in some of his finals in the past.
What is that
a long time ago.
Pokemon?
Here's the tack.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, for the delay, if that's what we want to run, we need to be careful of the Thatcher. It's going, if we run the Echo, they can just Thatcher the Echoes if they actually run it. Guys, the thing I want to say here too is Will did it last round. We need to be making plays.
Yeah. Right. Also bring the knockout too.
You don't have to force it, but if you see the opportunity, don't feel like you need to force it though.
And I know it's hard to like think it at the moment, but we need to be thinking of what we
Did it
can
disappear?
do that's going to solve some of the issues
may have
that we
disappeared.
have with these bans and with what they're doing. Okay, guys, make sure we're playing to win. Like,
Not fast enough, Grim.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
That is the tack timeout from Dark Zero. Just to be clear, SR's was burned early in this match, so call out deciding now is the time to have some words with his team, stem the bleeding before things get too out of hand. When you need a miracle, when you need 5 straight rounds to stay alive in the third map of a BO5, you look to heroes. And there's maybe no player in this lobby who has filled the shoes of a hero more than Spoit. The MVP back during the Berlin Major, the first event of his career, and what a round he has in round number 9 to be able to pull SR back from this moment. Again, shuts down that stock push entirely. Only gets 1 frag from that position, but it forces an entire rotate from the players on DZ, catches another one early in that round, and then the final frag there too. A beautiful shot straight onto Newers and a heavy man advantage.
I do wild things.
To show up like we've seen in the past, like the old days when he was a young rookie on Rogue. This series could get a lot more interesting.
Trade mine on. Great game sense and good mechanical aim on Spoit's side of things. So if he can continue to keep this ball rolling, Rebellion will have sustained chances of tying this up. It is a long road again. You said this, 5 rounds in a row, and then you still have overtime. It's daunting.
Yep.
But I mean, you're a major winner. You've seen adversity firsthand. That Rogue phase game was one for the ages. And you enter with no real experience, and you put up that statement game that he did, and of course you've got good leadership backing you up. Anything is possible on this Rebellion team. They just need to show us that they can accomplish it.
Yeah, both Spoit and Canadian had really difficult roads to win their respective majors.
Choo-choo.
Maps acquired in both. Here comes the roam clear, and just beside the hatch, they will manage to fall back towards the site. No early picks going the way of Dark Zero. The Shopify Rebellion happy to fall off. They do not want to take gunfights when they're playing a combination with Kaid, with Goyo, with the Chonka, with the Echo. They've got so much for this bomb site. 5v5 is exactly where SR want to be.
Kino just did that clear all by himself on Blitz. Reminds me of another particular matchup we saw in Bank about 7 years ago or so. A flying V, some maybe would say, but Kino able to pull that one
Oh,
off.
that thing's cute
scares
looking.
Ambi out of his position, and I mean, I don't want to deal with a blitz going head-to-head with me, especially if you don't know what follows. Kino is scary on shields on his own, but if there's a 1-2 punch, the best bet that you can hope for is to trade it. So smart move by the Rebellion is now that allows Dark Zero to settle in here on this main floor, using Thatcher effectively
Nice.
as Callout had spoken of, to get these claws off of the hatches.
Yeah, it's for the claws, it's for the yokai cams, it's for information on even the bulletproof. Like, there is so much utility being brought by SR, but the frags will still favor the Rebellion. Spoit with the first. Canadian falls.
And that's Newer's wagging the dog on Canadian. Down goes NJR to Spoit. So, I mean, you talked about the impact that Spoit could have. He's already on the board in this round. And they are going to need so much more out of him now. Final minute. Spoit going for the flank above. Does anybody have any idea? Kino getting diffused kit down. Spoit will need to hurry. 8 players still alive in the lobby, and suddenly the timing here has been shortened. Spoit might get another. Newer's with one. Spoit takes care of Kino. Rexon on the board now as well. Rexon held off the score sheet for so much. J9O dies. Bolts will need to clutch up. This seems like an impossible task.
Oh my god!
But he gets 2 of them, maybe. Doing a serious amount of damage. Bolts needs Spoit, but
Holy crap, dude. That was so close.
SR in this match.
Oh man. That was so freaking close.
What a clutch, what a flank, Parker. We said they needed a hero on the side of SR, and they have found it. Spoit with a massive maneuver. He finds a frag over towards main stairs, works his way to the top floor of this map. It's Surf on the flank watch, and he's caught a little bit lacking as he tries to come back up. NJR managed to be the first one to go down, and then we see Spoit go nuclear here on the bottom floor of Bank. He wins the 1v1 clutch, stops Faults from making that 1v3 happen. It could have been a dream crusher if the captain of Dark Zero could put it together, but at that moment, Parker, there was nothing stopping Spoit.
No, and I mean, we're starting to see that, right? Spoit firing things up, 14 kills now. You said they needed a hero, and he has emerged from the telephone booth with the S on his chest. The S, of course, standing for Spoit.
Super Spoit.
There you go. Still, the road is long for the Rebellion, and while they definitely have confidence on their side, there's still 2 more rounds to go. If there's anything that can really just exemplify how tough this is for Rebellion, it's this gap between the teams. And DZ have so many threats that at any moment can take over a round. Rebellion cannot just keep relying on Spoit. They need somebody else to join him.
That's exactly right, Parker. Spoit has given a lifeline to the Rebellion, but they cannot rely on him getting 3 or 4 kills every single round to win this match.
Yeah,
Now
somebody
you've
else
got
has to
yourself
step
an
up.
Opportunity. You have to be able to capitalize on it. SR back to the defense, and now it's a tertiary site. Open area can be a tough one for some teams to try to hold down on the defense. They did a great job previously, of course, but this can still be tricky and be early damage, but is safe behind these castles for now.
Gimme! No, Whalmer, my favorites.
Team with a
Get over here.
pretty horrendous win rate on defense has run up the score on them 3 in a row
Yeah,
now from Shopify Rebellion. Poor fans, they're probably starting to believe at this point. Heartbreak can happen at a moment's notice.
Ambi's done great things on this position before. It was 21-1 game on Bank where he went absolutely crazy to keep SR competitive here in the playoffs, to advance them here to the grand finals. They could rely on him once more, but they have everything set up. The Nitro waiting for Kino. Not played yet.
Spoit a human magnet at that point in time as 2 separate nades land on him. Canadian down below blows up Kino. The dynamite is good, but Spoit is off the board. That is troubling for the Rebellion. They have struggled for kills beyond Spoit. Now it's the reserve players. Ambi drops gambling what little is left of his HP. 4 and 10 for Ambi is well below his own standards, and it will not help the Rebellion one bit as now Dark Zero has a number numbers advantage.
Canadian was desperate for a refrag, but he just couldn't find J90, so now it's a man lead for Dark Zero. This is their best shot that they've had to close out this game on the tertiary site where SR are going to struggle the most. They've gotten themselves the top floor control. They've gotten themselves a one-man lead, but without their shield, what's the entry point here, Parker? They can work the vert with the Ram. Newers will start on that now, and they can likely pop that hatch inside of stock if they need to as well. But as the time ticks down, a 3v4 clutch from the Rebellion is not impossible. J90 will rotate over towards the server stairs. This signals to me that they will be going for a square finish. It is critical that they watch their flanks when they go for this.
Ooh, and J90 now searching for Canadian down in the escape tunnel. Managed to get his way out, but Canadian is trapped at the top of blue stairs. J90 will see it. Canadian turns.
How?
Turns out you can't teach a dog new tricks. That could have blown
What
the
did
round up, but
what was J9
is
waiting
stunned
for?
by that one. He got a little cocky.
What was he
Now
waiting
Canadian's in the
for?
perfect position. They can't execute from square. This is a disaster.
And they're gonna hunt for Canadian. As he still holds this position, they wander in. Dark Zero had so much going for them. Down goes Surf, down goes Rexon. Canadian will now need to be the savior. Can NJR pull off the plant? Yes, with 1 second left. And Newers out-aims Canadian. Heartbreak for the Rebellion. DZ takes SR's map. They go to their home turf.
Oh, that's cute.
1 map away from the championship.
This guy's little nose sticking out of the flower. Try and get it. Try and get it. Nice. Dude, I just want to know, what was J90 doing on the stairs? Just gonna do that right now. I don't understand what he was doing. Okay. Oh, you're good. You're good. A slowpoke. Aw, yeah, little slowpoke. It's on Lumia stream. So Lumia streams like a bot. It's a bot that I use for my lights. It controls my lights too. Somebody made an overlay for it. Yeah, so everything's programmed within the bot. Just messed around with some more like user fun stuff, you know. All right, Detroit needs to fucking step it up in this game. This is ridiculous. It's 41-29. Only 11-point difference, but like they're just letting them go right in. Like, where's the defense? I just like that it has all the sounds. Look at that guy.
Super, not the result you wanted on this map. You now go down, series point against. What's the message for the guys going into this next map?
We just need to continue to play to win. I don't think there's a message. You're not going to give up. Going to keep fighting.
Anything in specific you need to focus on going against this DZ squad?
Well, call out standing right next to me, so it wouldn't be smart to say, would it?
No, it would not. Thank you, Super. Call out. Normally we see you standing behind there, focused, very stern.
I like that call out standing right next to me, so it wouldn't be very smart to say, would it?
That last map, what's making you smile?
Jeez, man. He is not happy. That's what that just was. That guy is not happy.
Running down on him, and the guys executed, and I got fired up. I don't know. You know, it's the best thing I can say.
Incredible. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Super, not giving much away there, as you might expect, but you could argue they gave the map away there. There was times where it looked like they might start to fight back. DZ just too good.
They have been too good, and I mean, love the humility from Call Out. I mean, great way to put it. You get fired up when you see the team executing on all cylinders, and I think that's what we saw throughout the whole map. I mean, it's really been a DZ train. Their coordination so far has been amazing in the way that they go for the executes. It's just one of those things that when everything's working and you have an amazing player to be able to stack on top of it, like J9O, I mean, you see what the outcome is. They're essentially just no way that J9O is not able to shut down SR. They're consistently getting kills. I mean, I think this round in particular was a good J9O round, but a team-oriented round towards the end. They get their picks, 3v3. They push. Watch everybody from Dark Zero in unison from every different lane. You can see them, Newers on one side, you see NGR on the other side, them pushing all together to be able to execute. That's just showing the difference.
It's Mario, not really, but yeah.
DZ are compared to what SR is showing?
It's very different, and for DZ, especially going into this matchup again, where I talk about that domestic matchup back and forth, they were always so responsive on that defensive half, where you would think SR, they had it all set in stone. We heard even SR in some what they wanted to do, how they were going to counterplay, but they just absolutely not could get over that hurdle. DZ constantly always meeting them at the front door and then forcing SR's hand every single time.
Come on, guys.
Lax, when it comes to professional Siege, especially a grand final, the devil's in the detail. What was one of the key points from this map?
I mean, it's no-brainer. The blacklight detail certainly has to fall on Kino. Once again, playing that smoke shotgun inside of blue. I mean, he really forced SR's hand here, not only stalling out time once again, but he's playing for his life here. He's not going to leave this spot. He has to be a thorn in the Rebellion side. Not only does he get 2 picks, he forces SR to rotate, to leave blue, and then because of that, they have to panic. They have to go for this execute, and because of it, Kino gets the down. They go for the revive. That then allows Jack to swing out into garage, get the 2-piece, clean up shop, and it's why we have to highlight Kino and give him the blacklight detail.
I mean, we talk about Kino in those death spots. He's so consistent,
little
so good.
birdie.
He uses utility. Best shotgun player in the game by far. The Kino shotgun never misses. But
Do you think it's happening too fast, or do you think I should adjust the time on it for whenever they pop up?
Something that Call Out has been able to instill into Kino, into the team, that you're playing for each other.
It's never nice to have your back against the wall in a grand final situation. Of course, DZ, 1 map away from Azanog winning their first major piece of silverware in Siege since 2022. On the flip side, you got Shopify Rebellion potentially about to have their hearts broken on home soil. Lax, what are they going to be talking about right now?
I mean, you gotta reset. That's the beauty of this, is you can just wipe it away. You know where things went wrong, and thankfully they did.
You okay with this speed?
Back. I mean, we did see that huge round 10 from Spoit, being able to bring that round back. Inevitably, had they lost that, this wouldn't be the series that almost went the distance here to bring it to an overtime. But fact of the matter is, I mean, everyone has to be on the same page again. They have to find that same sort of synergy that we saw in their Twisted Minds game, that we saw in that even got them here, to say the least. So everything has to start coming together.
I mean, with Going to Cafe, DZ are currently 3-0 record on it. SR 5-2. It's a very even match. I think the edge when it comes to DZ, though, is the utility. The way that they're using these unique operators to get that first pick. If you're SR, you need to be able to run more traps, find a way to alleviate that, be able to deal with the glass, be able to deal with the Ying, the blitz.
They have to write the narrative.
Exactly. I think that's the best way to look at it.
You talked about Spoit, some killer performances towards the back end of the map there in particular. It's been a long time since he's been in a situation like this. You're looking all the way back to the Berlin Major. He's not going to let this opportunity go, Fox, without kicking and screaming.
Yeah, not at all. We were talking about Ambi all weekend, and when push comes to shove, we haven't seen him too much. Spoit has shown up. He really did his absolute best on Bank to be able to keep his team alive. And if we can keep seeing that, I mean, when you get a player fired up, we always talk about it. The best way to get momentum back, if you have a player that's getting clip after clip, big rounds, that's a surefire way to get that momentum back into your spirits.
Absolutely.
Troy the boy, Canadian. Some highs and lows for sure in map 3 there. He needs to come out and he needs to lead this team.
Listen, it's not just on Troy, it's on the entire team. It wasn't just on one single individual on this SR roster that got them to this grand final. It was every single one of these players coming in with their ideas, coming in with their plays, coming in with their moments, their clutches, whatever it might be. That's where they were finding the rhythm. That's where they were finding the synchronization. That's where they were looking like a brand new roster than what we saw back during kickoff. They have to be able to find that and make it work and gel quickly.
I mean, SR was still doing an amazing job at getting the opening kills. When you look at the statistics after watching the match, a lot of it for Dark Zero really was those late round scenarios, being able to understand how the execute's going to come through, and they had the utility for it. That was the biggest downfall. SR didn't have a response for those cheese operators.
I'm hoping
problem
they can
solving
come back from this.
maybe get a flank from Spoit, maybe get a 2-on-1 push. It wasn't.
I gotta
really
keep an eye on time. We need to leave in like 40 minutes.
Got the edge on them.
Oh, Blaziken.
I'm not feeling too great. However, like I did say, they did start to fight back towards the end of that bank. I need to see something right out the gate, or I can see DZ steamrolling it.
We need a big play. It's one of those maps that's going to hinder Ambi's ability to get active on the entry because information's there, but Cafe's such a small map. It's very difficult to find openings, find a way to catch DZ off guard. It's really going to come down to an adaptation game. The utility. I'd be surprised if we don't see some shields just to be able to get the foot in the door from SR to be able to progress through the rounds.
I'll tell you what, you mentioned Ambi there. One person in particular is hoping for a big Ambi performance in this next map is his mum, and Joe is standing by with her right now.
I have it on my stream deck now. I can just push a button. Exclamation catch.
I can't imagine what this must be like for you watching your son up there playing. What is that feeling like watching him up there and as he's been, for the most part, conquering everybody so far this week?
It's amazing. I know Noor's mom and grandma are here as well. My mom is here as well. The crowd behind us is amazing. It's SR just needs to lock in and let's go.
Is there anything you wish you could tell him right now going into this map with their backs against the wall?
That they're the rebellion and they got this.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
That's so cute.
I think that's the point, isn't it? You've just got to remember who you are and what brought you to the grand final and not forget all of the phenomenal performances you're putting up to this point, and of course on map 1 too. This is an opportunity to get back to winning ways, and it's like you said, Lax, they have to reset, folks, right?
They sure do. I mean, we talked about it. It's the mentality. It's the momentum. At this
Oh,
point,
that's all good.
We already knew these two maps were going to go in DZ's favor. Both of these teams understand it's a marathon, not a sprint. You're going to Cafe. You have to be able to focus on exactly what's going wrong. I'm sure, I mean, Super didn't say it in the interview, but they know exactly what the issue is. They know how to fix it. If they can just get that confidence back, we already got Spoit shooting. At the end of the day, if the rest of the team shows up, it's anybody's ball game.
I think we do have to put a little more pressure on Ambi because he really has been a walking highlight reel, and since coming into this match, we haven't seen that same sort of play from him. So I really, really want to emphasize a big performance coming out of Ambi will pay dividends for this team to be able to find something.
I've got to do a quick check with the crowd here. This might be the last time. Who's taking this map? Is it going to be Dark Zero? Or will it be Shopify Rebellion? This could be it. Let's find out once again with our wonderful casters in Tero and Jesse.
Thank you so very much. It's been a long road here for a lot of teams, and this
I
might be the finale. Will we be treated to a fifth map, or Jesse, do you feel Cafe is the end of the road?
Cafe is going to be a real big obstacle, if nothing else, for the Rebellion, Parker. This is a map that DZ have been undefeated on throughout the season. So
I gotta go move over my laundry too.
3-0 over the last couple of months. They beat Space Station back
These
in
are
the
big
NAL kickoff.
stretchies.
They beat Los here in Salt Lake City, and maybe more important than anything, they beat the Rebellion back during the lower bracket finals of the NAL kickoff. These teams have a history on Cafe, and that history says it will go DZ.
Yeah, I mean, for the SR fans, your best shot was likely that bank map, but it has been really tough for the fraggers on Shopify Rebellion. I mean, outside of Spoit, there really hasn't been a lot of life on this team for the last two maps. You said you needed a hero. Spoit, put on that cape. Who does it here on Cafe for SR?
I mean, you look to a guy like Ambi, I think we had a great interview with his mom in the crowd, and she said it, right? Remember who you are. Remember that you're the Rebellion. This team have beaten so many incredible opponents just to get here to the grand finals. They battled their way through the lower bracket in NAL kickoff. They battled their way through phase 1 against so many of these international teams. They made it through Swiss, they made it through G2, they made it through Twisted Minds, and now here against Dark Zero, they have to remember what they're made of. It can't be a one-hero performance. They tried that on Bank, and it wasn't good enough. More than one person has to step up and be the hero for the Rebellion. It has to be a team effort.
And I mean, those two players whose names are on the tip of our tongue for the entirety of that very first map, the only map that up to this point the Rebellion have succeeded on, were Ambi and Rexon. Rexon has only had 6 kills in the two maps that followed. That is far below what we expect of him. For Ambi, that number is 8. 8 kills through the next two maps. Again, way below. We're used to seeing Ambi draw more than 8 kills a map, Jesse. So things are not going very well here on the fragging side of the Rebellion, which again, we thought might be an issue for Dark Zero, but frankly, has not really materialized. J90 and co have dominated the Rebellion in terms of kills. If they keep that up, this is their map. We could be done this major championship in no time at all.
4 years ago in Berlin, Spoit faced a very similar situation where he was down 2-1 in a best of 5. That was versus FaZe Clan, and I don't need to remind you how that one went. Rogue were able to win map 4, they won map 5, maximum overtime, 8-7 on the final map. It took everything that they had to be able to win that major so many years ago, and they'll have to battle back once more to do it here. First fight on the white stairs, it's going to be favoring Faults.
And Ambi of all people gets taken down. I didn't hear a single phone call ring out. That is devastating for the Rebellion to lose that early on. Faults sustaining a little bit of damage. I'm not exactly sure from where.
Activating glance.
But will still survive for the time being as now Kino goes for the rotate. There's Spoit on the board. Down goes Newers. It's a good spot for Spoit to be in, and immediately follows up with his second EE1D. Still one remains in pocket as we hit the halfway point here of round number 1.
J9O is still top floor. He doesn't have a good way back, but he fights his way out of it. Finds Canadian with a beautiful shot and another why not. Spoit will hit the deck, and now these numbers continue to get worse for SR.
And Jack gets another! My goodness! NJR and J9O have been dynamite together. You have said that on almost every single map so far, and on Cafe, we've got another good duo moment from them.
Yep.
As DZ blanks Rebellion on that one and takes the first round.
I mean, we watched Bank together, Parker. That was the battle between J9O and Spoit. Each of them having hero rounds to bring that map as close as it was, but in the end, it was J9O that was the better of the two. Spoit not consistent enough. It's not a coincidence that this frag right here onto Spoit, after he downs Canadian, it's the real difference maker in this round. Gets a final frag just on the escape down the hatch. J9O has been lights out this event. He has been absolutely crushing it, especially in these grand finals. He's playing the best siege of his career. Rebellion need an answer. They have to find a way to shut down J9O.
I mean, he's screaming towards an MVP performance in this series.
Yep.
I don't know if it'll be enough to give him MVP of the entire tournament, but I mean, I'm not making that call, so I mean, I don't care. It's not up to me. But J9O also comes from just a lovely family. Had some time to talk to them in Boston. They are wonderful people. They seemingly have raised a great son, and frankly, they've raised a hell of a competitor at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, he was part of that Astralis roster that lost in Charlotte a few years ago when Canadian and NJR became major champions. Finally back in a final, his first one since that major. He's been waiting a long time for this moment. He is not letting the moment slip away. 3-0 start on Cafe. They will go to the other mid-floor. Bomb site is reading as our second one on deck.
Try not to read too much of these individual performances again, because anybody can step up at a moment's notice. You don't make it to the grand finals without somebody pulling off a hero play. Kino dives off the top rope. Down goes Surf. He's worried about somebody upstairs. There's no way he's going to contest this again, right? I mean, he's got his angle held by Spoit, shotgun out, jostling around. How does he manage to get away? Ambi finally brings him down, but that one looked like they might allow him to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, must get kill coming through from Ambi. Important that he's able to shut that one down. If Kino gets another or even gets away there, that is a huge blunder, but the Rebellion don't falter. Still lots of players here on the top floor. Ambi gonna enter in through the bottom, actually. He's gonna work his way up these red stairs. There's a couple of players nearby. He's gotta be worried about Faults. He's on the other side of a soft wall. They don't necessarily know he's here, but one logic bomb could change all of that. Here it comes.
Very well timed. Ambi was not able to do anything with it. Back in that very first round, Spoit will now take down Newers as SR march over towards the adjoining port part of this map, looking to get to the bomb site. It's not over in mining, though. So while they might have that pivotal control, they still need to translate that to dining room and reading, and with just a little bit over a minute to go, they've got a numbers advantage. They're in all right shape.
And they still don't know where Faults is, though, Parker. That's my big concern. Despite the logic bomb being played right on the other side of that wall, Faults' position has not been droned out. They do not know he's here. They might suspect it, but based on how they're playing, I don't think they have any clue of the captain's position.
There's still one logic bomb, though, so they might be able to get his whereabouts pinned down as he sits next to a soft wall. There's a DMR on the other side of that, too. You know how much damage that DMR can do. Ambi out-dueled by J9O. That will throw a spanner in the works for this Rebellion execute, and there's Faults compelled to action. Down goes Canadian, sidearm out, and he finds another from the same spot. Spoit, the intended target. Faults, no expression on his face. Ice in the veins as DZ start off 2-0.
Alec
Faults, that's exactly what was required of him in that position, Parker. The patience was sitting just under that hatch, was sitting inside a pillar for almost 2 full minutes. Never was it droned out, never was it found by the logic bomb, and when that moment is required of him, he finds the frags. Starts off with an aggressive move from Kino. This goes 1 for 1, but right off the rip, you lose that Grim. It kind of disrupts this push for what SR wanted to go for. I liked their recovery. It's a great shot from Spoit inside mining. Jane, I know, of course he's good for 1, but falls. The real MVP. The fact that he finds not 1, not 2, but 3 frags from this position inside a pillar is absolutely disgusting. 2-0 now for DZ.
Small changes to operators have such a profound impact on these games, Jesse, and a big one was the move to take your gun and maybe stick it a little bit farther away from your face, right? Because the CZ75, that thing used to be touching your nose. It was impossible to aim with it. One of the changes to these sidearms allows more flexibility on operators like Thorn, who received a host of other buffs. You can run the M870 now, play close quarters, as we saw a couple players do on Bank, because that CZ75 is now a viable option as a secondary. And of course, Fultz with the Uzi and the sidearm put in so much work. Fultz was sensational on Chalet, en route to a dominating 7-2. If he has that kind of game here on Cafe, oh boy, SR, you might be counting these rounds real quick.
Perfect rotation on the line for Dark Zero. It was denied to them back on Bank. SR were able to stop the bleeding momentarily on their early attacks. It's been a consistent trend this map where SR have chosen to start the attack, DZ have chosen to start the defense, so we've gotten a lot of the same side starts. The Nitro from Newers will miss and give his position away, but this is a full anchor down on the kitchen site, Parker. This is going to be a slow round coming through. SR don't seemingly have a lot of pressure top floor though, so despite all of the space being relatively free, they might just be trying to force this in through Baker.
Kino was hoping that mute jammer would keep him safe for a little bit of time. Oh my goodness! Fultz blows them up, and with it, maybe the round. Spoit and Canadian taken down by 1 well-timed Nitro cell, and DZ have a huge leg up now here in round 3.
Now what do? Shopify Rebellion down by 2. It's a huge Nitro to come out. Dark Zero, they just have to bide their time, but Ambi has something to say about it. Finds the head of Fault over towards Restaurant. We're back on 1.
They have killed the raid boss.
They're already down.
No, Parker, he's lurking inside a VIP. J9 knows
Great.
to die in this match.
Might have an idea of his position. Takes some damage from the barbed wire. There's Newers. He was distracted, looking over in Surf's position. They just wanted Dark Zero.
It's a little monkey.
At this point in time, Rexon now in a 1.
It is really cute that
I think we know where he's going. This will be a timeout, so Rexon will go upstairs.
it is really cute that like it does the sounds too.
Still a minute to go. Rebellion not keen to burn their only timeout. They will talk through this issue. I don't even know what you discuss at this point in time. What has Super not said? On Chalet, on Bank, now on Cafe. What more can he say to this team?
He's not saying anything now as we go into the cam. I'm glad we've highlighted
Jeez.
Canadian. He's dead.
Detroit's down by almost 20 at the half.
This is where you need your leaders to step up. They were able to do it on Bank. Maybe not to the fullest extent that they needed, but they did start mounting that comeback when all hope looked lost. We are not at that point yet. It's 2-0, it's about to be 3-0 on Cafe. It is not a game over situation, but with how good DZ have been playing, with Faults racking kill after kill, finding unique and creative ways to get those kills, with Jane I know still having a flawless game so far, and with everyone on DZ working together, you have to be perfect to break this DZ squad, and that's what SR have to try to figure out now.
Next step are the operator bans, and I mean, you can tell from the emotions on your screen, it is night and day for these teams. Lots of smiles, tons of relief from the Dark Zero bench. Over for Shopify Rebellion, lots of long faces, lots of blank stares, and frankly, for good reason. It has been a slog here for SR over the last 2 maps. The hope was that after you got demolished over on Chalet that you'd be able to fix it. Maybe the timeout here will do it.
I want us to be clearing every round. Avoid the lurk. Like, we can play snow side, but they're literally camping it and they're farming us on that. And we're trying to force them and we're getting punished solo for that, okay? Guys, play into our game. Fucking clear these guys every round, okay? For C1, they're only running a Rooney. We can clear that guy if we want to. We have the option to clear that.
The C1 fast, it can work too.
Yeah, we can clear. Listen to me. We need to make sure we're checking for thorn traps, like rappelling in heaven if we want to. We don't even have to do that. We can just go for that kill. But guys, stop forcing shit solo. Let's just clear and play together. All right? These last 3 rounds here, every fucking round, everything you got. Make plays to win the fucking game, guys. Come on.
We have the BB, we have the glass. I think all that really nade spam, bro. Like Hunger, who the fuck you do to us? We just nade spam the corners. Like
That is the most firm I have heard from a super attack timeout in a very long time. Some frustration starting to build on the side of the Rebellion, but the message is clear. They have to be playing together. They have to be clearing these angles. They can't keep trying to force individual plays because Dark Zero is winning those over and over again. Shopify Rebellion have now used their final lifeline on Cafe. They will have to wait for Call Out to call his if they talk to Super again. They'll get a timeout, of course, after round 6 as well, but Shopify Rebellion, that might be too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, you've got yourself in quite a hole. We like the turnaround that we started to see on Bank, but it was too little too late. Now it's DZ running up the score on you here, and I mean, what more is there to say? After Dark Zero handled FaZe Clan yesterday, they immediately vaulted to the top of a lot of people's predictions to be the favored team. Granted, you only had 2 options. But if you take down the world champions, you've been the Kingslayers.
Oh, is it bugged?
Good reason they think you're going to succeed, and Dark Zero are showing everybody why they sought out this new roster, and the depth that this team has is just, it's suffocating.
I got fishy.
A couple of years, the fans in the audience will know it better than anyone. They have been struggling over the last 2 years, but this rebuild looks so good for Dark Zero. They have dominated this tournament so far. Now after the tack timeout, they can really put their foot down, stop any momentum being built by SR. This is a critical round. If DZ can win this one, if they can win Mining and Dining for a second time, close the door on SR.
I need to.
Their hopes from coming alive here.
I need to play more Pokemon. I have a couple of them that I haven't played all the way through yet, but I have them and I have my setup too. Aw, I have my Whalmer. Jesus!
Top to bottom, it's a disaster. Dark Zero dominant from top to bottom. 4-0 now in the most confident, inspiring round we have seen all day long. Shopify Rebellion looks stunned.
Jesse, I look stunned.
We all look stunned.
We all look stunned.
DZ looked stunned after that round win. I mean, you saw it on their own faces. They couldn't believe what they just pulled off, but every single player is finding their opportunity to shine. It's a Nitro from Kino. It's stopping the aggressive moves to that top floor. There's no trade game potential from SR because it's one by one. Players trying to funnel in and fight these long angles, and DZ are happy to hold them. They're happy to shut these players down. They're hitting insane shots round after round after round, and the Rebellion don't have an answer.
The most amazing thing about the last 4 rounds, it's been.
Well, I might be able to finish this by the time.
Those are not the guys that usually lead off your picks.
By the time we have to leave.
Doing that, they've left NJR and Newers in reserves. NJR is 1 kill and 1 death. He's having the easiest map of his life. NJR's sitting there, reading the news, smoking a cigar. You guys got this, don't worry. J9O yet to die. How often are we going to bang this drum? Dark Zero are looking indomitable.
NJR entered this series as the top frag player for DZ, entered with 113 kills. Only he and Newers had broken triple digits before this series, but Dark Zero, one of the most ridiculously
Oh, that thing's cool looking. A chestnut.
After his early death in this round, but they need more than that.
It's a hell of an angle from Ambi to get the kill over towards Fireplace. Ambi reunited with an R4C. Dare I say it, the stereotypical fragging gun. Yeah. Canadian now reunited with the shield. As he will march his way over towards Piano, Jack having to survey all of the windows. J90 sees Canadian, the call will be made. Down below, Kino hoping to buy as much time as possible. Canadian in the bathroom already, and there goes the shield break. J90 struggling.
Spoit's already down.
And now Canadian will try again. J90 worried about the skylight. Rexon falls. Canadian having to unsheath his shield. His hands full right now. J90 baited into the waiting arms of Surf. We've got ourselves a fight on this top floor. Surf will find another on Kino. Dark Zero reduced to 2. They have been in the driver's seat so far on this map, and they are still in a position where they can win, but they have to deal with the shield of Canadian. On half HP as he's chased off by NJR. This duel still over on White Stairs. Here comes Surf for the assist.
Bitch. For a long time, finally Surf comes to help out his captain through the feet. Canadian gets down to just 1 HP.
You're so nice checking on me.
Good trust. And now it's Newers in a 1v1.
Bitch for catching Pokemon in chat.
Newers has clutched before, and with that DMR, he can do some major damage. He finds the head of Surf. The F2 is a great gun. He needs to be very careful about lining himself up in this position. Canadian now squaring away. There's Andy for insurance. Shopify Rebellion showing signs of life.
It's a light in the darkness, isn't it? And it comes on Canadian on Monty. I'm shocked I'm saying this, but through 4 maps, that is only the second time Canadian has picked Monty in this best of 5 series, and it's not like we've been seeing it banned every single map. Round 1 of map 2 was the only other time that we saw Troy stick the mountain, stick the shield. He's played a little bit of blitz, but otherwise it's not been a very shield-focused strategy from SR. They played a lot of attacking rounds, starting on attack so often in this best of 5, but ultimately, when they finally need him, they rely on the shield, they start setting up these picks. Surf, the best round of the tournament he's had so far, the best round of these finals, if nothing else. They need a little bit more.
What if they ban the Monty?
Remember who you are. Remember the team that you are. It has not been an easy road to the finals for the Rebellion. All of their victories hard-earned. Their defeats often heartbreaking.
10 seconds to go.
But they are the second best team at worst at this event.
5 seconds left before insertion.
That sounded cute. Oh, that is pretty cute.
Nobody enters the grand finals wanting to say, yeah, well, we were second best. Everybody is fighting for that trophy on the stage. Some of these players looking for the first taste of a major victory. For others, they're looking to repeat success they found some long ago, some very recent if you're Kino. Final round of the first half. 30 seconds in, Dark Zero with a lead. Insurmountable if they take this fateful 6th round.
Newers playing passive so far in the wedding window. Forces Surf back just a bit. Wasted one of those nades, but the window remains relatively shut. They've got a couple angles, but that's okay. Last time we went to this bomb site, SR went for a very direct take. They were just kind of trying to flood in through restaurant, flood in through bakery. They didn't take top floor control. They brought Ambi on the sledge this time, so you might think, okay, they are going to go for top down, but that's not where their current position suggests. It's probably going to be Ambi alone late in this round, trying to take control of mining, take control of train. And if Newers is existing up here, that could be a huge problem, but he army crawls his way away and stays alive. Okay.
A Nitro Assault of Brava drone's not a trade I would make, Jesse, but of course I'm not playing in the grand final, so what do I know?
Gets them both.
More damage was done to Newers now as he scampered off of his position.
Jeez.
Uh-oh, Kino's attention elsewhere. Good read by Ambi from above. Kino has to pick his opportunity.
Oh my gosh, Kino's in a bad spot right now. Oh man.
Still from that position above, Shopify Rebellion having a much better 6th round, but they've just lost their numbers advantage. Bolt's coming in for the assist. Down goes Rexon. Canadian trapped in the corner. Uh-oh. Surf is the last man standing. Dark Zero wanting to finish this one off. As Surf takes down Newers and will now have to head back towards the main bakery door with 3 players of Dark Zero still very much alive.
Surf's been one of the most clutch players for the Rebellion ever since he joined this roster, Parker. He's got full 60 seconds to work with. They're all in his line of sight.
Jeez.
But he can't even find one frag. It's going to be 3 players still up, and it's going to be 5-1 in our first half.
Do the Solus first, pulse second where we do this. Biggest thing right here, fellas, they're gonna start like last time we played season on Cafe, we're in like the exact same position. This was like what, over 2 stages ago? We went up like 6-0, 5-1. They just started playing group performance. So like be aware that, especially when we're going for the side on these bases. Yeah. Just lean into like full anti-cheese a little bit early.
Gimme.
They're showing pretty slow here to kind of feel out what they're actually doing. And then the biggest thing, fellas, like Junior was saying, just fundamentally sound.
It broke free. It's your turn.
Yeah, stay fundamentally sound. We don't do anything crazy.
Your turn.
Nothing special, simple and fundamental, and that is it. And just be aware of the fucking buffoonery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We already know, like, it's gonna be like probably like the fast layers too. If it's not the hard nose aggression, it's gonna be fast layers into like bunkers.
Yeah, and if it is, then we're already in a good place because we banned the pulse, so it's gonna be a lot easier to actually execute off that.
Yeah.
Just be aware that the only thing that I could see them trying to like snag us with
I got
is like that fucking Valkyrie shit.
I didn't want him to disappear.
Maybe Smecco
Cute.
like with flanks and like C4 as well and such. If that is the case, just start bringing out the IQ again. Quite frankly, we don't even need to force it in the beginning, but just be aware of it.
Yeah. Heard all the prep is
Plan
still
on that,
like,
so he's going to do it at the same time. When they did that, Newers walked down Brown. Ram was just playing the mining vert. Fultz just dropped the bomb with the sense. He can also go white and try to sense that off and like run across. And if they do that, the glass might go elsewhere if they have it. Second time, they did the exact same thing, except Kino went Monty, and he just pushed Whitehall with the Monty, okay? So, big thing here is both times for that, when they cleared, they did try to push that Whitehall to distract the VIP player. We need to make sure that in the pass against us for that bake, remember they've obviously ran Nomad, so if there's Nomads, make sure that we're in a position where we can actually help to get them off, and if not, that we have a plan for what we want to do at the clash, whether it's walking up the staircase or pressuring, like holding white, because they might try to push white. Clash can distract that, right? Yeah. For mining, NJ's going to go snow. He's going to run striker. He's going to have nades and flashes. Newers goes Deimos Heaven as well, so this would be a quick play. They can do it with Fultz dropping Heaven off of a Ram. Kino dropping Heaven off of a Skylight off the Ram. J9 will just be sitting Christmas.
It takes a village to be the best in the world, and that's exactly what Dark Zero have had throughout this weekend in Salt Lake City. It was NJR, whose MVP-worthy performance got them to this point with one of the best KDs ever put in a major. It was Kino playing ridiculous rounds on smoke, locking down the defense, playing tight corners with the shotgun that got them a lead here in the series. It was J90 who put up a monster kill total on Bank to put them up now 2-1 up against SR. It was the captain, Fultz on this map, who made so many little moves, whether it was nitro cells, whether it was wrap positions, and that final round, Parker, for me, it was Newers. The nitro to start things off, the one pick that they most needed onto that vert player, another frag deep into that round as well. Some critical moments coming out from every single person on DZ, and now they sit just 2 rounds away from their ultimate goal and repeating what this org did in Charlotte, North Carolina.
An incredible run from both of these teams. Shopify Rebellion have really ran the gauntlet. If this is close to the end, my friend, I think SR can hopefully, in the wake of this event, be happy with their performance.
Yeah,
it was phase 1 that they managed to claw their way through. They've played far and away the most siege here, which does overexpose their map pool a little bit. I don't think there's anybody who will say this isn't an earned position.
That one's really cool too.
It's feeling like DZ's got everybody's number here in Salt Lake.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, after Munich, people were calling for heads to roll on the side of SR. They went to Paris, not making a single roster move. And again, disappointing result for this team, but they still believed in themselves. They still kept this 5-man core alive, and it got them to this point. It brought them to be
nice, Grimmy.
Teams in the entire world here in Salt Lake City. But it's going to need to be just a little bit more if they want to upset Dark Zero. Down by 4, down by 1 in the series. So much still to pull back. If anyone can do it. Canadian and Spoit? Maybe.
Bad day for Rexon has continued to go bad here. They managed to catch that Yokai drone. The Canadian popped through the hatch, but there's still information as to how many people are up there. Very beneficial for this DZ team.
Unrealistic. Listen.
Now we'll presumably have the easier side. That's something we haven't talked about an awful lot here. Dark Zero can easily ride this one out if the numbers are any indication. Rexon and Kino will get traded back and forth. Rexon still without a kill. Fultz burning alive with what I imagine is his own. He drops Canadian on the board this round. Down goes Spoit. Canadian still surviving in this position. Now it's certainly on NJR through that hatch. Rebellion with a numbers advantage, and Surf has to go to old chat to let him know how he feels. Halfway point of the round, and Rebellion are in pretty good shape. Ambi will run into J9O. How does he get that kill?
Oh, Ambi. Okay.
The gap closes.
Of course, they're gonna start stepping up, but I gotta leave soon.
The comeback almost real on the previous map. Will they be able to pull it off this time? Rebellion are really hoping that that round kickstarts some offense.
Well, they start to get aggressive in that round, Parker. They start to get a little scrappy. Never afraid of DZ early on those entries. That's what you want from a team that's down now 5-1, turned 5-2. Here in the grand finals of a major, they make some really aggro moves. They never sit still. Despite some good early pressure from guys like J9O, it's really these window positions that are punishing them. When the players are inside the building, it is some nasty shots from the Rebellion that are giving them the edge. Surf was required to hit some great shots back on the attack when he was pushing with Canadian on the Monty. Ambi really required to hit some crazy flicks on that Rebellion. 5-2. Still alive here in this series. Plenty of games still potentially to be played.
Thank you.
Jesse, you say yourself, there's always two halves to a game of Siege. Rebellion will get to defend Cafe. It is a tricky map for them. DZ are quite dominant on both sides of this map. So, again, for DZ fans, if you are a little worried about giving a small opportunity for the Rebellion, rest on the results that your team has amassed on this map, because if you do rest on that, there is a more than greater likelihood that they will be able to win at minimum 2 rounds, and really that's all they need to do.
Yeah.
If a 4-2 half is what SR accomplishes, they lose the championship. You need to do exactly what Dark Zero did to you. In 5-1 half, there is very little room for
A Palpitoad. How cute.
Good information still starts early. SR, they know that last round, it went pretty fast. They got scrappy in the early game, but they don't have to play like that every round. Dark Zero looking for a bit of a reset. Multiple times throughout this series, they have gotten off to an early lead, and then SR have threatened to come back, but never have they really been able to pull it off. The threat comes once again now as they win their first round on the defense. Mining and Dining is their second choice for a bomb site. Dark Zero bringing a lot of good tools to shut this down. They got J9O for the vert play once they take top control. They've got Newers trying to force these players out of these power positions. And it'll work. Dark Zero, they force SR back. They started to give up some of these positions on the
You can try again, Grim.
Really just Spoit and Rexen that remain.
Ambi and Surf linking up in that position as Ambi was shuffled away from his spot on White Stairs. Now Rexen will take up position nearby on the top floor. Sitting on a mute jammer should
it might be gone. Yeah, it's gone.
Way. No real intel for Dark Zero. Down goes Rexen though. Newers takes care of him quite easily. Surf is still in the spot and the bees will go. He dances around the nitro cell. DZ will find another as Ambi goes for a desperate run out, and suddenly Dark Zero finds themselves with a 2-man lead.
Listen, I need Detroit to do better. This is horrible.
Now in a 3v5, Dark Zero will need to be able to close in on
Cleveland's up by like 20.
Spoit was the hero on bank that completed the comeback that got them halfway there. On the window, playing close, surrounded on all sides, pressured from many angles.
Nice. Want to get? I wouldn't wear that to dinner. You're gonna get grease all over it. Yes, you are. I wouldn't. Okay, I wouldn't wear it to work to where we're going.
Oh my days, Canadian knowing what awaits him inside the site as Dark Zero looks to sink their teeth into him. He's got so many angles to cover. A hopeless endeavor as Dark Zero moves to championship point.
Jeez. Hi, Peanut.
In Montreal in the very first year, we got the first ever All-American final, and it was Canadian who came out on top, playing with Continuum to win the very first hammer in CG Sports history. Few years later in Charlotte, we got another all-North American final, and once again, it was Canadian on top that led Dark Zero to a championship, winning the first ever major for North America. But now in Salt Lake City, Parker, that goal is so far away. They must be perfect through 4 straight defending on Cathay. Then they've got to win overtime. Then they've got to win map 5. The objective list is so long for Canadian, but he's done it before. 6-2 now to DZ. This team looks unbeatable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real weaknesses here. Again,
No, he's got a nice little Dragon Quest shirt that I don't want him to get fucking grease on because we're going to a Korean barbecue place. a brand new shirt. It's his first time wearing it.
Not letting off the gas at all. They have this Rebellion team on the ropes, and they are hoping to deliver the knockout blow here.
It's fine.
Cafe. If not this round, maybe the next. But there are 4 opportunities for DZ to cement themselves and win yet another trophy in America.
One round at a time. That's got to be the motto for both these teams. Sometimes the pressure is greatest when you're in the lead in a 6-2 advantage. It doesn't get easier. Here comes the utility from Dark Zero. This is one more. Going to be a bit of a
A bell sprout.
They've got players up above with J9O in the room. They've also got horizontal pressure. They almost faked like they were going horizontal, but now the top-down clear will begin. This is likely going to be a long round, Parker.
I imagine it'll be a slow one. Dark Zero doesn't need to rush it unless they see an opportunity. And if that opening does present itself, DZ is a team that so far has been very good at calling on the fly. They are obviously well rehearsed and well practiced.
What the fuck?
Backing them up as a world champion, leading them in.
Get in my ball.
Quite literally leading by example. Top frag on the team, you'd never believe it.
Get in my ball.
And boy, oh boy, what a renaissance it's been for him and so many players here on Dark Zero.
Yeah, it feels like everybody's been
What the
given
fuck?
new life here on this DZ team. Since the start of the season, they cemented themselves as the best team in
You son of a
North
bitch.
America. They'll have another
It's like regular Pokemon.
They've been showing that so far. 90 seconds deep, we're halfway through the round and everyone remains. This is expected. When SR are playing a full anchor setup down on side of the kitchen, you don't expect early frags to come through. Ambi is likely going to be the first point of contact. As this hatch opens, he has to be sharp, but he's let 2 players drop.
And now it's J9O under fire inside a freezer. Kino getting defused, get down. There's a flash, a reaction. Nobody from Rebellion are shutting this down. Suddenly, we've gone into a 45-second showdown. Fultz on the board first, traded out. There's Newers as well. DZ with the upper hand, looking to lift this trophy. Down goes.
They're about to.
Ambi isolated. Darkness.
Holy crap, dude.
But in Salt Lake City, DZ have found the lights. Once again on American soil, Dark Zero will be major champions. No doubt about it. The most.
They just absolutely destroyed
America and inside the globe.
Rebellion right there.
From the very start of kickoff, dominated through the group stage, stumbled a little bit at small moments throughout the playoffs, but they always bounced back. They were always able to pull things together. It's been a long
Send it.
time coming for guys like Jane.
And I gotta head out.
Lost in those finals back in Charlotte. For others like Kino, as you said, Parker. it's
Oh,
only
that's
been 6
cute.
months, but it doesn't change how good this must feel.
And the player I'm looking at is NJR. He had the taste of glory with this DZ team. He was in the wilderness so long, but he's made
All right.
his way out. Shopify Rebellion gave them a pretty decent run for their money, but we were hoping for
Go harass my girl.
more. It really just does speak to the dominance of this DZ team. They were well prepared, they were well studied, and they were able to make those changes on the fly.
You should. They have a lot of good stuff over there too. But go say hi to Light Bright. I'm gonna go eat and hope that the Pistons don't disappoint me as well, as they're down by 19.